In the afternoon, Heshu slowly descended the stairs in a hallway inside a room. A couple were entwined together. She stood in front of the house for a long time while the two inside continued their lovemaking. Heshu, still unaware of what was happening, opened the door and entered the house. I've seen this before. She looked down at the house, her heart filled with mixed thoughts, like in a movie. Below were a pair of men's trainers and next to them a pair of red high heels. Her thoughts continued to echo. Like a TV drama, she thought, looking into the living room where drinks and food had been left to go cold on the table. A faint light stretched from the bedroom, accompanied by unpleasant sounds. Heshu walked down the dark hallway. Towards the source of the noise, her thoughts still swirling. Once you've witnessed your partner making love with someone else, inside the couple were in the missionary position, nearing their climax. She stood frozen outside, placing her hand on the door but not daring to push it open. Things would never be the same again. The silhouettes of the two of them were clearly visible through the glass of the door. Inside, the girl's voice, "Ah, Appa." The girl's cries of ecstasy echoed in Heshu's mind. Things could never go back to how they were. Returning to reality, she startled awake on the small chair. It was that dream again. Heshu wearily leaned her hand against the wall to regain her composure. "My husband is sleeping with a strange woman," she muttered, turning on her phone to check the time. "I must have dozed off for a bit. It's almost the end of my break." Heshu pushed the door open to go outside. "I have to get back to work." Just as she stepped out, someone called after her, "Heshu, wait!" She responded, "Yes, boss?" He pointed to a corner and said, "Come inside and talk for a moment." After going to a corner, he took out an envelope and handed it to her. Heshu was a little stunned. He explained, "You asked for an advance on your salary this month, 1,500,000 won. Right?" He handed the envelope to Heshu, grumbling, "They said they couldn't withdraw it from the account, so I had to borrow cash in a hurry." Then he smiled kindly, "But because you, Heshu, are a very hardworking person, I don't want to lose an employee. Like family." She bowed deeply, sincerely thanking him. "Yes." Heshu took the envelope and put it in her pocket. The restaurant owner's voice continued, "Hey, is the money situation still not resolved?" She smiled and replied, "Yes, interest rates are high these days, so it's not easy to pay it back right away." He raised his eyebrows upon hearing this. "Oh, what about your husband?" "I heard he's working now," she explained. "He's still learning a trade, so it's hard to find a job right now." Heshu smiled faintly. "He's working hard too. Things will get better." Seeing this, he didn't feel comfortable saying anything more and could only sigh. Then he replied to ease the atmosphere, That's right. You work so hard, Heshu, without rest, so of course he has to work hard too. Let's go back to work and close up shop." Yes, Heshu also returned to the cashier and charged the customers. "That's 85,000 won. Can I pay by card?" She smiled and said, "Yes, please insert your card here." A customer called out for more food. "Excuse me, can we have 2 more orders of pork belly?" Heshu replied softly, "Yes, coming right up." She went into the storage room and brought out 2 slices of pork belly. "Here's your pork belly, sir." At the same time, the girl who had just ordered grumbled to her boyfriend, "Why are you taking all of it for yourself? You've been grilling the whole time, so I haven't been able to eat anything." The doting boyfriend replied, "Don't worry, I know how to take care of myself. Just watching you eat makes me full." Heshu went back inside, but the couple's voices still reached her ears. The girl said playfully, "Then I'll feed you, okay?" The boyfriend laughed happily. "Ha ha ha." Thoughts flashed through Heshu's mind again. People in love are so beautiful. The image of the girl happily feeding her boyfriend appeared. Because whether their love is first class or third class, it shines brightly because of the same heart. She swiped the customer's card while pondering in her heart. Maybe it's beautiful because they're young. Heshu silently watched the couple leave. Youth dares to love passionately and has enough courage to accept the hurt. She sadly hugged her arm, feeling dejected. So, does that mean my dull life is over, so it's no longer beautiful? The scene shifted. At this moment, an apron was carelessly thrown to the ground along with a complaint. "Why do they keep calling us Miss?" A colleague who was changing clothes with her said, "How old are we to be called Miss these days? Aren't you annoyed?" Heshu smiled and replied, "I'm married and have a family." What else would they call me? Hearing this, she used both hands to hold Heshu's face so she could look her straight in the eye. Look here, you're very beautiful. The most beautiful of all the three-year-old women I know. You wear the same clothes every day, but you still shine even without makeup. Heshu teased as she put on her jacket. Even if you praise me like that, this old lady won't fall for it. She laughed in response to the conversation. What do you want me to do? I'm just happy to work with beautiful Heshu, she said helplessly. All right, let's go home. Heshu alone quietly walked home with mixed thoughts. I think her heart is even more beautiful than when she says that. She walked into the dilapidated apartment. A bright and innocent person easily adapts to everyone without hesitation. While Heshu stood in front of the door, it seems that all the young people in this world are beautiful and outstanding. Heshu's face remained cold as she opened the door and entered the room. That's why I'm jealous. As the door opened, Minchin's indifferent expression appeared. Her inner voice echoed, because the dilapidated room came into view. Inside, Mincheon sat looking at her. Heshu felt a little resentful. I'm not beautiful anymore. He pointed at her with his chopsticks. Dress up and put on makeup. At this moment, she was carrying a bowl of noodles to the table. Minchin grumbled, what kind of woman doesn't wear makeup? It makes me not want to step foot in the house. She sat down and coldly retorted. We don't even have money for rent. Where am I going to get money for makeup? He scoffed. Hey, Mincheon immediately presented evidence. Even those part-timers who earn 180,000 won a month, about 3 million Vietnamese dong, wear makeup all the time. You're just lazy and making excuses. After hearing that, her inner self felt waves of emotion surging within her. Do you know how expensive cosmetics are these days? I'm scared to spend 1,000 won on myself. Put on some makeup. Your husband likes it that way. Inside the house, there was only the sound of Minchin eating noodles, while Heshu sat in silence. Her heart was filled with mixed thoughts. Does love also age with time? On the table were empty beer bottles and cigarette packs. Our relationship is also wearing down. Like an old and damp basement, a love that fades faster than youth, a love that has long withered. Is it the years that have worn me down? Her hands were covered in bandages, and calluses were clearly visible. Or is it the hard life of working day and night just to fill the gaps in the bank balance? Ugh, Minchin irritably put down his chopsticks. I can't taste anything anymore. Heshu felt a little resentful. I think it's because of you that I'm not beautiful anymore. She sat there without saying anything, her heart heavy with mixed emotions. Or is it just because I love you that I turned off my own light? Just like that, another night passed in the dilapidated house. The scene on the table shifted to a note and a pencil, someone reading the schedule on it in astonishment. Oh my god! All this island! What? Ho Dung muttered, bewildered. Weekdays working at the meat restaurant? Weekends working at Mua Theo, mornings selling flowers? Is that real? It's like Hermione's schedule in Harry Potter. She asked hesitantly, Heshu, sis, you don't live 48 hours a day, do you? Who could handle this schedule? She calmly replied, stop exclaiming and put on your apron. We have to open the shop. But Hoa Dung was still in shock. Are you even thinking about work right now? She asked. What's S? Heshu didn't understand what S was. Hoa Dung wondered, you don't know MTW? Heshu turned on the lights and said, nope. She sighed. My sister only knows how to work, geez. Heshu didn't say anything, just picked up the flowers and started cutting. She arranged the flowers in the pots beautifully and delicately ever since she grew up. I've never rested for a moment, except for the day I went to the emergency room with the flu when I was 24. On the wall was an old calendar. The 14th on the calendar was circled in red, the 13th wedding anniversary. Heshu's thoughts continued. In the beginning, I struggled quite a bit to balance married life at a young age without my parents' support. And then, at this moment, a memory appeared. Mincheon kneeling before her, begging, Heshu, I'm really sorry. I tried to make you happy, he trembled, but I failed. Heshu didn't say anything at that time, just looked at him indulgently. She asked, how much? He, with tears streaming down his face, looked up at her. Huh? She continued, how much money did you borrow using my name? Mincheon, hearing that, was overjoyed and hugged her tightly. You forgive me, right? Back to reality, she was trimming the flowers, feeling the weight of the debt she had to pay. I don't feel too sad or desperate, not really. I think I'm pretty calm, like if I just work hard enough, I'll pay it all off. But Hesu's hands trembled, sometimes for a moment before returning to normal, along with the resentment in her heart. I don't know who to share with. These surging emotions that suddenly come over me often make me want to cry. She remembered the image of Minshon hugging her. The debt was still there. The small, dilapidated house appeared faster than light. His love also faded. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, pulling her out of her thoughts. Hoadong happily called out, "Come in!" Taeha slowly stepped inside. She exclaimed quietly, "Wow." "It's the rose guy," Hesu asked curiously. "The rose guy?" Hoadong explained, "It's the handsome guy who comes to buy roses every day." "Because you don't know his name, the gossip girls call him that." She eagerly stepped to the register. "Sis, let me take his order." She agreed. "Okay, go ahead." She smiled gently. She's young too. Hoadong stood in front of the register and asked, "Welcome, are you here to buy flowers?" Taeha took off his scarf. When the scarf was removed, it revealed a handsome face. Hoadong's eyes sparkled like headlights as she looked at him, but Taeha didn't pay much attention to her. He glanced to the side. Taeha saw Hesu cutting ribbon to decorate. Taeha reached his hand closer to where she was sitting. As his hand reached closer and closer, Hesu also stopped working and looked towards him. Taeha's voice rang out, "I'd like to order." She was a little flustered. "Yes?" He said again, "Take my order." She remembered the conversation she just had with Hoadong. It seemed like he was the rose guy she was talking about. Hoadong, feeling ignored, sulked and walked away. Hesu looked at him strangely. What? He's not that handsome. He comes to buy roses every day. Hesu walked to the register, his smiling face making her uncomfortable. He seems more like a weirdo. Now Hesu pressed the calculator and asked, "A bouquet of roses, right?" Taeha smiled slightly and replied, "Yes." He said meaningfully, "You remember. That's nice." Na Hesu held the bouquet of roses and trimmed each root. In this world, there are people who are the center of attention, like the main characters in novels or movies, and there are people who are like a pitiful extra in a story. No one wants to hear. Hesu leaned over and peeked behind her. Byam Taeha was sitting there, and he was intently looking at his phone. From the first glance, I could tell that man was a top. Hesu started thinking about herself again. And me? She wrapped the roses into a bouquet. A beautiful bouquet. "Your flowers are ready." Always the bottom, I'm so sick of it. Because of that, he suddenly stepped into my life, where I was indifferent to everything except work and my husband. She looked forward. Taeha also looked at Hesu with affection. This man has made a deep impression on me. Hoadong was excited. "Amazing, sis, see? I was standing right there, but he only asked you to take his order. I thought I was a ghost. He only comes here during your shift, and he's never talked to me or the owner." Hesu threw cold water on Hoadong, but this is the first time I've noticed him. Hoadong was shocked. "What?" She shouted, "Oh my God, how could you not notice him? He comes here to buy flowers every day. It's been a few months now." Hesu thought, "Really? I guess he does order the same bouquet every day." Hoadong rested her hand on her chin, looking at her schedule. "I didn't think you'd easily remember regular customers. But even so, how could you not remember someone like him? I still remember the face of that handsome guy I met on the subway 15 years ago. This is just what I think, okay? I think he's interested in you or something. I think he's interested. Interested in you or something?" Hesu paused slightly, but then brushed it off. "Don't talk nonsense. Get to work." Hoadong continued on the same topic. "It's not nonsense at all. You saw it earlier too." "You saw it earlier too. He only looked at you," Hesu said ruefully to Hoadong. "Is that young man off his meds or something?" "He's probably 10 years younger than me." Hoadong gave her some more knowledge. "This girl knows nothing. These days, young pilots are flying older planes. Who knows? Maybe he's really interested, that's why he's like that. And sis, you're so beautiful." Looking outside, she saw Taeha holding the bouquet up to smell its fragrance. Hesu didn't believe that anyone would like her. She picked up the bouquet and looked at its beauty dejectedly. All the beautiful people must have died before it's my turn to get that title. Hoadong dismissed her self-deprecation. "Really? Has no one ever told you that? Then Hesu realized that recently she had been hearing these words. I know it's all just a kind lie. To make a poor woman like me feel better, so when I hear it, I feel more embarrassed than relieved. It's also ridiculous that I hear those words from other people and not from the man I love at home. Hoa Dung encouraged her. Sis, go for it. You two look great together. I have a boyfriend. Hesu's unexpected words made Hoa Dung unable to believe her ears. She turned to look at her. She asked carefully, huh? Hesu didn't deny it, just said, yeah. Hoa admired her even more. You're amazing. I don't know anything. You should have told me sooner. So, you have a boyfriend, huh? Then I don't think I'll see him lurking around here much longer. Hesu quietly listened to her, holding the flower and admiring it. Hoa Dung asked further, what kind of person is he? It reminded her of her husband's current state. Kang Min Cheon came home and threw his work bag down. I'm home, he said gruffly, taking off his coat. Get me a glass of water. Is there anything other than water to boil? Hesu picked up her husband's bag. Seeing him ask, she replied, there's barley tea, but it's still hot. Minchin insisted on drinking barley tea. Then put ice in it. He took off his clothes, not caring about his wife. I'm going to take a shower. His underwear and socks were strewn all over the floor. Then Hesu had to pick them up and clean up. By the time Mincheon finished showering, she was already asleep. He felt refreshed after showering. Ah, that was nice. Mincheon pulled back the blanket and got into bed. But suddenly, he paid a little attention, looking at his wife. Then he coughed. Ahem? Min's hand. Cheon unconsciously reached down to his wife's soft bottom. He felt strange. She doesn't seem to work out, but she's still so good. Not long ago, at a gathering with friends, I brought a young girl along. But her figure wasn't as good as Na Hesu's. It must be because she wears those soft old lady clothes every day. This is acceptable. He reached out and groped from her stomach up to her bra. Then he reached up and lifted her bra, squeezing his wife's full breasts. Big breasts too, a handful. Min Cheon felt a little lightheaded at this moment. Touching them feels so good. It's been a while. His feet couldn't stay still and kept fidgeting. Seeing that Hesu didn't move at all, he was a little curious. Why doesn't she react when I touch her? So he shook her. Hey, Hesu, are you asleep? Because he shook her for a long time. Hesu opened her eyes. She spoke with a sleepy voice. Min Cheon frowned, angry at her. Why don't you react? Are you a wooden doll? No cuddling, no sulking, or doing anything. Don't be so cold to your husband. Are you numb now? React a little. Hesu's voice seemed to have no strength. I'm a little tired. But Min Cheon kept shaking her. He sat up and shouted, you're the only one working. Hesu tried to explain to him that she had a lot of capithums, but then he got angry again. He lay down and pulled the blanket away. Forget it. What am I expecting? Oh God. Hesu didn't close her eyes and lie down. She lay there, silently, then closed her eyes to sleep through the day. The next morning, the 6 a.m. alarm rang, playing the alarm ringtone. Tears on the withered petals, and Hesu's day begins at 6 a.m. every weekday. The flower shop doesn't open until 8 a.m. But she has to wake up at 6 a.m. to prepare breakfast for Minchin. Of course, she has to close the door and cook carefully, so that the noise of cooking doesn't wake Minchin. Minchin won't eat breakfast if there's no soup. He also hates reheating food. So, even the simplest soup, Hesu will cook fresh every day. She did that, and when Hesu finished preparing breakfast, she looked back for a moment and realized how quickly time had passed. The person who cooks breakfast is the one who leaves the house with an empty stomach just to be on time for work. She went to open the shop door and heard Hoa Dung greeting her. Good morning, sister, Hesu replied cheerfully. Yeah, good morning. She quickly put on her apron to avoid getting her clothes dirty, fastening the buckle carefully. She sighed, trying to hold it in until noon. Then she opened the dressing room door and went out to the shop. At the beginning of the day, the flower shop welcomed its first customer. Welcome. A man walked towards Hesu. She was focusing on the abacus, so she didn't look up, just greeting, welcome. Would you like to see some flowers? Yes, I'm here to see flowers. Hearing the familiar voice, she looked up and recognized Bell T. It's you, Mr. Rose. Not too familiar with him. She still asked as usual, a bouquet? Teha replied, "Yes, that's right. 10 roses, that's right." At this moment, she realized something. Now I see. Not only is his face handsome, but his voice is also nice. His voice was deep and slow, replying yes politely. I don't know why, but my ear feels ticklish. She calculated for a while and handed over, "Here's the bill. We also have pre-orders. So it will take a while. Please wait." Hisu pushed the bill in front of him. Taha noticed her hand. He reached out and touched the bill to take it. Her stomach suddenly growled. Hisu turned around embarrassedly, a little worried. Did he hear that? My stomach must be rumbling. She was a little embarrassed. TH kept texting on his phone about things like coffee and sandwiches. She reassured herself, no way. Looking at his attentive appearance, she reassured herself. He probably didn't hear it. At this moment, Hoa Dung was carrying things in and noticed them a little. She looked outside and realized it was that Rose guy. Is the person in front his acquaintance? The way he walks looks like a model. Hoa Dung looked at him and wondered, how tall is this guy? He carried coffee and a sandwich in his hand. Hoa Dung looked at him admiringly. Oh my, whose child is this? She looked at his beauty and felt fluttery and excited. So handsome, so handsome. At this time, his flowers were also finished. Sir, your flowers are ready. Teha took the bouquet and left. She said goodbye to him, intending to go back inside, when suddenly she saw something on the chair. It was a sandwich box. She thought Teha had forgotten it, so she hurriedly ran after him. Hey, sir. She ran after him. You forgot your sandwich. T2's eyes glanced down. He recognized Hesu from the flower shop. He said to her, "Ah, that's a gift. Please take it." She was a little surprised. Huh? Seeing him about to leave, she quickly grabbed his sleeve. Sir, no way. If you give me this... Teha tilted his head and asked her, why not? Is it because you're missing a drink? He leaned down to look at Hisu, making her a little hesitant. He handed the cup of coffee he was holding to her. Here. Hisu had many question marks in her head, confused. Taha kept holding the drink in front of her. I only took one sip. It's not poisonous. He held it and shook it. Please take it. Hoa Dung saw her carrying the things back and teased her excitedly. Hesu, I told you he likes you. See, he deliberately left the sandwich for you. Wow, and coffee too? Seriously, if he's not interested, what is he? Hisu looked down at the coffee and sandwich in her hands, thinking, do I look so pitiful? She turned her face in the mirror, and she had to see that when she saw herself in the mirror, she saw a haggard woman without makeup. Covering her body were mottled patches of skin. The man's actions seemed more like pity and charity than interest. She remembered that her stomach had growled so loudly. If it were him, I think I would have a hard time just leaving like that. But what if that's a signal that he's interested in me? If that's the case, then I have to draw the line right away. She put the cup of coffee on the table, thinking that she was drawing a scenario that would never happen. I guess my job would be easier then, huh? Huh? Hoa Dung asked her in confusion. So, what are you going to do? Hesu didn't understand her meaning. Hoa Dung then explained, you said you have a boyfriend, so are you going to reject Mr. Rose? Or change boyfriends to him? Hoa Dung giggled excitedly. Change. Thinking about it made her heart heavy. Not a boyfriend, but a husband. Oh, Hoa Dung was a little confused. Oh, when you said you had a boyfriend, you meant a husband. It's not like you're my boyfriend. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were married, but saying it doesn't make me proud or happy at all. She remembers her husband's words, don't reveal too much, we're separating because of debt. You should only call me husband at home. Why do you keep telling other people about our business? Seriously? Yeah, I'm so proud of being divorced and still living with my ex-wife. Ugh, this is so frustrating. Hesu insists, yes, he's my husband, so don't talk about this anymore, okay? Hoa Dung feels guilty. Yes, I'm sorry. At this moment, in the company, a female voice calls out, Min Cheon, Mr. Min Cheon. The girl is Yoon Aji. She places a cup of coffee on his desk. Have some coffee. Min Cheon notices the cup. There's a note stuck on it. Do your best today. After reading it, he smiles faintly. Okay. His eyes unconsciously follow Aji as she walks away, and he hums a tune. The colleagues outside are full of praise. Look at Aji, she's so pretty. She said she's 25, right? Such a great age. The late 20s are the best. Her skin must be firm and smooth. Min Cheon starts to think. Firm and smooth? Coming from these old guys, that's a whole new level. What's up with that? He remembers the note on the cup, do your best today. She has many attractive qualities, and she's young too. A colleague suddenly mentions, speaking of which, Aji seems interested in our new guy. That Min Cheon. The way she looks at him is definitely different. When we tried to pair her up with someone else, she was quick to say she wasn't interested. Another person chimes in, but Min Cheon is handsome. Someone else wonders, isn't Min Cheon 33? That's a good age to meet someone. He's still single, right? Suddenly, Aji and another female colleague walk past. The colleague next to her hears the male colleague's gossip and giggles at her friend. Aji blushes and tells her to stop laughing. Min Cheon answers them without hesitation. Yeah, I'm single. Another person says, well, give it a shot. Aji is so pretty. Then Min Cheon puts out his cigarette and throws it in the trash can next to him. If that's the case, should I? When he gets home that night, he sprawls out on the sofa watching TV while Hesu folds the laundry by herself. Suddenly, she speaks up. How's work going? Min Cheon grumbles before asking, are you finally worried about your husband's struggles? What job isn't difficult? How vague can you get? Who knows how to answer that? But then he assumes, you're nagging while I'm trying to relax. Hesu doesn't mean it that way. I'm not nagging. When do you get paid? We can pay off the debt faster, and then we can remarry. Min Cheon is annoyed. It's always about remarrying. Are you afraid I won't do it after paying off the debt or something? Hey, Na Hesu. How could you live without me? Hearing that, her hands, which were folding laundry, pause slightly. Even so, don't rush me too much. If a woman nags too much, it'll scare a man away. Suddenly, he sits up and calls out to her, oh right, Hesu. He immediately puts on a flattering face and hugs his wife. I need some spending money. Hesu understands about spending money. He answers without hesitation, yeah, I'm buying cologne. Hesu is puzzled. You don't use cologne. Min Cheon flatters her and makes up excuses. But now I'm going to work, and there are a lot of well-groomed guys there. Even the old guys wear cologne, and I can't be the only one in the company who smells like an old man. Hesu asks, how much do you need? Min Cheon mentions a large sum. Who knows? Maybe around 200,000 won. Hesu is startled. What kind of cologne is that expensive? He immediately makes up an excuse. At this age, you have to know to buy from brands in the department store. Who would buy the cheap stuff that kids use? When he can't get what he wants, he lies down and pretends to be angry. Forget it. If you don't want to give it to me. Hesu goes back to the room and checks the money again. We've had a lot of extra expenses this month because Min Cheon started working. We had to spend a lot of money to buy new suits and shoes. It's true that in the beginning, the expenses you spend will exceed the salary you receive. She starts thinking about everything. No matter how much I save, it's going to be alarming. I'm thinking, I'll probably have to take on more work. She reaches for her jacket pocket for a moment and thinks about her jobs. I work at the motel on weekends from afternoon to evening. If I work an extra night shift at the convenience store after that, then the shifts won't overlap. I just need to sleep less. She puts the envelope with the money in his jacket pocket. He said buying cologne costs about 200,000 won, right? Then she sits back at the table and calculates expenses for a while, then writes a note to him. Go buy cologne. I have 24 hours. It's like playing a jigsaw puzzle. I divide my day into pieces, filling the empty time with jobs. For the happiness of our family. She goes outside for the happiness of our home. Someone in the alley says, why did you invite me to eat? It's Do Dong-guk, puffing on a cigarette. A world of strange things. Ti-ha. Ellie actually invited me to eat first. So, let's eat barbecue. But are you really okay? Ti-ha leans his back against the wall. You never liked going to noisy places. Then Dong-guk takes out his phone to look. I also like being treated. Who should I call? Ti-ha replies, the people you know. Dong-guk is puzzled. Anyone is fine? Yeah. Just say that you invited them to eat, and you'll have a whole truckload of girls coming here. He has a strange feeling. He looks over at Teha. The guy who never sets foot in cheap restaurants is actually... He speaks up, "Can I call 2 girls?" Dongguk looks at Teha's appearance and quickly and decisively says, lately, he seems to have encountered something happy. When they get to the beer place, they immediately say, "Excuse me, can we get 2 more beers at this table?" Yes, right away. A man drinks beer and slams the table. The man speaks up, his voice loud. "You guys know, we men go crazy for women. Men are simple. If they have a clever and loving wife, then he will automatically know to earn money and take care of the family, right? Hesu is there setting up the beer for them? And has to listen to their slanderous words about women throughout history. This reminds her of Min Qian's words, "No matter how much you whine, sulk, or act up, don't be cold to your husband like that. Are you going to be insensitive now? We used to love each other very much. He used to be like that. Is it because I'm not clever enough, not loving enough? Is it true what they say? Am I the one who destroyed this relationship?" Suddenly, a voice comes to her. "Hesu, what are you doing? We have customers." "Customers are here." She hears someone calling her and replies, "Ah, yes, welcome." A girl walks into the restaurant. This girl is Doohee-ji. Hesu hesitantly asks, "How many are you?" She looks and sees Teha in the group. She's a little overwhelmed by the situation. The rose boy, Hiji, speaks up. The lively conversation of the 4 of them gently enters the restaurant. Hesu silently hugs one arm, staring at them. Hiji speaks up, 4 people. Hesu is stunned for a moment before saying, "Yes." Hiji continues to emphasize, "We're a group of 4. That seems to confuse Hesu quite a bit. Then she quietly turns away and says, I'm sorry, please come in and sit down. The restaurant is bustling with laughter and chatter." Hesu silently prepares food for the customers. In a corner of the restaurant, Teha's group quietly eats dinner. Hesu's back looks so silent. In a corner of the restaurant, the 4 members of Group TH quietly ate dinner, their backs looking unusually silent. She secretly recalled Hoa Dung's words, "It seems like he likes you. It's obvious he's got his eye on you. And he comes to buy flowers every day. Isn't that to impress you?" Tu-Su, who was very insecure, looked at herself in the mirror. The reflection showed a lovely face, but with a hint of sadness. She thought, "I'm not interested in that. I've never thought about it, and I've never hoped to receive this kind of attention." On Monday, Hisu was cleaning. Her eyes filled with sadness, her mind in turmoil. "Even though I feel ashamed, because I overheard their conversation, for some reason I feel awkward facing him." On the other side, Hiji saw Teha just silently not eating, so she asked, "Aren't you going to eat?" Teha just smiled and replied, "Eat a lot." Hiji hummed and teased, "Yeah, well, I was going to anyway, without being invited." Hisu, standing nearby, suddenly wondered, is she his girlfriend? They look like a good couple. Are those bouquets for her? Even though I work with all young people, I can't understand what they're saying. Thaw, on the other hand, keeps his eyes fixed on Hisu. Her mind is a mess. She reassured herself, "Calm down, Nahisu." Suddenly, Hiki spoke up, "Hey, who are you looking at?" "You've been staring in that direction for a while now." Hearing that, his friend Rongguk mumbled a reminder, "Hiki, are you sick? Biam Teha doesn't care about you at all, yet you're always causing a ruckus, whether he's looking at someone or a vending machine. It's none of your business. Just eat. Why are you staring at people's faces?" Hi, retorted irritably. "Sick my ass, you dog?" Then Rongguk turned to whisper to the person next to him, "Ugh, seriously, hi is so scary." The girl next to him quickly stopped him. "Hey!" Rongguk added fuel to the fire. "Look, am I wrong?" Fine. Teha saw this and stepped on Dongguk's foot. He gently reminded him, "Dongguk, you're burning up." Seeing this, Dongguk replied dejectedly, I know, it's okay, just eat, you dog." He was so serious. Hiji suddenly noticed Teha's eyes fixed on Hisu, so she asked, "Bem Teha, are you staring at that girl? Do you know her?" Teha didn't hide it and asked, "Is it too obvious?" Then he smiled brightly and agreed, "Yes, I know her." Hearing that answer, Hiji was a little unhappy. She glanced at T.H., but her mind was a mess. What is this? I vaguely guessed he knew her, but they actually know each other? the image of a dimly lit room shrouded in darkness, with flashes of light illuminating bouquets of roses scattered on the floor. After working at the restaurant, Hisu returned home and did her housework. She quietly sat folding clothes. Suddenly, a part of the pants tore a little. Hisu thought, "I'm going to get yelled at." She looked at the tear and said to herself, "I just bought them, and now it's a bit of a waste to throw them away. I'll sew them up." Minching lay on one side, watching his phone and chuckling. He glanced at Hisu with annoyance and asked in a cold voice, "Aren't you going to rest? What are you doing?" Hisu replied coldly and concisely, "Sewing." Minchin grumbled, "Sewing what?" Then he jumped up and snatched the pants from her. "Let me see." He looked at the pants and exclaimed, "Wow, they look so worn out. Are you protesting, demanding new clothes? At this point, just throw them away." Hisu, being thrifty, retorted, "Why throw them away? I can still wear them." Minchin called her wearily, "Hesu, men won't like a pitiful woman like you." Looking at Hisu's lovely, pitiful face, he pretended to be refined and said, "I don't like tight underwear. And I hate stretchy underwear even more because it makes you look like an old hag." Hisu felt sorry for herself. She remembered the rose guy, Teha, and those words echoed in her head. "I don't know what we were talking about." But the conversation was a misunderstanding. Hisu silently ordered Minchan, "Give it back." That's what she said outwardly. But inwardly, Hisu was full of questions. Why do I keep remembering those embarrassing and shameful memories instead of forgetting them? Min Cheon, with a disgusted expression, complained, "No matter what I say, you always look so dejected." But suddenly, he hugged Hisu tightly and sighed, then said, "Anyway, na Hisu." He hugged Hisu and lay down, curling up in the blanket. He lamented affectionately, "No charm, no spirit, doesn't know anything about men. Despite all that, I still live with you." "As expected, it's just me, isn't it?" Hisu heard, her face still sadly pitiful but still in Minchan's arms. She just hummed in agreement. In winter, the biting cold penetrated the walls of the basement apartment, making our skin ache. We are trapped in a cramped, dilapidated house. Our lives are ordinary, but also deeply unhappy. Hesu's inner self was screaming, reassuring herself, "I hate being like this, but I can endure it all for you." Scene changes to the next day. Hisu was still preparing in the kitchen. The radio announced, "Rain is forecast for this afternoon." The rain is likely to last until late at night. After finishing her work at home, Hisu started her hard work again. Hearing the rain forecast, she went to the closet and took out an umbrella. Looking at the closet, Hisu wondered, "It's definitely going to rain until tonight, right? I have to bring an umbrella." Looking at the corner of the closet, there were only 2 umbrellas. She asked herself again, which of these 2 umbrellas is still intact? She took one out to try. This one is perfectly fine. Then she took out the other one. The other umbrella looked quite tattered, as it had lost a spoke. Here. Hesitating for a moment, Hisu painfully reassured herself. "It's still usable. It's not completely broken. If it's unusable, I'll use it today and throw it away." Meanwhile, Hesu had decided to give the intact umbrella to her nagging husband. She left the umbrella and went to work, so that umbrella was for Minchan to use. At Minchan's company, there was a pretty colleague named Aji. When she went out, someone asked her, "Aji, where are you going?" Aji smiled gently and said, "I'm going to make coffee." Entering the company's tea room, she coincidentally met Min Cheon making tea. Aji approached and quietly looked for coffee. After searching for a while, she still couldn't find it. Aji turned around and wondered, "Oh, is the instant coffee gone? Where did they put the new packet?" As she spoke, she approached the wooden cabinet above. "I think they put it here last time." Suddenly, she cried out, "Ah!" and rushed towards Min Cheon, grabbing his arm like a weak girl in need of protection. Minchin asked in surprise, "What's wrong?" Aji shyly, with a hint of fear, buried her head in his arm and replied, "There's a bug over there." Hearing that, Minchan laughed and replied, "Ha ha, I thought I did something wrong. You're afraid of bugs, Aji?" She replied, "I'm very scared." As she spoke, she tightened her big, busty embrace on his arm. Min Cheon said in a sweet voice, "I'm extremely afraid of bugs." Min Cheon was momentarily moved and thought to himself, "She's so cute. Then he pretended to be gallant and offered, "Let me catch it for you. Where is it?" Adai pointed to the cabinet. "It's over there." The two approached the cabinet. Adi innocently still clung to Min Cheon's arm. "Oh, why is that?" "I'm sure it was there just now." Min Cheon's inner self began to stir. He thought, "Na Hesu has never been afraid of bugs." Seeing other people act like this is a bit refreshing, isn't it? This makes it worth going to work. Back at the flower shop where Hesu worked, her colleague Hoa Dung spoke up, "You're late today." Seeing that, Hesu was a little curious and asked, "Who?" Hoa Dung replied dejectedly, "Who else?" "That Rose guy. Just seeing that handsome face is comforting to me. At least, just as the words left his mouth, a familiar figure of tea appeared from the entrance. Hoa Dung exclaimed, mentioning Cao Cao always brings him. While Hisu's eyes seemed to avoid me a little, I was a bit embarrassed to meet him. Then she ran away. Hesu told Hoa Dung, "Take care of Hoa M. Ra. Take the order, okay?" Hoa Dung called out, "What is it? Where are you suddenly going?" Seeing that, Tae Ha was a little surprised, watching Hesu's back as she hurriedly left, feeling heavy. A breathtakingly handsome face walked in. Hoa Dung had no choice but to take the order and asked, "Are you looking for a particular type of flower? Or is it still a bouquet of roses like every day?" Tae-ha didn't even glance, his eyes fixed on Hesu, indifferent. "Yes, I'll take that one." Seeing that, Hoa Dung was speechless. "Do I not even have the chance to be looked at? Just forget about the flowers and be done with it." After work, it really rained heavily. Hoa Dung held an umbrella and went ahead, turning back to say goodbye to Hesu. "Be careful going home." Hesu was about to take the umbrella but quickly replied, "You too." She thought to herself, "Luckily, I didn't run into him today." The rain poured like buckets. Hesu's heart was as heavy as the raindrops, but she couldn't avoid it forever. "I won't do that again from tomorrow. These embarrassing moments will be over in a few days." Hesu's small hands were all wet from opening the umbrella. Duban said it would rain heavily, and it really did rain like buckets today. I hope Min Cheon remembers to bring an umbrella. Before she could open the umbrella, Hesu's umbrella was torn to shreds. Hesu was slightly flustered, then thought, "It was fine this morning, but now it's really broken." Looking at the pouring rain, Hesu calculated how to get home. The convenience store isn't far from here. But it's raining so hard, I can't even run a short distance. The news says it will rain until late at night, so I can't just wait here forever. Remembering the image of the two umbrellas this morning, Hesu's tragic and pitiful fate, poverty silently devours people. She dropped the umbrella. A cheap umbrella. If I hadn't hesitated and just bought a new umbrella, I wouldn't be in this situation now. What should I do? Then Hesu opened her phone. She thought about calling Min Cheon, but then stopped. Min Cheon definitely wouldn't like me calling him. He seems tired lately, he must have taken on more work, but for now I'll just wait a little longer. Suddenly, an umbrella was brought towards Hesu. Tae-ha's tall figure appeared. He held the umbrella towards Hesu. With a handsome face and a deep warm voice, Tae-ha asked Hesu, "Where are you going?" Hesu shyly clutched her bag strap and replied, "No, it's okay. My house is far away." Hesu tried to avoid him, saying tactfully, "You go ahead." The atmosphere suddenly became strangely silent when Tae-ha spoke. "It's going to rain until morning." He moved towards Hesu with gentle eyes. His tall back made Hesu have to look up at him. He suggested, "Let's share an umbrella." At that moment, Hesu stared at Tae-ha, speechless. She thought to herself, "It seems like heaven is teasing me because I dared to make a mistake. That's why it created a situation where I can't avoid this man." Looking at Tae-ha's handsome face and deep, captivating eyes, Hesu reassured herself. It's just his kindness. So if I refuse completely, it would be very strange. It would be a little awkward, but thinking about it, Hesu agreed to share an umbrella home with Tae-ha. She politely replied, "Thank you." Walking under the hurried rain, 2 people, 1 umbrella. Hesu kept telling herself in her head, "It's just sharing an umbrella. It's just sharing an umbrella." The contrasting figures of the two walked on the small street. Tae-ha and Hesu didn't say a word, just silently walked. Hesu was a little embarrassed, thinking, on the way home, contrary to my thoughts, he didn't say a single word. However, thanks to the sound of heavy raindrops, sharing an umbrella for one person wasn't too awkward. Occasionally, Taiha's eyes glanced down at Haesu, so gentle it was hard to describe. A heavy rain poured down. Taiha's handsome face, which contained many secrets, really made people's hearts flutter. His long, slender legs walked in the rain. Haesu secretly commented, "He's walking at a strangely slow pace compared to someone who is unusually tall like that." Haesu remembered Min Cheon again and compared them. Min Cheon is also tall, but every time we walk together, I always fall behind him. Remembering the image of Taeha and Higi in the restaurant, Haesu was overthinking. Maybe it's just because someone used to care about me, that it's become a habit of mine? Thinking about it, Haesu spoke up, reminding him, "Your girlfriend won't like this." Haesu shyly looked to the side, timidly continuing, "What if she finds out you're sharing an umbrella with a stranger?" Taeha's face didn't change at all. He asked back, "Who said I have a girlfriend?" Haesu was quite flustered but also a little relieved, replying, "Oh, you don't? Then that girl you were with at the barbecue restaurant last time." But Taeha's face at that moment was a little gentle as he looked at her. He denied, "She's not my girlfriend, just a friend." As soon as he finished speaking, Taeha moved closer to Haesu. There seemed to be no distance between the two. Haesu thought, "So that's it." Suddenly, Taeha confirmed again. "Really?" His large body seemed to embrace Haesu. He affirmed firmly, "Believe me." Haesu, in a panic without thinking, blurted out, "Oh, yes, I believe you," she replied. Then, Haesu seemed to realize she was saying something wrong. She thought again. After replying, these words feel a little strange. "Yes, I believe you, is what?" Suddenly, from the front, a car with blinding headlights sped towards them. Taeha's eyes met the light. Why were they so cold? Before Haesu could react, large, slender hands grabbed her shoulders. He pulled her to the edge of the wall. Using his tall body to shield Haesu from the rain, Haesu was nestled in Taeha's arms. Then, Taeha, holding the umbrella, his extremely handsome face lowered to look at Haesu, said softly, "Sorry, the car was going too fast. I was worried that you would get hurt." Haesu shyly interrupted, "It's okay." In her heart, she was a little scared. What kind of driving is that? The two just stood pressed against the wall like that. Suddenly, Haesu realized something and was a little flustered. Oh, Taeha, you're tall, aren't you?" Haesu heard that and asked back, full of questions, "Huh?" But then Taeha praised himself. "I'm tall, so I shielded you from getting wet." Haesu just slightly opened her mouth and said, "Oh." Then, yes, Taeha's back was still tall. The two continued to walk home. But Haesu's mind was in a mess, asking herself, "No matter how I think about it, it's not just my imagination anymore. There's no way someone would do that for a stranger." Her eyes slightly glanced at Taeha. Looking at his soaking wet shoulder, she commented, "I just noticed now that the side of his shirt over there is completely wet, while my clothes aren't wet at all." Haesu seemed to realize something but was also a little hesitant. Should I ask him if he really cares about me? If that's the case, then I need to draw a clear line immediately. In the dark rain among the houses in the neighborhood, Haesu mustered all her courage and asked Taeha beside her, "Why are you so good to me?" Taeha gently spoke, with a bit of teasing, "I've been caught. I have my reasons." Then he bent down, looking exactly like a soft boy. He looked into Haesu's eyes and said softly, firmly, "Just want to know more about you." Haesu quickly refused. "That's not allowed." Taeha continued to tease, "So cold." A voice echoed in the rainy space. "I'm really curious. Why isn't it allowed?" Haesu replied. "You're young and quite popular with women. Why bother dating? An older woman like me?" Taeha heard that and wondered, "Because I'm young and popular with women, so I can't be with an older woman?" Taeha's sturdy shoulders were hunched. Standing in front of the house, Haesu softly said to Taeha, "We're here." From beginning to end, Haesu only stared at the ground. Her voice slow, with a face both shy and sad, she replied, "This is my house. Thank you for today." Taeha hesitated. "So, from now on, we'll go back to being strangers?" Sue didn't hesitate to say, yes, let's just be strangers. This Rose guy was surprisingly indifferent. I understand now. Her face didn't change, her head tilted slightly to one side. Teha, she said, I heard you loud and clear. Sue stood there watching Teha's back as he gradually disappeared, feeling a little empty inside. I thought he'd be more stubborn. This man changes his mind easier than I thought, looking at that back. Each word appeared clearly in Hesu's mind after giving an unusually obedient answer. I see his back again, so long, solid, and heartbreaking. What's wrong with me? Then Hesu silently walked into the house, no lights on. Why on earth would he like someone like me? It must be because he's still young. Sometimes it's just out of curiosity. Then Hesu's eyes fell on the umbrella near the cabinet that she had left for him. Mincheon. So Hesu understood. Oh, Mincheon didn't take his umbrella. Images of drinking parties in a company. Along with gossip about family matters, men's affairs all depend on women. If you have a clever and loving wife, then he will automatically know how to earn money to take care of the family, right? Hesu's face was a little gloomy. She took the umbrella and made a decision. I'll go to his company to pick him up. He'll like it, won't he? Hesu arrived at Mincheon's workplace. A lonely little figure stood sheltering from the rain. She looked at each person coming out, waiting. The figure of her husband, Mincheon. She kept calling, but only got the beeping sound of the subscriber you just called. Her eyes stared intently at the phone screen. That gentle Hesu still endured the injustice. She defended her husband. Maybe the network connection was lost. He hasn't read my message that I'll pick him up because his phone is dead. I shouldn't have come without telling him or making an appointment like this. Just as Hesu was about to go home, Mincheon came out. But he was sheltering under a yellow umbrella with a beautiful girl. Oh, Adi. Hesu paused for a beat, her eyes looking at the two of them. 6 eyes met. No words were spoken. Adi suddenly turned to Mincheon and asked, What's wrong? Why is this person staring at us? Mincheon stammered, Hey, what's going on? Why are you here in this heavy rain to pick me up? Before Hesu's lonely figure and empty eyes, Mincheon indifferently denied it. That's Adi. She's family. Family? Oh, Adi quickly apologized. Oh my god, I didn't know. I'm so sorry. The two continued to whisper to each other like close friends to the point of considering each other family. Oh, close relatives, huh? Yes. Then he smiled brightly and waved goodbye to Adi before running over to Hesu's umbrella. He also didn't forget to tell her, Okay, Adi, I'm going home first. I'll share this umbrella. Goodbye. Adi also replied, Okay, see you tomorrow, Mincheon. Mincheon complained to Hesu, Ugh. Why didn't you tell me you were coming to pick me up? Why are you suddenly doing nice things like this? It's not like you at all. What are you doing, Na Hesu? Aren't you going home? Hesu stared at Aji and asked, Who is that? Mincheon's face showed annoyance. What? Hesu repeated. The person just now. Mincheon replied, That's Aji, just someone I know, he said dismissively. Noticing Hesu's expression, he took the umbrella and frowned. What's with that expression? She and I are just colleagues. Do you always think about the law of attraction between men and women? Hesu quickly explained, It's not like that, but Mincheon didn't let her speak. He rattled off a whole speech. Calm down, it's just socializing. I don't know if it's because you don't have any friends or anyone to contact. But normally in society, we can't be close to the opposite sex. However, now there is something called colleagues. Friends and similar things. Please, don't do things that make others feel embarrassed. Each word felt like a stab in Hesu's heart. She recalled the moment Tha proposed to get to know her, and her heart was filled with regret. Suddenly, I heard a deep voice under the umbrella. Hesu, a small figure with only a small umbrella over her head. At this moment, Hesu realized. So that's it. Her face was pathetically miserable. The opportunity I threw away is, once again, nothing special. Cut to the flower shop. Hoadung complained, I'm exhausted. It's not even peak season, but why are there so many orders? I should be paid more. I'm about to collapse. Seeing this, Hesu happily suggested, If you're tired, just take a break. I'll take care of the rest, Hoadung gratefully said. Thank you, sis. Then she sighed and leaned back in her chair, saying, Please, don't let there be any more customers until closing time. Oh wait, the rose guy is okay. Just looking at his face is enough to recharge me. Suddenly, the door rang. Hoa Dung jumped up and complained, "Every time I'm about to doze off, there's a customer." In front of her was TH, his face as handsome as ever. Hoa Dung immediately perked up, thinking to herself, "Oh my god, the rose guy really came. He's so damn handsome today. Oh my god, I think I'm going to faint. He'll probably ask Sister Hesu to order for him. I'll take a break." Hesu, who was cleaning nearby, looked up and saw him. Each step Taeha took forward, but then he rushed past Hesu. Hesu didn't have time to finish saying, "Welcome, what would you like?" Hesu's face was stunned as if she had lost something. Her eyes followed Taeha's figure with surprise, but also a little regret. 2 weeks have passed. Mincheon seemed to have become closer to Aji. Hesu also noticed some unusual things. Mincheon often came home late or went to work on weekends. Hesu still worked in the barbecue restaurant. Other than that, things were still the same as always. Taeha still continued to come to the shop to buy roses, but now it was different. Hesu realized, "From the day I told him that we would never become acquaintances." Hesu silently sat packing each flower, her head filled with thoughts about Taeha. He also quickly stepped out of my life. But the image of TH reappeared with the question, "I heard you loud and clear." Looking at TH, Hesu saw those words and the unusually obedient attitude. This man has really stepped out of the area of my range, just like his interest in me was nothing more than a quickly dismissed curiosity. So, I feel lucky that it wasn't a very deep feeling. The caring messages Hesu sent to Min Cheon were still ignored without any pity. Hesu looked at the phone. Her eyes shone with sadness hidden by the final wounds left by deep emotions. Often are small, indelible scars. At the barbecue restaurant, while working, Hesu kept checking her phone. She was worried about Min Cheon not coming home. She also fell asleep yesterday, so she didn't know if Min Cheon had come home. She also didn't hear him say anything. Hopefully he got to the company safely. Suddenly, a customer behind called out, "Hey, miss!" The customer then ordered, "Bring 4 servings of pork belly to this table." Hesu quickly replied, "Ah, yes. I'll bring it right away." The delicious sizzling sound of grilling meat on the stove, the sound of cheerful conversations blended together. A guy gossiped with his boss. "So, how do you feel today? Do you feel better after the divorce?" The boss cheered happily. "I'm glad I don't have to listen to that annoying woman's nagging anymore." Then he put his arm around the beautiful female colleague next to him, who was awkwardly making some tasteless jokes. "From now on, I don't have to be shy about sitting next to you." The young female employee was at the company party, which made the girl next to her just smile wryly. The joking voices of some people in the company, they raised their glasses and clinked them while chatting, of course. The company is riding high on its success. The director just needs to enjoy it like a second youth. Going to meet women again, ahem, or so it seems in a tipsy state. That boss chuckled and said, "Well, I'm a man, and being alone for too long without a woman around isn't good, if possible." As he spoke, his eyes and words hinted at Hesu, a beautiful girl with a slender figure. He had bad intentions, damn. To start a life with a woman who has a killer body and no makeup. What kind of makeup is she using that she's still so beautiful? She must be a queen. He raised his glass, sipped his wine, and looked at Hesu with extremely perverted eyes. He thought he had noticed her since the company started having parties at this restaurant. She seems like a hard worker and doesn't know much about luxury, probably only about 10 years apart. I'm a regular here, so she probably knows that the director must be a man like me and a little flirting and she'll be head over heels, right? Then he reached out his glass and ordered, "Hey, pour me some wine." The employee opposite him thought the boss was talking to him, so he happily grabbed the bottle and replied, "Of course, boss, let me pour you some wine." He casually refused, "No, not you." The boss moved his glass towards Hesu. Still stunned, he casually ordered, "I want her to pour me wine." The employee smiled wryly and reminded him, Director, this is just a normal restaurant." It seems like he's had a bit too much to drink, he thought, but he still didn't stop. Ignoring Hesu's horrified face, "Hurry up!" His face was both fierce and arrogantly perverted as he kept pushing the glass towards her. Hesu hesitated. "Are you going to do it or not? It was just a small matter." He relied on himself and shouted, "Do you know who I am?" The staff in the restaurant quickly called the owner. "Boss, come out quickly." The owner seemed flustered and quickly asked, "What's wrong?" The employee quickly reported, "That bastard is cursing at Hesu." He outside still arrogantly pointed at Hesu and shouted, "I'm the owner of Miratak, selling meat right in this restaurant, got it?" The owner then rushed out and asked softly, "Sir, is there a problem?" He took the opportunity to push his luck. He spewed out a barrage of curses. "Ah, so you're the owner, right? Do you know how much I've visited and supported this business during these difficult economic times? And now you let your staff treat me like this?" The owner quickly bowed and apologized. "It's my fault. I apologize for my staff's attitude. Please calm down. We'll give you a cut of meat as compensation." But that boss refused and shouted, interrupting, "No!" He arrogantly looked at Hesu, forcing her to kneel in his drunken stupor, his perverted eyes hard to hide. He thought, "How dare these serving bitches act arrogant with me? I have to crush your spirit right now so that later, even if I treat you well, you'll know your place." The employee quickly stopped him. "Director." The owner, feeling indignant, spoke up. "No matter how angry you are, you're not allowed to do that to my staff." The director didn't stop and argued, "Oh, what? I can't? After all, during this economic downturn, I'm eating well here. A barbecue restaurant in the neighborhood acting like this? Is this acceptable? All my director friends around here. I'll spread rumors until no one dares to step foot in your restaurant again." While the two were arguing, poor Hesu had no choice but to yield and kneel down. She knelt on the ground and respectfully said to him like a god, "I sincerely apologize." The owner and her colleagues kept calling her name Hesu, Sister Hesu. She kept apologizing to him. "I was wrong, please forgive me." The owner bowed down and tried to pull her up, saying, "Hesu, you don't have to do this." Hesu insisted, "No, it's okay. If the customer feels upset, then it's my fault. I sincerely apologize to you again, hoping that there will still be an opportunity to welcome you in the future." Hesu's small figure had to bend over and kneel down so humbly, highlighting her hardship. In the restaurant after closing, the owner asked her, "Why did you do that?" He spoke up, "I heard what happened. That guy was really too much." "Hesu, you didn't have to go that far." Hesu replied firmly, her eyes looking pitiful. "No, I couldn't. Not many companies are holding parties these days. There are many other companies in this area, so people often come here. If we lose customers, our restaurant will suffer a great loss. I know how long you've been considering my situation, so I can't cause trouble for you." The owner sighed and comforted her. "This world is harsh, isn't it? There are many bad people and so many heartbreaking things." Hesu smiled faintly, a bitter smile. "It's okay," she replied. She thought about the days. "Doing all kinds of hard work. It's not just empty words. I'm really okay. I've done all kinds of jobs since I was young and I've experienced a lot. There were nights when I was so sad that I couldn't sleep. My heart, full of wounds, has long hardened and become accustomed to the pain." After turning off the lights, the owner suggested to Hesu, "Hesu, you said you're walking home, right? Let me give you a ride." Hesu politely refused. No need, boss. You go home first." Reaching the door, Hesu explained, "Actually, I just started working a night shift at the convenience store for a while." The owner was quite surprised and asked, "What? When do you sleep? Are you made of concrete?" Hesu smiled lightly and said, "The convenience store is only open on weekends, so it's okay." Then the owner hesitated a bit and said, "I'm asking this with no ulterior motive, okay?" Looking at Hesu's thoughtful face, the question rang out, "Do you still owe a lot?" Faint memories seemed to reappear, shards of glass scattered everywhere, thugs smashing things around, along with desperate cries, "Stop it, I'll pay, please stop." Hesu sat there, hugging her face and sobbing. Around her was a pile of broken objects. A man's voice rang out, "I'm sorry." It was Minshin. He hugged Hesu tightly and promised, "Once we pay off this debt, we'll definitely remarry. And when that time comes, we must live happily, okay?" Receiving the question and a rush of memories, Hesu, with her eyes downcast, only replied softly, "Yes." Walking on the dark street, Hesu's heart was heavy. Sometimes, hearing the wind hitting the old window, I get nervous, wondering if the debt collectors have come again. Even so, I still live and dream about the future. The boss, on the way home, couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah, that was so satisfying." He walked through the alley and said to himself, "Seeing her kneel made me feel so good. I told her to be obedient from the start. Who does she think I am? Always wanting to resist." He didn't notice a figure appearing in the alley. A tall, cold, and scary young man. It was Taeha. He silently followed him. He was still immersed in the satisfaction from before. So what if she's beautiful? Is she forbidding others from looking at her? I have to crush her spirit first, so that later, if I treat her well, she'll know her place, he thought. The chubby figure turned around. The boss still had those terrible, perverted thoughts. I already scolded her this time. The plump figure turned and walked away. That boss still has those scary, perverted thoughts, and this time he scolded her. Next time, if I treat her well, she'll be head over heels with my reverse charm, right? Haha, so cool, silently following, not saying a word. He thought to himself, next week, I'll go over and talk to her, okay? Those long, slender legs of Taeha. Ha! He stepped forward and kicked him. He fell, but still arrogantly turned around and cursed loudly, "Mother! What the hell? Who is that? What the hell are you looking at? You wanna die?" Taeha grabbed his hair and coldly said, "Let's see." That handsome face that was once so gentle with Haesu is now utterly cold-blooded, his eyes indifferent as he looks at the director, his voice full of murderous intent. "Who's the one who wants to die?" the director shouted in pain. "Oh, my head!" Taeha suddenly ordered, "Sober up a bit, will you?" "Throw a punch, then." The director was a little surprised and let out a, "Huh?" A stern voice continuously ordered, "Hurry!" The director, unaware of the danger closing in, roared, "Get ready to strike. You little brat, don't you know to respect your elders? Back in the day, I used to box, you know. You're done for, kid." A punch like a thunderbolt was launched towards Taeha's handsome face. Blood splattered, but Taeha was strangely calm as he glanced at him. Then he gently raised his hand to wipe the blood from his lips. Taeha stood up and said, "Impressive. Do you know who I am?" The director, sitting on the ground, frowned and barked. "What the hell? Why should I know who you are?" Taeha coldly warned, "No?" "Then take this opportunity to find out." Scene change to a convenience store. Haesu was arranging cans of drinks on the shelves. Then she went outside to clean up. Later, she returned to the counter and sighed softly, thinking to herself, "Night shifts have a lot to do, but since there are no customers, it's more comfortable to just work in silence. There's almost no one here at this hour, so I can sit down and rest for a bit." Just as Haesu was dozing off, the sound of the door opening startled her awake. Haesu called out, "Welcome." Seeing the figure entering, Haesu couldn't help but be surprised. She whispered to herself, "Oh, it's the Rose guy." She wondered, do we live in the same neighborhood or something? We coincidentally met at the flower shop, the meat restaurant, and now the convenience store. How can it be such a coincidence? Then Haesu realized that there was only one person working this shift. So I probably took his order. Whatever, I told myself he's just a stranger. Taeha approached the checkout counter with his large frame. Haesu thought to herself, just treat him like everyone else, like a normal customer. Haesu suddenly saw that what Taeha bought was plasters. Only then did she look up at him, a little surprised. When she saw Taeha's handsome face, now bleeding and bruised on one side, Haesu wondered, what's this? What happened to his face? She blankly examined his bruised face and torn lip. No matter how she looked at it, it was clear he had been beaten. Haesu was angry inside. What kind of evil person would beat a kid like this? The space between the two seemed to freeze. Even Haesu didn't know what to do in this situation. What to do, Haesu? I decided to act like a stranger. She clenched her fist and looked away, but she couldn't bear it. After a moment, Haesu sighed, but had made up her mind. This won't do. She lowered her head, looking at the checkout counter, and said, if you just put on a plaster without applying medicine, what if it leaves a scar? Taeha remained silent, not replying. Then Haesu glanced elsewhere to hide her embarrassment. I knew it, he'll think I'm interfering unnecessarily, right? I decided to act like a stranger, but suddenly interfering must seem ridiculous. But then he gave a slight, victorious smile. Taeha leaned on the checkout counter and continued the conversation. So, what should I do then? Taeha moved closer to her and said, Teach me. Haesoo looked away in confusion, silent and not replying again. She looked at his smug expression and felt annoyed inside. His tone was strangely obedient. Haesoo was defeated by his attitude. She walked out from behind the checkout counter. You're still young, aren't you? In that case, I won't use honorifics. She walked to the back. Follow me. Taeha looked at her, his heart filled with joy, and said casually, I like that. He obediently followed behind Haesoo. She led Taeha outside the store. He was like a big kid following behind her. Her voice echoed in the quiet night, Here, take this medicine. It will help new skin grow quickly. Taeha put his hands in his pockets and acted all innocent, whining, I don't know how to apply it. Haesoo didn't believe him after hearing that. Say something a little more believable. He remained silent, not planning to apply it himself. Haesoo sighed and picked up the medicine. All right, give it here. Haesoo reminded him, It'll sting, so try to endure it, okay? After saying that, she started applying the medicine to Taeha. He cried out, making her worried. Does it hurt a lot? Taeha replied, No. He shifted his gaze away from her. It's a little ticklish. Haesoo applied the medicine while asking for more information. How old are you? He replied, I'm an adult. Haesoo felt tired inside. That's why I'm asking you how old you are. Even your answer is strange. She questioned him loudly. You're so old, and you're still fighting? He smiled. It wasn't my fault, really. It was just bad luck. Haesoo was speechless after hearing that. Taeha continued, My home is a little. Sad memories of the past surfaced in her heart. Those words weakened her. An unhappy life. Haesoo, an unhappy Na. A child who couldn't escape violence and was trapped in poverty. I seem to see myself in that man. Her eyes became deep. I thought I couldn't help but care about him. Haesoo looked into his eyes and sighed when she saw those deep, bruised eyes. Her heart suddenly tightened. Taeha was quite surprised and asked, You feel weak? She turned her head away and replied, That's right. Haesoo, open the plasters. We should have gotten to know each other last time. As she applied the plaster to the wound, she whispered, loud enough for the two of them to hear, Let's consider ourselves acquaintances. Taeha hugged the spot where she had just applied the plaster and smiled. That's great. She wondered, What is? He shook his head. Taeha's eyes drooped because she was next to him. His legs, which had been sitting comfortably, suddenly closed. The thought that appeared was, Pity me. After applying the medicine, the two stood in front of the store and exchanged contact information. Scene changed to a restaurant. At this time, Minchon was sitting silently, listening to the people in the company chatting lively. He felt annoyed inside. Do they think people don't know I'm old or something? Why are they insisting on going to a hostess bar these days? Although, he didn't want to go back to that poor house either. The old men in the company urged, Hey, Aji, have a drink. Aji is already drunk. The director smiled and asked Aji, Aji, are you refusing my drink? She flusteredly said, No. The director quickly poured wine into her glass. Here, take it. She froze, looking at the glass of wine in her hand. The old man urged, Hey, is there anyone who hasn't had their wine poured yet? Aji frowned, looking at the glass of wine in her hand. Ugh. This is beer mixed with wine. It's 5% beer. The soju was poured so much that the color had faded. She looked at Minchon next to her. I only went to the hostess bar because Minchon was here, but why is everyone making such a fuss? It's annoying. At this time, he picked up a bottle of beer and poured it into a glass. Then Minchon pushed the glass of beer towards her. He reached out and took Aji's glass of beer mixed with wine. She looked at him in surprise. Huh? He gestured for her to drink that. Minchon smiled and said, I only poured beer. She looked at his handsome face, and with the alcohol, her heart fluttered. She looked at his handsome face, combined with the alcohol, making her heart tremble slightly. It's definitely a flutter. I like him so much. At this moment, a voice suddenly asked, What's your type, Mincheon? Let's see, asking about ideal types is too common. Conversely, what kind of woman do you hate? He drank and pondered, Let's see. Then he remembered Hisu's appearance. That pathetic guy acts like an old woman, always ruining the mood, and then he drops that bombshell about hating women who wear stretched-out bras. Just because she's comfortable with her husband? Everyone laughs loudly. Yeah, everyone hates that. The old director laughed, slapping Min Cheon on the back. Sometimes you talk like you're married even though you're single. But you understand what we're thinking, he asked. But why is your ideal type so specific? Like some celebrity? When asked about his ideal type, he's vague. But when he has a girlfriend, he's very detailed. I think Min Cheon is like that too. Someone spoke up. Even if that's true, would you ever like someone like an old woman? The question silenced him. Min Cheon frowned and made a th sound. No way, he continued. I like cute girls. Or someone with youthful makeup and a childlike personality. This made Aji next to him blush. He continued. Not some poor old woman. At the same time, the scene shifted to Hisu. She was playing with her phone. Earlier, when they left, she asked what his name was. He replied, Bell TH now. On her phone, she's friends with him. TH sent a message, save my name, and added a cute puppy sticker. She thought to herself, Bell TH. What an unusual name. She was still hesitant. Maybe it's good to get to know him? But then she worried. Min Cheon still hasn't replied. Is he too busy? It must be hard to adjust to company life. Maybe I shouldn't have contacted him. The scene continued to shift to Min Cheon. He was now helping Aji walk home. He asked her solicitously, Aji, where do you live? Can you take a taxi by yourself? She stammered shyly. Min Cheon had something to say. He asked, why? She buried her face in his chest. This is really strange. Aji's voice trembled. Unlike other older guys. If I really, really like him, what should I do? Why am I like this? It's like we've known each other for a long time. She reached up and put her hand on his shoulder. Let's go for a drink. Min Cheon looked down. Aji's voice continued. Let's go for another drink. Min Cheon was silent for a moment. Now, in the darkness, only the two of them were entangled. He opened his mouth dryly. Another drink? Where? Hisu picked up her phone and texted. She had a bad feeling. At this moment, Min Cheon and Aji were intimate, like excessive humidity on a summer night. They led each other into the bedroom and took off their clothes, like tar melting on asphalt. Min Cheon pinned her to the bed. Cling to me with a passion I can't bear. He and Aji did everything together, as if to say, I know. The two of them hugged and kissed intimately. A feeling of unease rose in her mind again. Can something even worse happen to someone as unlucky as me? Hisu finished work and walked outside. Her colleague's voice called out, Goodbye, you worked hard. She trudged alone towards her apartment. Then Hisu stood in front of the door, with thoughts keeping her up all night. This is really tiring. I need to hurry home and get some sleep before going to work again. She went inside, but strangely, Min Cheon was nowhere to be seen. This surprised her. Min Cheon still isn't home? At the same time, in another room, he was embracing Aji, falling asleep. The next morning, on the street, Min Cheon was on the phone with Hisu. He stood by the road, explaining, the company party ran late. So, I slept at a sauna nearby. Am I a kid? You only slept out twice, and you want to report me missing? Min Cheon grumbled. You used to beg me to find a job, but now you're like this? Aji's figure approached. Min Cheon saw her and quickly said, I'll know to come home myself, so I'm hanging up. Hisu sat silently in the empty room. Am I overreacting? She sighed and put down the phone, which had been disconnected. I'm just feeling uneasy as a habit. Meanwhile, Min Cheon was happily going on a date with Aji, like an idiot who knows nothing. His casual words only reassured my worried mood that nothing really happened. He smiled, satisfied with this new relationship, while she was gradually growing cold, unaware that my heart was withering. She still sat listlessly in that cold corner, unaware that only my heart was gradually drying up, dying painfully. The scene shifted to TH. He was now lying comfortably on the sofa. Then the scene shifted again. Jiho was slowly walking downstairs when he was stopped by someone. Jiho? That person was none other than Taeha. He greeted him politely. He was a little surprised, but quickly replied, Oh, Taeha. Hello. He was secretly flustered. What's with this situation? Jiho looked at him, surprised by his friendly smile. He usually doesn't even remember my name. Why aren't you calling me buddy like usual? Taeha. He continued the conversation. It's been a while. He was a little embarrassed and avoided eye contact. Yeah, it has. Haha. But, Taeha, Jiho asked the question in his heart. How do you remember me? He smiled. We were in the same class in 11th grade. He hesitated. That's right, but images of Taeyoung, sitting in class, surrounded by female students, appeared. His seat was always that spot. When recess ended, Jiho and his friends sat reading comics like bookworms, while Taeyoung was surrounded by people, laughing and talking happily. The two were like they were in two different worlds. I'm sitting on this side, Jiho thought to himself. He doesn't usually interact with quiet people, so his image is pretty good, but people like you wouldn't remember an ordinary person like me. Jiho, he called out. He was nervous. Taeha made a suggestion. Can I ask you for a favor? This surprised him. What is it? Is this a new kind of extortion? Is he extorting a classmate now? Jiho hesitated and asked, What is it? He smiled. What's your shoe size? He was surprised, but still replied, Shoe size? Compared to my height, my feet are a little big, so I wear a size 290. TH smiled brightly. Great. If it's okay, let's trade shoes. These words made Jiho freeze for a few seconds. He glanced down at his luxurious shoes. TH shoes are designer, worth around 1 million won. While Jiho's shoes, bought for everyday wear, cost 50,000 won. In his heart, 1,000 horses galloped by. Why? Why trade? Because he didn't understand. He didn't know how to answer. He leaned down and asked, Don't you like it? He stammered, It's not that. I think it's too good, but is it okay to trade? That's really expensive. In his heart, Jiho secretly prayed. He's not bullying me, is he? He smiled and replied, It's okay. Then the two began to exchange shoes. Taeha smiled, satisfied. Thank you, Jiho, for helping me. He smiled awkwardly. You're welcome. In his heart, he lamented, You just lost over 1 million won, Taeha. After finishing, he left. Okay, be careful going. He nodded. Yeah. As Jiho watched his back disappear into the distance, he thought to himself, Haha, it seems like the girls were right. He really is a good person. Jiho watched Taeha, who was happy like a child who had just received candy, and was moved. He's like someone up in the clouds. You can't tell what he's thinking. The scene shifted. Taeha was now sitting in a restaurant when suddenly a hand reached out and snatched his earphones. What are you listening to? Heeji didn't say much and sat down in the seat right next to Taeha. The melody of the music rang out, making her listen to the music. Everything was fine until the lyrics began. I like old women. The more I look, the more I like them. I like them so much. I really like old women. Heeji froze for a few seconds, then smiled, looking at her and asking, The song's good, right? Heeji cursed inwardly. What an enigma! She looked down, while he was still vibing to the music. Bell, he said, then Heeji pointed at his shoes. What about your shoes? Taeha asked. What? She replied. They don't look like your shoes. Since when have you worn this style? Instead of answering, he asked, They're cool, right? Her face twisted. Are you serious? He laughed. Yep. She cursed. You're insane. While the two were talking, someone noticed. What's up? A hooded guy said. Isn't that Heeji? This made the person next to him pay attention. The hooded guy was jealous. Next to him is Bell T. Jealous. Why do all the girls like him? The girls I know keep asking me to introduce them to him. He sneered. You wouldn't ask if you knew, you idiot. It's obviously because of his face. Have you looked in a mirror? He got angry. You dog! The hooded guy quickly kicked back. Look! Do Dongguk's siding with him. Look at you, thinking you're on the same level as Byom Taeha just because you hang out with him. And you even got robbed by Hajima. He snapped, annoyed. Shut up! Inside, Heeji was propping his chin, gazing thoughtfully at Taeha. He also inadvertently saw that scene. Damn it! The scene shifted to a flower shop. Hwadung was dejected. I'm sorry, Hesu. Hesu was confused. Huh? What's wrong? She was dazed. Well, then Hwadung explained. I thought the rose guy was interested in you. But it seems I was mistaken. He's only been buying flowers from me lately. I think I made you misunderstand too. So I feel a bit guilty. Haesu pondered. Ah. She quickly turned away, remembering when she was applying medicine to him. Let's be friends, okay? She felt a little flustered. I probably don't need to bring that up, right? Next to her, Hwadong was daydreaming. Ah, when will the rose guy come again? His voice is so nice, I want to hear it again. Haesu was silent. Yeah, it's better not to say anything. She looked so happy. Just then, the door opened. Hwadong's voice rang out, Welcome! Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Taeha pushed the door open and walked in. Hwadong stared blankly at his injured face. What the heck? Who scratched that national treasure of a face? He stood in front of Haesu and said, I came to see flowers. She was sweating. Too close. Haesu quickly regained her composure. What do you want to buy? He smiled and replied, You know what I'm buying, don't you? I'm Taeha, he teased. We're friends now. She stood up. Then I'll wrap a bouquet of roses. Please wait a moment. He followed her and watched. Haesu was carefully and meticulously wrapping the flowers. He kept watching and she kept wrapping. He spoke first. Don't you have any discounts for friends? She replied coldly, No. He continued. Like a discount for a friend, an employee's friend. Hwadong, standing next to them, was stunned by the scene. Crazy. What? She retorted. He wasn't in her heart. Hwadong was confused. What are those two? Taeha's deep voice rang out, Then no discount needed. What are you doing after work today? She frowned, hugging the bouquet she had just made. You really are, she asked. Do you want to get scolded? Taeha smiled inwardly. Ah, I want to get scolded so bad. As the sun set, Haesu finished her shift and walked outside. You asked what I'm doing after work, right? She looked at Taeha and said, Sorry, but I have to go to work again, so I don't have time to hang out with you. He just smiled lightly and looked at her. I know. Haesu was surprised. Huh? He asked. We met at the barbecue restaurant last time. Was it? She tried to remember. Ah, that's right. He continued. It's hard enough to become friends, and you're really busy. She avoided Taeha's gaze. Adults are usually very busy. He tilted his head. So? Taeha smiled lightly and said in a heavy tone, that's why I don't want to become an adult. Haesu looked at him in surprise. His face is clearly still young. She gazed at his figure. He's really tall. Are kids these days all like this? Taeha saw her staring at him and teased, Why are you looking at me like that? Haesu hesitated and asked, You're 1.9 meters tall, right? Mincheon is already over 1.85 meters, and you seem even taller. Taeha obediently replied, Yes. He asked, You seem to know a lot about men's heights, huh? She calmly replied, Of course I do. In her heart, she had 100 thoughts. In the 13 years I lived with Mincheon, I always chose his clothes and underwear for him. In contrast to her thoughtful appearance, Taeha had a cold expression. I'm jealous. Haesu was confused. You don't need to be jealous. You're much taller. Hearing that, he could only chuckle. She wondered, What? Why are you laughing? He shook his head. It's nothing. I'm Taeha. I'll walk with you for a while. Is it okay if I take you to work? She agreed. Okay. As the two walked, Taeha thought, Haesu is strange and innocent. They continued to her next workplace. Haesu looked down. I usually don't notice, but now that I look, his shoes are really old. But he looks so bright, so even with old shoes, he still looks good, right? Either way, he should buy something more practical. Like shoes, instead of buying flowers all the time. After thinking, Haesu spoke up, Where do you get the money to buy flowers every day? Wouldn't it be better to use that money for something else? He just silently looked at her. Then Taeha slowly said, Let's see, is there a law that says unhappy people can't buy flowers? His words struck a chord with her. Haesu's eyes widened and she spoke slowly. She was immersed in thoughts that bloomed like a single color in a world without color. She just silently looked at him. I tried to scold him in my own poor way. Now I'm ashamed of my poor prejudices. Haesu recalled that while she always wrapped flowers for everyone, I never thought about wanting someone to give me flowers. Then she averted her eyes and teared up. Even I. Hesu felt heavy-hearted and full of thoughts, but still grateful. You're right, thank you today. Taeha looked at her with clear eyes. He handed her the bouquet and smiled. If you're thanking me, then let's meet often in the future, okay? The scene shifted to a display case of luxurious shoes on the other side. Adi was looking for someone. Where's Min Cheon? Is he smoking again? She heard a hateful voice. Looks like you and Adi are making good progress. Adi was surprised, covering her mouth in horror. Looking at him, she said, That's too much. That Adi looks very arrogant, but she's not, huh? Or is it because the other person is Min Cheon? Even so, she's still young. So you never know when she'll change her mind. Women get older and become materialistic. They look at a man's finances more than his face. So you have to hold on tight to her while she's young. It's simple, isn't it? Originally, if you can get a woman to open her legs, her heart will follow. Has he already done it? Adi stood behind, frowning at these words. Min Cheon stopped smoking the cigarette in his hand. He said, Mr. Seo Hwan, isn't your position assistant? He was stunned. Yes. What about it? Min Cheon scolded him directly. I heard you've been in the company for a few years, but you're still an assistant, so you probably don't have time to say these things, right? Hwan's hands trembled. Min Cheon continued, laughing to yourself like that again, acting like a pathetic loser. He glared, not amusing the listener in the slightest. Let's stop here, okay? Min Cheon said and left. I'll go in first, leaving Hoen seething with anger. That bastard. The scene changes. Min Cheon grabs the doorknob and leaves. He goes downstairs to have coffee in a corner of the staircase. How ridiculous, a guy who seems to only meet women at work. And he has the nerve to lecture others. Suddenly, Aji comes up and hugs him tightly. She blushes, resting her head on Min Cheon's chest. To be honest, I felt insecure. She recalled the night they were intimate, because things moved so fast. Men who have gotten the body easily lose interest. I was very uneasy. Aji then kissed Min Cheon on the lips. I could feel it. She remembered what happened this morning. He's a slightly different kind of man. They kissed passionately. She's gradually falling into this feeling. This man really is a special man. Min Cheon reached out and pulled down her bra. Soft moans were emitted, especially blushing. Their bodies leaned against each other like that. I like this so much. I will absolutely not let him go. They kept hugging and kissing in the hallway corner. This man is mine forever. The scene changes. On the table is a note. Heat up dinner and eat, okay? I made the ribs you like. Mincheon and Aji happily had dinner together. In contrast to the cold scene inside Hesu's house. There wasn't a single ray of light in the house. In another room, a light was on. Hesu sat in a chair. Text messages kept ringing. It was a message from Taeha. He was wishing her to keep it up today, with a cute puppy sticker. She smiled as she read the message. It was like a warm broth, healing her freezing heart. There was a fresh scent that hadn't been drawn into this world yet because she was still young. Hesu laughed, thinking about the romance of youth. Buying flowers for herself, just like that innocent age. At this moment, Taeha was standing in a dark corner and smiling as he texted her. Suddenly, someone came to Hesu. She started a conversation, welcome. He was drunk, holding out, give me a room key. She replied, yes, 50,000 won, please. He rudely said, hey, call a woman for me. She frowned, looking at the driver's license in her hand. Excuse me. Hesu tried to explain, sir, you have to give a credit card, not this. He was drunk. What? What did you say? I gave the card already. Hurry up and give me the room. Hesu tried to explain, sir, this. Next to her, a man in a suit approached. The man asked, are there any rooms left? She replied, yes. Will you be staying overnight, sir? The drunk was still drooling and shouting, hurry up and call a woman for me. The man in the suit pulled out a black card and gave it to her. I'll rent all the remaining rooms. Hesu held the black card in her hand, stunned. All of them? All of them? Taeha was standing in a dark corner, waiting. At this moment, the man in black texted him, I've chased him away. The drunk staggered away. These flashy things, even if you give them money, they won't do business? He left. What kind of motel is this? Asterisk hick times. No rooms. At this moment, Taeha also left that place. In the dark night, the landlady's voice rang out, "Oh my, what's going on?" She happily said, "Business hasn't been good lately." "Now there are no rooms left? How great. Hesu, you can go home early today." She nodded and put her coat back on. "Then I'll go home." The landlady didn't understand why she was so lucky that day. She went home thinking, "It's been a long time since I've had time to rest. It felt like this dark and scary night road had become warmer." She stopped in front of her house, so I didn't notice. On the table was still the cold ribs and the note. All of those things foreshadowed the misfortune that was about to befall her. In the kitchen, the beautiful woman was busy cooking when her phone suddenly rang. She checked the message and saw that the sender was Taeha. He messaged her, "I heard it's colder than usual today. Please wear warm clothes, sis." Below, he also sent a puppy icon with a cute face. Hesu was too busy, so she put her phone in her apron. Then she picked up 2 bottles of alcohol and went outside, when the bell rang again. She opened the message. He sent, "Don't work too hard. Take a break and then do more." It was a picture of a puppy sleeping under a blanket, looking very cute. Hesu silently pondered, looking down at her phone without saying anything. She didn't know why, but she felt touched. Hesu curved her lips into a warm smile. She looked at his messages and pondered, "Youth is so fresh, it's scary." Her eyes were fixed on his sweet messages. Her heart fluttered slightly. Every time I receive a sudden message from him, I feel like that beautiful youth is transferring to my worn-out sleeve. At the same time, in the bar, Taeha was also staring at his phone with a face full of tenderness. Kion glanced at the expression on his face, and he was immediately so shocked that his eyes widened in panic. "What's wrong? Why are you suddenly smiling like that?" Taeha chuckled regretfully, replying, "I got ignored." As soon as he finished speaking, he shouted loudly, "What? Someone ignored you? Always? Is it a woman?" Dongguk couldn't believe his ears. He asked him. Taeha simply replied, "Yeah," and then focused on his phone again. Dongguk was speechless with 10 question marks over his head. He glanced at him several times. The expression on his face couldn't hide his shock. Taeha contacted a woman, and it was a woman who ignored him. Does Haiji know about this? That evening, Hesu was rushing to prepare dinner when Min Kaon suddenly hugged her from behind. He asked in a lazy voice, "What are you cooking?" She glanced at him and replied, "Seaweed soup." He was silent for a moment, then suddenly suggested, "Let me taste it. Feed me a taste." So Hesu scooped up a spoonful of soup and brought it to his mouth. She turned her head slightly and said, "It's hot, be careful." Minchon saw the steaming spoon and paused, saying, "Then blow on it and feed me." Hesu obediently followed his instructions. She blew on it a few times. Then Min Cheon seriously tasted the food. She looked at him and asked softly, "How is it?" He chewed for a while before replying, "It's good." Then Min Cheon snuggled up to her, teasing, "Whose wife is this that cooks so well?" He said to himself that, "The reason I say normal things isn't because I feel guilty for messing around with another woman for the past few days. It's just that I feel a little sorry for her today." Min Cheon thought like that because a moment ago when he finished showering, as soon as he came out, he saw her silently cooking for him. Not Hesu's back. Was preparing food for me in a poor corner of the house. No matter what I do outside, this woman's life is still quietly looking at me as always. Minchin shamelessly thought to himself that he heard if you cheat, the relationship between husband and wife will become closer. Maybe it's true. Hesu saw that he kept hugging her and wondered, "What's wrong?" He replied briefly, "Nothing." Then suddenly he continued in a remorseful voice, "That's because I wanted to thank you for giving me money to buy cologne." Hesu didn't blame him at all. She just asked him, "Did you buy the cologne?" He shook his head. "Not yet." The two hugged each other in the small kitchen. Min Cheon lovingly whispered close to her ear, "I've been a little busy lately, seeing you working so hard. I don't know why, but I feel a little embarrassed to spend the money." Hesu shook her head, reassuring him, "It's okay, just buy it." But Min Cheon remained silent, secretly observing her expression. He was pleased with her indulgence. But Min Cheon remained silent, secretly observing her expression. He was pleased with her indulgence. As expected, I'm always okay because Nahisu is kind and commendable, and the boring Min Cheon is silent. His hand slipped inside her thin shirt, making Hesu shiver. Her breath became erratic, and she confusedly called him Cheon. He resolutely didn't stop, and in a low voice, told her to stay still. Hisu looked unwilling. She pursed her lips and said she had to cook quickly and go to work, but he didn't listen, only indulging in dark thoughts. It really is bigger, isn't it? He touched her for a while, then whispered in her ear, I'm hard. Hesu could only let out a sigh. Min Cheon couldn't stand it, so he begged in a low voice to do it just once. Min Cheon barely finished asking if it was okay before he pounced on her like a hungry tiger, despite her constant cries. Anivecheon, I really can't be late today, she said helplessly, trying to escape the kisses falling on her neck. Min Cheon observed her expressions carefully as he did it. Normally, she didn't know how to be cute, and her reactions weren't worth watching. But when she was at a loss like this, it was very watchable. Her face flushed red. Seeing her persistent desire to stop, he could only sigh and say, I know, I'll let you go, okay? With that, he released her. Hesu, afraid he was angry, asked, Are you mad? Min Cheon immediately raised both hands, reluctantly saying no. I'm not an animal that would get mad at you. Go to work. With me, Na Hesu is like a flower I casually plucked when I was young. He looked at her soft back and continued with his childish thoughts. She can't live outside my grasp. She doesn't know how to grow thorns. A beautiful and boring flower. Then, mention. Having nothing to do, she lay down and scrolled through her phone. He received an unexpected text message. What are you doing? Min Cheon smirked and quickly replied, It's the weekend, so I'm resting at home. A few seconds later, that person sent back an ambiguous message. Don't you miss me? Min Cheon immediately denied it. Of course I do. The other person sulked. You never text me first. Then, that person suggested, Let's go out. Min Cheon's eyes turned cold as he looked at the question on the screen. He frowned and pondered. I have to buy perfume anyway. Should I go with her? Then he hesitated. Even so, I should go with Na Hesu, shouldn't I? Min-chan recalled a few days ago when she was choosing clothes in a fashion store. He had witnessed her shocked expression when she stared in amazement at the price of a shirt. Hisu was stunned. It's too expensive. Min-chan came up beside her from behind and softly asked, What are you looking at? Hesu hurriedly put the shirt down and looked at him, shaking her head. Nothing. In the expensive shopping center, music played. Melodiously and lingeringly, Hesu passed by a handbag and couldn't help but stop to look at it for a moment. Seeing this, Min-chan asked, What's wrong? Do you like that? Hesu replied in confusion. Huh? No. Min-chan frowned, looking at her with displeasure. Then he reminded her, That's a designer item. Touching it could cost you millions of won. She was shocked to hear that. Millions of won? Hesu pursed her lips, thinking to herself, What kind of handbag is so expensive? Then Hesu said nothing more. She urged him, Let's go. Min-chan stared at her, his brow furrowed. His tight brow and displeased eyes were fixed on her, as if she had just offended him. Min-chan lay sprawled on the floor, and as he recalled the previous images, he immediately became annoyed. He cursed under his breath. Damn it, why did I suddenly think of that? How annoying! Then he pouted, making a decision. That's right. Na Hesu doesn't know anything about designer brands. What's the point of going with her? Min-chan slowly sat up. After that, he texted that person, Okay, let's meet later. He was determined to go with Aji. Meanwhile, in a hidden corner somewhere on the street, Taeha stood leaning against the wall. Opposite him was a man in black. He flipped through the photos, recording Min Cheon and his mistress Aji sneaking around together from inside the hotel to outside the car. Then he flicked open a lighter and slowly burned the photos. Taeha silently watched the photos burn to ashes and fall to the ground. Meanwhile, at the hotel where Hesu worked, she sat sighing wearily, her eyes constantly squinting. She still had to work a convenience store shift later. Suddenly, her phone rang. It was a message from T. H asking her if she could meet for a moment after work. Hisu looked at her phone and pondered, What's wrong? Ta. After seeing him and the wounds on his face, I couldn't help but worrying about the unlucky child. Then she pressed the keys to reply, thinking to herself, I'll be done soon. Let's meet on the way to work. The next job. Although she was very tired and sleepy, she still thought that if she walked and talked, she would probably wake up. The streetlights flickered on and off. Tae-ha, handsome and tall, stood leaning against the corner of the wall, silently waiting for her, looking very obedient. Haesoo finished work and had just stepped out of the hotel when she saw Tae-ha waiting for her outside. She looked him up and down for a moment and said, You look a little different today, he said in a deep voice. Really? She nodded honestly. Yeah. The man named Tae-ha stood silently and motionless in the night, quietly looking at her with a warm smile, but she only looked at him and thought to herself, The atmosphere is quite strange. Like an adult. Then the two walked together. Haesoo whispered, I can only meet you for a moment. He asked regretfully, Because you have to go to work? She slowly nodded, replying, Yeah. Although quite disappointed, he still said, It's okay, I'll walk with you to the convenience store. Haesoo paused when she heard him say that. She wondered to herself, Did I say I was going to the convenience store? Looked around, then took a few steps forward, pretending to be dangerous, saying, This alley is very dark at night, so it's quite dangerous. Haesoo replied calmly, I'm an adult. There's nothing to be afraid of at this age. A moment later, she suddenly called him Tae-ha. He quickly leaned down, bringing his face close to hers. Haesoo couldn't help but express her feelings. Because you're so tall, you look like a wall. A walking wall. He could only look at her and chuckle after hearing that. Yes, Tae-ha thought for a moment and suddenly said, Then I'll walk behind you, okay? Like this. As soon as he finished speaking, Haesoo felt his tall body standing right behind her. Haesoo shook her head and sighed, then took a few steps forward. Okay, just obediently walk beside me. Tae-ha, like an obedient younger brother, replied to her, Yes. Seeing that she was about to leave him behind, he quickened his pace towards her. Suddenly, he stopped, no longer moving forward. Her small, weak, and thin back walking on the road. The deserted road caught his eye. Tae-ha lowered his gaze slightly. He immediately noticed the ambiguous marks on her neck. Tae-ha unconsciously reached out. He grabbed her shoulder, causing Haesoo to pause in confusion and turn to look at him. What's wrong? Haesoo asked in confusion. Tae-ha stared at her neck, then smiled slightly, pretending to say, It looks like there's a mosquito bite here. She couldn't help but be surprised. A mosquito bite? Haesoo ignored him touching her neck. She muttered to herself in confusion, It's winter, and I don't feel itchy either. Tae-ha's eyes were fixed on her body. He knew what the marks were, but he pretended to say, So you were bitten by bugs. Haesoo felt that he was a little strange. She couldn't help but turn to look at him, saying softly, There aren't any bugs in this weather. A series of 18+ images flashed through her mind. Haesoo recalled how Minchin had held her and acted recklessly a while ago at home. Those shameful hickeys were definitely caused by Minchin. Thinking of this, Haesoo's face immediately flushed red. She quickly escaped his hand and flusteredly tried to hide them. I think I was bitten it. Ngo deliberately scratched her neck lightly, his deep, husky voice resonating, Let me put a bandage on it for you. All right, Tae-ha said, focusing on applying the bandage to her. Haesoo stood still, motionless. She secretly sighed in relief. Thank goodness he's so innocent. It would be embarrassing if others saw it. I have to cover it up. Tae-ha's fingers slithered like a snake, gently caressing her sensitive skin in a possessive manner. He felt Haesoo's whole body tremble slightly before he stopped and became serious. He applied the bandage to her neck as he spoke in a sulky tone, Why do you keep ignoring my messages? Haesoo frowned slightly, calmly saying, I saved your phone number. Tae-ha shook his head, acting spoiled. It's not about saving the number, it's about replying. Haesoo felt dizzy, not understanding at all. Replying to what? Tae-ha continued to whine at her, his lips pouting. Yesterday I was sick. The place where I was hit kept hurting. Haesoo worriedly scolded him. You just used a bandage instead of applying medicine, didn't you? Seeing her concern for him, he couldn't help but laugh. Then, Taeha lowered his voice, speaking sadly. It's just, if you don't reply, I'll be really sad. The messages he sent to her were like, I heard it's colder than usual today, remember to dress warmly, or his encouraging and reminding words like, don't overwork yourself, take a break and then continue, had her thoughts in turmoil. This is the first time I've received such normal messages from an AI. When she received those messages, she thought, should I? I don't know how to reply. No. Actually, I know better than anyone else whether these kinds of conversations need a reply or not, but his words filled with anger and concern, if you don't reply, I'll be really sad, kept echoing in her head, unable to escape. I say I don't know, but I actually know better than anyone else. When she sent a message to Min Cheon asking, are you working late again today? But waited and waited, she still didn't see a reply. Her whole body was enveloped in coldness, the sadness of sending messages without receiving any back. Haesoo, moved, suddenly turned her head to look at him. I'm sorry, she choked out unexpectedly. Taeha stood motionless, silently listening to her explanation. Because I didn't know what to say, I didn't reply to you. I don't contact people much. Haesoo felt helpless and insecure. She lowered her head and softly said, I'm really boring, aren't I? Being friends with an old woman like me. In her heart, Haesoo thought, right now, maintaining a relationship with him is like holding onto something tightly. To keep herself from falling into the abyss, she thought of Min Cheon's words and blamed herself. Because he had said countless times that she had no friends, not even one person to contact, she thought that Taeha's appearance was a fateful encounter decided by chance. The handsome man was silent for a moment. Taeha gently pulled her shirt, covering the bandage. He said gently, don't apologize. I'm doing this because I want to stay in touch with you, he said with his dark eyes, staring at her intently. Taeha curved his lips. He leaned down close to her, his handsome face radiant, his voice deep and husky, captivating. I'm just being a little clingy, like a child. Haesoo pursed her lips, listening to Taeha smile and say casually, since it's unrequited love, why should the receiver be responsible? He wanted to advise her that, so don't feel guilty, and don't force yourself to do things you don't want to do, just because you're afraid of making others sad. Taeha gently placed his hand on her shoulder, his voice softly echoing. Warm, just do what you want to do. He simply thought that doing the things that Haesoo wanted to do. The next day, Haesoo, as usual, was diligently arranging flowers at the flower shop. Several hours later, the owner, seeing that it was the end of her shift, said, you've worked hard, go home carefully. On the other hand, Haesoo stood in front of the woman's counter. She softly called out, boss? Yes? Haesoo held a rose in her hand, hesitating slightly. After a moment, she mustered the courage to say, I want to buy a rose. Is it 10,000 won? The owner glanced at the flower in her hand, then generously waved her hand. It's just one flower. Just take it. How could I take money from Haesoo? Haesoo politely shook her head. No, I can't. She quickly held the red rose in her hand, her face slightly embarrassed, and softly said, because this is a gift I'm giving myself, I'll pay for it before I leave. After that, as usual, Haesoo would quickly go home. She told herself that after hearing his words, I've been thinking all day about what I want. She washed a clear glass vase. She tilted her head, thinking to herself. Suddenly, something clear appeared in my previously hazy mind. I want to buy flowers. Buy them for myself. That's why Haesoo bought a small rose and placed it in a beautiful glass vase. She couldn't help but take a few pictures of it and save them to her phone. She looked at it, admiring it endlessly. It's so beautiful. It's just a rose, but it makes the whole house feel alive. After a moment of silence, she suddenly hesitated when she thought of Taeha. Should I send him a picture? Isn't it too weird? She stared at the picture she wanted to send for a while. I don't know, Haesoo thought, then pressed the button. The picture was immediately sent. That night, Min Cheon, while walking down the stairs, shamelessly cheated. He coaxed the person on the other end of the phone. I'll go home for a bit to change clothes and then come right over. It's not very convenient to wear work clothes. I'll change into something more comfortable and then go on a date. He paused for a moment. Huh? You want to come to my place? His voice sounded a little regretful as he refused. "Let's do that next time." He chuckled softly. "Or should I come to your place today to play?" Min-cheon immediately pushed the door open and peeked inside. Then, he said to the person on the other end of the phone in a flattering tone, "Well, I'll see you soon anyway." The sound of Min-cheon's footsteps became hurried. He took off his vest while looking at Haesoo, asking in surprise, "Huh? Why are you still at home at this hour?" Haesoo looked at him a few times and nodded. "Oh, I stopped by the house for a bit. AVN done?" Min-cheon didn't look at her, but he busied himself with his work. He automatically replied, "Not going on yet. I have to go to overtime, so I'm going to change into more comfortable clothes and then go." He suddenly asked her, "Hey, Haesoo, where did you put the washed underwear?" Without suspecting anything, she obediently asked him, "Let me find it for you." Min-cheon annoyingly shook his head. "Never mind, I'll find it myself and wear it." He was in a hurry when he suddenly noticed something. He glanced at the rose on the table. Min-cheon couldn't help but frown in surprise. "What's this? Flowers?" Afraid that he wouldn't like it, she hurriedly explained, "Oh, I thought it would be nice to have flowers at home." Min-cheon was silent as he kept hearing her apologetically say, "I only bought one flower." Just one flower. Seeing that he wasn't happy, Haesoo sadly blamed herself. "Did I do something meaningless?" "What time do you have to buy flowers?" Min-cheon thought. "I don't understand why." My temper rose. Haesoo looked at Min-cheon, confused as he stepped closer to her. She softly called out to him, "Aven, Min-cheon." "I've always thought of you as Na-Haesoo, poor, dry, and boring." Min-cheon, like a hungry tiger, immediately pounced on her and kissed her repeatedly. Na-Haesoo. Like a symbol of my unfortunate youth, Min-cheon reached out and squeezed her breasts. "I was planning to go out with another woman all night." He suddenly flipped her over, forcefully pressing into her. "She's not cute, not skillful, so she always makes me act so rude." He then slipped his hand deep into her underwear, but then he saw her buying flowers to bring home like any other woman. Again, it made me, Min-cheon, constantly kiss her lips and grope her body. Min-cheon felt his body heating up. It felt like my head was spinning. Haesoo trembled, trying to endure it, while Min-cheon buried his face in her chest. He suddenly looked up, his hawk-like eyes filled with lust, and whispered, "You're all wet and haven't been fed in days, so you're lonely, huh?" He grabbed his mushroom in a hurry and said to Haesoo, "I'm in a rush, so I'm just going to shove it in. You don't want to, so resist a little, Min-cheon." Her body was dominated by him. Haesoo, exhausted and embarrassed, said, "Wait a minute today." Her voice choked. "It's my danger day." Even with a condom. Before she could finish, Min-cheon immediately fell silent and cursed. "Damn it, Na-Haesoo." Then he suddenly grabbed her neck tightly, saying almost each word, "Even if I come." Inside, "You still can't have kids." His cruel words hit her eardrums, causing Haesoo to freeze in place. After saying this, Min-cheon suddenly stopped. He gritted his teeth and cursed. "Damn it," Min-cheon angrily released her. He irritably cursed, "Forget it, damn it," leaving Haesoo sprawled on the ground. Meanwhile, on the phone screen, it was a picture of the rose vase that Haesoo had sent him. TH stared at the phone screen, a gentle smile curving his lips. Suddenly, someone called him from the side. He looked up and saw two girls approaching him. One of the two girls said, "What? Is that really Belle TH? I can't believe we ran into you here." The other girl raised an eyebrow and asked, "Are you here to hang out?" The girl next to her nudged her friend and chuckled. "Come on, what are the chances TH would have business in this poor neighborhood? He's probably just passing through." The curly-haired girl excitedly told TH, "Hey, last time, Do Rongguk also ate with TH in this area." The girl suddenly giggled. "Oh, really?" The girl nodded excitedly, looking at him and saying, "Still, it's such a coincidence to meet you here like this. I really miss you, TH." TH smirked as he listened to the girl, thinking, "Coincidence? Let's see." He didn't think so. Behind every random coincidence are hundreds of hidden corners. In the small room, beautiful bouquets of roses were scattered about. All the necessities were intertwined. On the shelf were expensive pairs of shoes. Only a tube of ointment and a box of bandages were on the table. Not only that, but there were also pictures featuring Min-cheon. Taeha thought it was a unique coincidence. It probably won't be long now. was what Taeha thought. Aji stood next to the car. She suddenly saw Minchon. What will the ending of this story be? Taeha smiled as he looked at the two girls standing in front of him. He softly asked, "Coincidence?" The girl smiled and nodded. "Yeah, a coincidence." The curly-haired girl added shyly, "Or should we say it's fate?" Taeha tilted his head and chuckled. He looked at her and said, "Well, there's no such thing as coincidence in this world," he said to the two girls on the other side. Hesu was hanging up laundry when she suddenly stopped. The period at the end of the story was already set from the very beginning. She stared at the lipstick stain on Minchon's shirt, the image of the woman trembling and wide-eyed. When she discovered her boyfriend's affair, Hesu couldn't believe her eyes. She had foreseen it so clearly. So what was this? It's definitely a tearjerker. Under the streetlights, Leo rocked. Aji's cheerful voice rang out when she saw Minchon. "You're here!" She quickly approached him, excitedly asking, "What are we eating tonight?" Minchon didn't answer her. He silently opened the car door. With a click, he suddenly grabbed her hand. Minchon pinned her to the seat. Aji gasped in surprise. "Minchon! Oh, Minchon!" Minchon didn't say a word, but pinned her down. He kept kissing Aji's lips. She was bombarded with kisses and couldn't help but wonder to herself, "Are we doing it here?" He squeezed her breasts, making Aji a little embarrassed. "It's my first time doing this, so I'm so shy." Ambiguous gasps echoed in the car. Minchon hurriedly took off his shirt, revealing his firm six-pack abs. Aji looked at them, blinking once. "I didn't get a good look last time because I was drunk." Her face flushed. She suddenly reached out and touched his little brother. She expertly caressed and kneaded it, thinking to herself with infatuation, "So hard!" Minchon gasped as she caressed him. Aji swallowed, holding his little brother in her hand. "And so big." Minchon suddenly grabbed his member and thrust it between Aji's legs. He was lost in lust as he said, "I'll just rub it on the outside. I didn't buy a condom," he said regretfully. But Aji quickly wrapped her legs around his waist. She pulled him tightly against her. Aji's voice whined, "Just put it in." The two were close together, her eyes filled with moisture. She whispered softly into Minchion's ear in a seductive way. "Today is a safe day." As soon as she finished, Minchon's eyes flashed. He immediately thrust hard, burying his member deep inside her. Aji could only hold on tightly to his shoulders and moan in pain. Minchon, squeezed tightly by her, immediately comforted her softly. "Relax, Aji." Aji tilted her head back, panting. Her whole body trembled with the thought, "It's so big." Minchon pounced on Aji like a starving tiger. He thrust his hips repeatedly, making her gasp continuously. The two were secretly having an affair. Hesu was just like a foolish girl, trembling. As she bowed her head, her thoughts in disarray. The shirt with Minchon's red lipstick stain kept giving her a headache. Hesu inadvertently bumped her hand into the glass of water on the table. The glass shattered before her startled eyes. Her colleague immediately noticed and anxiously shouted, asking, "Are you okay, sis? Are you hurt?" She shook her head, a little distracted, and replied, "Yeah, I'm okay, I'll clean it up." The next day, Hesu picked up the broken pieces of glass from the ground. She thought that the red lipstick stain was clearly from another woman. Because Hesu doesn't wear makeup, but, as always, it's nothing big. Hesu imagined a situation where Minchon accidentally bumped into another girl. She thought for him that unavoidable situations would always happen and leave unpleasant consequences. What if someone didn't see what was ahead and collided with Minchon? She swallowed, thinking of Minchon's scary face, and told herself, "It's nothing. Nothing will happen. No, nothing at all. Nah, Hesu, don't make a big deal out of it." Afterwards, Hesu continued to clean the store. As she threw the trash into the bin, she silently pondered, "My heart is constantly trembling, as if suppressing a cry inside, as if cutting off the tears that weren't falling." Next, Hesu worked at the convenience store. She was ringing up a customer when the woman angrily shouted into her phone, "What? That guy's cheating?" The woman stomped her foot and yelled, "I knew it. You can tell by his face that he's the type to have a mistress." "What do you mean? Because we can't have kids. I couldn't keep my husband's heart." "So, everyone whose dink is cheating? Dink here means married without children. The woman suddenly snatched the bag of goods from her hand and angrily shouted, "No, but is it my fault that we can't have kids?" "Who knows? Maybe that guy's sperm is rotten." The woman stomped her foot and pushed the door open, leaving. Her voice kept ringing out, "Stop crying and just get a divorce." Jesus silently pursed her lips, watching her leave. Then she unconsciously sighed deeply, full of exhaustion. She thought that if she kept herself busy, she would quickly forget the sad things. The faded picture placed in the basket lingered in her mind. Today, those buried memories resurfaced and ruined my day. Jesus sat down on the chair, contemplating. "Whenever I'm too tired, I'll use the vision of a better tomorrow for us." Today, those buried memories resurfaced and ruined my day. Sue sat down on the chair, lost in thought. "Whenever I'm too tired, I'll use the vision of a better tomorrow for us." To regain her spirits and motivate herself, she gazed pensively outside, lost in thought about Min-chan. "But now I don't even know where my relationship with you is going." The wheels screeched to a halt. Tall, leggy, and handsome, was on a brand new sports motorcycle. He stopped in front of the convenience store, and his eyes immediately caught Jesus' gloomy, tired face. Through the glass door, I silently praised Min-chan. He's really something. He quickly got off the bike, a little annoyed to see her looking dejected again because of that damned guy. Then Taeha, with his helmet covering his head, went into the store. He made her upset again today. Taeha stood silently in front of her. Because his face was covered, Jesus didn't know who he was, facing her gaze. Taeha wondered to himself, what can I do to soothe her pain? Jesus felt uncomfortable being stared at. She wondered, what's wrong? Why aren't you choosing something? What are you staring at? She quietly observed him and sighed. He's really tall. His head looked vaguely familiar. Taeha was silent, then suddenly held out his phone for her to see. The screen showed a note. "Can I call you sis?" Jesus sighed. "You really are." Jesus had figured out he was Taeha. She stiffly said, "Looking for a beating?" He laughed and quickly took off his helmet. "Why the helmet?" She looked at him questioningly. Taeha immediately replied, "I just got off work." She tilted her head. "You're a delivery guy?" Taeha glanced away and shrugged slightly. "I guess so." Hearing that, Jesus worriedly reminded him, "Be careful, it's easy to get hurt." Taeha perked up and quietly said, "Are you worried about me?" "Yes," she pointed at his face. "There's nothing pretty left." She pointed into the distance and frowned. "Go over there and put your hands up for being naughty." He smiled and replied, "Okay." Actually listened to her and went to stand elsewhere. Jesus didn't understand why she was secretly watching him. "I only said that, but he actually did it." Taeha looked at her and took off his helmet. With a face that begged to be teased, she sighed inwardly. "I can't take it. Who stands still and smiles like that?" "I'm hungry." Jesus was rearranging the merchandise. She couldn't ignore him and asked, "What are you doing here?" He shrugged casually. "I'm hungry." She frowned. "Haven't had dinner?" Taeha immediately nodded eagerly. Hearing that, Jesus grumbled, "What kind of job doesn't let people eat?" "Then don't work there anymore. What kind of boss is that cruel?" But she didn't know the dangerous gaze of H was fixed on her. Earlier, when Taeha was on his bike, he had accidentally seen Min-chan with Aji, like a couple secretly dating. Then he witnessed them getting into a car and locking the doors. He put his hands in his pockets, silently watching with a cold gaze. "Even so, I still have to do it," he replied to her. Taeha put his helmet aside. "Yes." He leaned in close, his head near hers, then whispered in her ear, "Because this is a very, very important job." Yet Jesus was kindly worried about him. His family circumstances were difficult, so he naturally couldn't quit on a whim. "But what if you starve to death? This big kid." She pointed to the counter and said to him, "Don't stand there. Come here and choose what you want to eat. I can buy you a lunchbox or instant noodles." Taeha deliberately stood closer to her. He whined, "I eat a lot." She casually replied, "Then choose both." Taeha pretended to be sorry. "Are you really buying it for me?" Jesus nodded. "Yes." She generously thought that even though she wasn't well off, she would just consider it doing a good deed. Taeha chuckled and said, "I appreciate your kindness, but I have enough money to buy it myself. I'm not so helpless that I can't make a living." Instead, his voice deepened. Then suddenly he leaned in and held her back. Taeha deliberately pressed close to Haesu's back. He feigned innocence, saying, "Please choose the best thing here for me." Haesu silently looked at his arm, surprised to see a tattoo on Taeha's wrist. She frowned, wondering, "What's that?" Haesu stared at the tattoo on his wrist, unable to resist asking, "What's that on your wrist?" Taeha was a little surprised by her question, then he abruptly rolled up his sleeve to cover the tattoo. He looked at her, then at his arm, thinking, "Does she not like tattoos? Because it looks like a bad guy? Do you hate it?" Taeha suddenly asked her. Then he said softly, "Then I'll erase it." Haesu grabbed his arm tightly. She held his arm and said, "Tell me." Her eyes were filled with worry. Haesu asked with heartache, "Why do you have this scar?" Taeha didn't answer her question, but he just silently looked at her intently. The tattoo on his arm was previously slashed with a bloody line. I thought for a moment. Haesu couldn't help but feel sorry and sad for him. "Did you do this? Were you that tired?" He silently observed her, trying to appear calm, but his voice was softly trembling. Taeha looked into her eyes. He saw eyes that were about to tear up, looking at him with an expression like she was about to cry. Taeha secretly smirked. Seeing her crying because she was worried about him, he suddenly had a wicked idea. Since she likes it, should I tease her a little more? His thoughts were a little dangerous, pushing her more to enjoy that heartbroken face to his heart's content. Then Taeha suddenly touched the back of Haesu's hand. "It was an accident," he answered her question. Hearing that, Haesu paused slightly. "Ah." Taeha looked at her expression and secretly smiled. "Indeed, I like it because of that too." Taeha let her hold his hand tightly. He softly comforted, "It's not what you're thinking, so don't worry." Finishing his sentence, he turned to grab a pack of noodles nearby. "I have to eat this." Haesu silently watched his retreating figure, then thought to herself, "He's a better liar than I thought." She pursed her lips, silently pondering. "Even so, that scar seems to have been there for a while, so let's just let it go for now." Thinking that, she went to his side and said, "Don't eat that. Eat this." Taeha smiled. "Why?" She took another pack of noodles and handed it to him. "This one is 301 more expensive. When an adult says they'll buy it for you, don't grumble, just accept it. Take the expensive one." Taeha thought she was cute, so he chuckled and said, "I know." A moment later, Haesu, who was at the checkout counter, saw H sitting obediently waiting for the noodles to cook. He started eating a few bites, then felt someone watching, so he immediately winked and smiled at her. Haesu was looking when he noticed, so she immediately pretended to look away. A faint light shone in a corner of the street. Inside the convenience store was Haesu, with jumbled thoughts in her head because a strange kid had taken her mind. So she had no energy left. But what was really strange was that she didn't hate this situation. "Maybe that's why I can forget the gloomy feelings I had all day because of Minchin," Haesu quietly thought to herself. Anyway, he's really a strange kid. She secretly observed Taeha eating noodles, wondering, injured, lots of scars, strange actions, and strange hobbies. Really strange. Biom Taeha. At the same time, in the hotel, Aji, resting her head on Min Cheon's chest in bed, suddenly said coquettishly, "I want to marry you like this." Min Cheon was startled to hear that. Seeing him so agitated, Aji couldn't help but frown uncomfortably. "What's with your reaction?" "I don't usually plan to get married early. But ever since meeting you, I've wanted to get married quickly." Min Cheon tilted his head, coaxing her. "Hey, you're too young to be talking about marriage. You're only 25. She was a little annoyed. "Oh," Aji decisively sat up, frowning as she retorted, "But you're at the perfect age to get married. Your younger girlfriend has already said this. Shouldn't you seize the opportunity?" Min Cheon chuckled. "Well, you do have a point." Min Cheon deliberately pulled her close, coaxing her softly. "That's just me, especially with young girls passing up the best time to get married young. Isn't that a bit of a waste?" Min Cheon didn't want to talk about this topic anymore, so he beat around the bush. "You should enjoy your youth while you're young." Who knew Aji would believe it hook, line, and sinker? She was even touched by his thoughts. "As expected, Min Cheon, you're so considerate." Aji snuggled up to him like a little kitten. Aji snuggled into Min Cheon, while he smirked to himself. "I only intended this to be a fling. Come on, She's more sincere than I thought, but I guess that's because she's young and naive. Min Cheon secretly glanced at her and saw that she already had a car and wore only designer brands. So she must have money at home. She looks like a pampered daughter. He gently stroked Aji's hair. Her hair is so soft and smooth. Suddenly, he remembered Nahisu. She doesn't have any scent at all, but the smell of cosmetics and perfume unexpectedly aroused me. Aji asked curiously, "Don't you have any plans to get married?" Min Cheon, who was lost in thought, was startled and stammered, "Huh? Well, it's not that I don't." She continued to ask, "Then, if you get married, how do you want to live?" Min Cheon looked up at the ceiling. He pondered and said, "Well, nothing special." He imagined a family of 3 with him, Hezu, and their child. Then he said contentedly, "An apartment with good heating that isn't too old, a car that can fit the whole family, and a cute child who looks like both of us is enough." Hearing this, Aji couldn't help but look at him. "You want to be a dad?" He honestly nodded. "Yeah, I used to." Aji frowned when she heard that. "What? Why used to?" Min Cheon didn't answer but laughed it off. The conversation passed. Min Cheon lay motionless on the bed, like a man possessed. He thought to himself, "Because Nahisu's body is weak, she can't easily have children. There are times when I feel dissatisfied about that, but actually I know." He recalled how much Hisu had suffered when she sat crying beside him while he slept. "Even if it's not Nahisu's fault, having children is a luxury for us," Min Cheon sighed regretfully. In this day and age, giving birth and raising children isn't easy. Because reality isn't easy, he gave up. Aji was touched by him. She snuggled close to Min Cheon. Not only that, but she also felt sorry for him. After a moment, Aji said softly and resolutely to him, "Don't give up on her." She lay quietly beside him. But in her heart, she thought, "I will definitely help you realize your dream." On the rooftop of the skyscraper, TH stood silently in the wind, countless thoughts swirling in his head. He remembered earlier in the car. He held out his arm with the tattoo in front of the secretary and asked, "What does this look like?" The secretary seriously assessed it for a moment and replied, "Isn't it a tattoo? It looks like a Buddhist proverb." Hearing that, TH burst out laughing. "So that's what Island, but why is she like that?" he wondered, questioning her previous actions. "I remember when I faced her worried eyes." Then he felt curious. How could she see the white scar underneath first instead of the black letters? Then he chuckled. "You're really something, Na-Hee-Soo. Even if I wasn't pushed to this point, I didn't have any free time anyway. I remembered seeing the resigned look on her face when Min Cheon scolded her. He couldn't help but think, I wanted to wait as maturely as possible. Then he watched her silently turn and leave. He thought that, until that unhappy relationship ended, TH's eyes were cold as he watched her figure. Finally, he came to a conclusion. But I guess it's impossible. The wind passed over TH slowly, fluttering his coat. He gently stroked the tattoo and the scar on his left arm. The source of all pain is attachment. TH closed his eyes and took a deep breath, intuitively sensing the beginning of pain. He looked at the bustling, luxurious city from the high-rise building, thinking, I can't resist. However, Teja slowly opened his eyes, because attachment had already surged. His figure was lonely and cold, thinking, only pain remains. On the other hand, Hisu was silently walking home when she suddenly looked up. In front of Hisu was a man walking towards her. That person was none other than the owner of Moretta. As soon as she thought of him, the two unexpectedly met. As soon as he saw her, he trembled like a leaf, blinking rapidly. He ran away like he was possessed by a ghost. Hisu blinked, not understanding anything. What was that? What's wrong with him? When she got home, she quickly changed her clothes. Then she lifted the blanket and got into bed. Min-chan was sleeping soundly beside her. She looked at him, pondering worriedly. Is Min-cheon already asleep? Is he tired from work? Normally he's still awake at this hour. He must be. He's so busy that he can't come home often. So how could he not be tired? She told herself, I should go to sleep too. Just as she was about to lie down, Min-cheon's phone suddenly rang. The caller ID displayed the name Aji. Hisu swallowed, pausing for a beat. The phone kept ringing. She was at a loss, not knowing what to do. Hisu suddenly remembered the feeling when she discovered the hickey on Min Cheon's shirt. That morning, she pursed her lips, a little hesitant. I hesitated for a long time. She stared at the illuminated phone. Should I answer it? Should I try answering it once? A burning sensation surged in her chest. That feeling agitated me. She had once seen the woman sharing an umbrella with Min Cheon when it was raining. That day, she was very curious and wanted to ask Min Cheon. I want to ask Aji, that very beautiful person. Hisu unconsciously looked at him. Why is she calling so late? Are she and Min Cheon really just acquaintances? The incessant ringing continued. She stared at it. I have so many things I want to ask, but I can't reach out. Hisu thought, I'm afraid I won't be able to bear the answer to this unease. Hisu turned over and curled up in a corner. While I was hesitating, the phone stopped ringing. It must be a work call. I comforted myself, but even so, I couldn't rest easy until the end. The next morning, at the flower shop, Hoa-dung held out her phone in front of her. Look at this, sis. She turned to look at Hoa-dung. On the phone was a happy wedding photo of a couple. Hoa-dung smiled happily and proudly, saying, It's so beautiful, right? My cousin got married and sent me the picture. Hoa-dung couldn't hide her joy, saying, This is the first time someone close to me has gotten married, so I'm very excited. Someday, I'll get to wear a wedding dress like this too, right? Hey, I'm so excited. Hisu didn't know what to say. Then she was suddenly asked by Hoa-dung, Come to think of it, you're married too, right? What's it like? I heard preparing for a wedding is very busy. Where did you go on your honeymoon? She kept asking Hisu, What kind of design was your dress? What did you wear? You must have looked beautiful in everything. Seeing you probably enjoy Hoa-dung's endless chatter, Heshu unconsciously recalled the day she and Min went to register their marriage. Min Cheon pushed the marriage certificate across the table to the clerk, who said it was submitted. Yes, it's done, he said, a little incredulous. Already? The clerk immediately nodded. Yes, all done. Min Cheon was a bit surprised it was faster than he thought. After a moment, he replied, Okay, thank you. That afternoon, Heshu and Minchin left the marriage registry. Walking beside him, she quietly said, That was quick, wasn't it? I thought it would be complicated. He sighed and nodded. Yeah, it was. Getting married isn't that special, is it? Min Cheon said, then put his arm around her shoulder and gently suggested, Let's eat out tonight. She took his hand and shook her head. No, I don't need that. We've already spent a lot of money renting the house. We need to save for a while. Hearing how understanding she was, Min Cheon immediately hugged her tightly. Na Heshu, you're such a killjoy, he whined. Then Min Cheon snuggled against her neck. You don't understand, I want to eat meat today. Let's eat out. Heshu sighed and indulged him. Okay, fine. Let's go eat meat then. Min Cheon pondered for a moment, then pulled her even closer. Next year, or even 2 years from now, when things are better, I'll definitely hold a wedding for you, his voice rang out. He rested his head on her neck, promising her in a firm voice. He even imagined a happy wedding. You'll wear a beautiful dress, and we'll choose an expensive ring with a huge diamond. Where should we go on our honeymoon? Hawaii, of course. There's a reason it's so famous. Let's decide on Hawaii. He talked and talked, while Heshu was so moved she couldn't speak. Minchin seductively whispered in her ear, Let's go to Hawaii and then Hong Kong. She immediately pushed him away. Minchin laughed, having successfully teased her. Nahisu's face was red. The city was the same, but he was different. Heshu thought that the promise that day ultimately couldn't be fulfilled, even now that we've become strangers. Legally, at least. But Heshu still remembered Min Cheon's bright smile. She wanted to tell him, Min Cheon, Actually, I just need our feelings to stay the same, she hoped. So please don't go too far. Heshu looked very happy on the day she married Min Cheon. That day was more radiant and brighter than the diamond ring she couldn't have. Cars rushed back and forth on the bustling streets. Taeha opened his phone and stared intently at his message. I'll pick you up later, okay? The road is scary at night. I heard it's going to snow tonight. Are you very busy? He sent it to Heshu, but she didn't reply. Taeha felt a bit frustrated. I thought we were getting closer now, but she's still just being gentle with me. He wasn't even reading his messages now, he thought coldly, with a cigarette in his mouth. What should I do? His mind was in turmoil thinking about her. If I'd known, I would have hit him a few more times that day. Suddenly, a hand reached out and proactively lit his lighter for him. Lee Jae chuckled and asked, "Let me light it for you." His smiling face looked very innocent. Taeha glanced at him, then politely refused. "I'm sorry. I don't need a light," he said, then took the lollipop out of his mouth. Lee Jae laughed in surprise. "Oh, it's a lollipop? How crazy," he continued. "I'm sorry, my wish was to light something like in the movies, Taeha also joked along with him. He held out the lollipop and said nonchalantly, "Then light it." Lisa tilted her head and laughed. "Light the lollipop?" He calmly nodded. "Yeah, you said it was your wish." He immediately corrected his previous statement. "I don't. My wish just vanished." "Okay," Taeha observed him from head to toe, then said, "I don't think I've seen you before." Lee Jae smiled respectfully. "No, you haven't." "Please take care of me," he suddenly asked coldly. "Have you ever buried anyone?" Lee Jae was shocked to hear that. "Huh?" Taeha's gaze was so cold it could kill. Taeha thought about the unreturned message, then said softly, "It won't be long before you might have to do some burying," Lee Jae said a little fearfully. "I've never heard of having to do that. Since I've never done it, I don't know if I can." Then he carefully said, "Even so, if the reward is high and the cleanup is taken care of, I'll try my best." Finishing his sentence, TH took the lighter from his hand. His face was expressionless as he looked into his eyes. Tae's low voice rang out, "Relax, I'm just kidding." Lee Jae could only silently watch him leave. A moment later, Lee Jae went to a corner and secretly asked a colleague, "Was that really a joke?" That expression didn't look like a joke at all. The colleague also nodded in agreement. "It looks like he's really planning to bury someone." Lee Jae rubbed his forehead, asking his colleague with some doubt, "Are we really going to have to bury someone?" "Of course not, right?" The helpless man chuckled. "Come on," he silently criticized Taeha. "If that's the case, then just say it's not. You're making me lose years off my life." Incidentally, he secretly glanced at TH, then whispered to the man next to him, "They really do look alike, being from the same bloodline." He looked at TH twirling the lighter in his hand and said quietly, "To be honest?" Lee Jae stared at TH's cold face, then said honestly, "I'm scared because he looks too much like the chairman." Meanwhile, in a barbecue restaurant, two women were eating together when suddenly one of them wailed and cried. "How could that bastard do that to me?" She couldn't contain her anger. A guy who never looks in the mirror. Oh, no wonder he wanted to buy expensive clothes and lingerie. It was all to go see that bitch. Hisu, who was bringing food, was also shaken by her hate-filled voice. He used to quit his job because he didn't want to work, but now he works weekends. Her friend suddenly blurted out, "What? An affair at the company? That bastard. I'll turn him into a second impotent man." Hisu was silent, wearily listening to her friend angrily reminding her, "I told you, it's useless to be devoted to men. Don't cry anymore. Don't cry for a bastard like that. Drink up." She found it hard to concentrate on her work. She thought about Min Kaeon's strange actions, like working overtime often, seeing him with another woman, infrequent contact, cooking but him not touching a bite, and finally, unlike usual, suddenly being physically affectionate with her. It made Heshu wonder, the feeling of discord around him that I can't put my finger on. Heshu helplessly imagined, what if Min Cheon really has another woman? Then what about Naheshu? Her face darkened. When she felt she was no longer valuable to Min Cheon, Heshu trembled all over, anxiety surging, becoming a pain weighing heavily on her heart, making it hard to even breathe. The barbecue restaurant owner saw she wasn't well and gently called her Heshu. Heshu forced a response, "Boss." She bowed apologetically and said to him, "I'm sorry, I'm not feeling well. Can I go home early today?" "Yes," the boss paused, then couldn't help but frown with concern. "Your face is pale. Don't you need to go to the hospital?" Hisu slowly shook her head. "No." He immediately agreed to let her off and encouraged her. "Then go home and rest. Don't worry about work. You have to be healthy to work." The boss urged her to go home quickly. Hessu kept bowing her head in thanks, truly grateful. Then she hurriedly ran down the street, a strange, indescribable feeling welling up inside her. Hesu ran until she was panting, muttering TH's words, "Just do what you want to do." She ran, telling herself, "I don't know why I remembered that voice right now. That deep voice made nah." Hesu, who wouldn't dare spend even 10-1 carelessly, arrived in front of Minshin Tusu's company, standing before the company gates. She looked around, confused. Is this the right way in? I've never been inside before. So, I don't know. She walked to a room, peering inside blankly, wondering, Min Cheon must be inside, right? He said he was working overtime, so he must be in there. Suddenly, someone called out from behind her, "Can I help you?" A middle-aged man approached and asked, "Are you here for work? Outsiders aren't allowed in here." But Hesu stammered, embarrassed, trying to explain, Well, I'm just... The man surreptitiously assessed her appearance. Quite pretty. After a long pause, Hesu bravely said, "I want to see someone. He works here. I just want to confirm if he's here or not." Hearing that, the man frowned and asked, "Who are you looking for?" Hesu quickly replied, "He's an employee here," the middle-aged man said, growing impatient. "Who is it?" Hesu swallowed and then said, a little louder, "Kang Min Cheon." Hearing his name, the man was startled. "Min Cheon? But what's your relationship with Min Cheon?" His question made her pause for a few seconds, then she stammered, I'm... She looked at the man with tearful eyes, her voice choked up. "I'm family." The man raised an eyebrow, assessing her. "Really? Doesn't look like it." Then he said uncertainly, "But is Min Cheon working overtime today?" "I don't think so." Hesu's face turned pale as soon as she heard him say that. The man shrugged, saying generously, "Well, since you're family, I'll allow it this time." Then he led her to a room, announcing loudly as he opened the door, "Min Cheon, are you here? Someone's looking for you." Hesu ran frantically through the streets, her breath coming in gasps with each step. "People's voices seem to be telling me, if you cheat, you'll definitely get caught." Hesu recalled the conversation between two girls. "You have to catch them in the act. Stay alert. If you don't want to be fooled like an idiot, you must get evidence in your hands. Even if you're tired, you have to do it." Her running speed slowed as she neared her destination. "But Min Cheon, me coming all the way here isn't for that reason." Hesu walked up the stairs, one step at a time. "I just want you to tell me that this feeling of unease is false." Hesu stood before a door. "I just want to tell this heart that's clenching painfully that you're definitely not that kind of person." She remembered the image of herself every night, her pillow soaked with tears. "The dreams I have every night are just nightmares." Then, Hesu gently opened her eyes. "I want to confirm it again." She looked at her husband's back. "Even if our relationship isn't the same as before, even if the initial heat has cooled, there's still affection, like before." The middle-aged man pushed open the door, saying to Hesu, "Well, since you're his family, I'm only helping you this once." He pushed the door open and said loudly inside, "Min Cheon, are you here? Someone's looking for you." A colleague wondered, "What's going on? Who is it?" Dee thought to himself, "That person." Minshin, sitting at his desk, looked up. "Yes? Who is it?" The middle-aged man saw him and exclaimed, Here he is. This lady needs to see you urgently, Minshin." He was quite surprised to hear that. "Who would be looking for me?" Minshin looked up and met Hesu's eyes. Dee watched Minshin as he spoke to the man. "Is she family?" "That's right." She watched him as he walked past her. "Well, I'll excuse myself for a bit and come back." Okay, go ahead." Minshin grabbed Hesu's arm, squeezing it tightly. He pulled her outside, saying in an unhappy tone, "Let's go outside." The door closed. Min Cheon pulled Hesu out very quickly, making it difficult for her to walk. "Min Cheon, slowly! My arm hurts!" Min Cheon pinned her against the wall, interrogating her. "What are you doing?" Min Cheon repeatedly accused Hesu. "You don't have a job, yet you come here to cause trouble? I'm so embarrassed. Are you even sane?" Hesu's voice trembled slightly. It's. Min Cheon yelled at her angrily. "Stop beating around the bush, just spit it out." His shout startled her, making her voice tremble even more. "Don't be so angry, I'm scared." Hearing that, he just laughed coldly. Min Cheon's face drew close to Hesu's. "You're scared of me?" Her voice grew more and more shaky. "It's not that I'm scared of you, but you're making me remember things from the past." He interrupted impatiently. Stop bringing up the past. It happened ages ago. But you still have to keep it bottled up inside? Hesu could only recall images of herself in the past and couldn't defend herself. It's not that I intentionally kept it bottled up. I don't know when it started, but whenever I hear someone raise their voice, my body freezes, my body shakes, my heart pounds. That unhappiness has become ingrained in my blood like an instinct. Minshin, ignoring her trembling body, asked, Answer me, Hesu. Why did you come here? I can't open my mouth to speak. A voice suddenly echoed in her head. Do what you want to do. Because of that voice, Hesu answered, because there's makeup on your shirt. Minshin was a little surprised to hear that. What? She continued to explain, because I don't wear makeup, so it's clearly not mine. Tell me, why is that on your shirt? Hesu wanted an answer. Whose is it? Mincheon was silent, then gave a cold smile. Oh, so that's it. So you're afraid I'm messing around with other girls? So you're making a scene like this? Mincheon said mockingly, Nah, Hesu, are you suffering from paranoid jealousy? Hearing her husband ask her that, Hesu was very afraid. Paranoid jealousy? It's not like that. But he didn't think so. Of course it is. Just because there's a little something on my shirt, you come all the way to the company and make a scene? That's not normal. She was stunned when she heard him say, You must be crazy. Mincheon rubbed his head, looking tired. It must have rubbed off from somewhere. You're getting sick over this? Seriously, how annoying. If you're done talking, I'm going back inside. He left, abandoning Hesu there. Don't come here again. She walked aimlessly through the streets. Hesu accidentally bumped into a young man. Hey, what's wrong with you? The girl next to the young man said anxiously. He's so strange, the boy agreed. Yeah. There's clearly someone in front of him, but he doesn't know where his eyes are. As soon as he finished speaking, he bumped into someone else. Ouch! He clutched his shoulder, groaning in pain. What now? I think I dislocated my shoulder. What are you, a lamppost? T2 looked at him threateningly. Hey! Open your eyes and watch where you're going. Hesu continued walking. Behind her were the footsteps of another person. 100 steps, 20 steps. Tiha only stood a short distance from Hesu. Without knowing when, he was only 10 steps away. Standing this close with an umbrella, I'm sure to be discovered. Hesu's back looked very small in Tiha's eyes. But even if he was only 3 steps behind, she probably wouldn't notice me. She can't detect me. Because all of your attention is directed towards someone else. Ta remembered when he was talking to Hesu, so even though I pretended to be gentle, but in reality, I'm not well behaved at all. His feet tapped lightly under the table, even though he tried to hide it. But in reality, I want to be discovered. The streetlights are dim. I want to be discovered and scolded. TH still stood blocking. It was like that because he kept circling around her. Like an inertia on a phone screen, a few lines of TH's messages appeared. But there was no reply. The two of them stood there in silence, one of them bearing many wounds. As if she didn't recognize the first snow, he still followed her in the snowfall. She was always looking at someone's back, missing the seasons, missing her youth. TH took out his phone and typed a few words. I heard the snow will quickly turn to rain. Hurry home after work, okay? Each raindrop began to fall. A torrential rain. Hesu still stood there silently. She remembered Minshin's image from earlier. Sue covered her face and burst into tears. She slumped down and cried a lot. Taha still stood there. He released his umbrella, standing in the rain with her like that. It was tiring having to pretend to be a good kid. So it's hard to endure. She remembered her image with her in the convenience store. At that time, Hesu said, Even so, you're really good, with such a difficult family situation. But you didn't go down the wrong path, even though your face is scarred, she continued. Life is hard, isn't it? Even so, keep living. It'll get better. The umbrella lay rolling on the road. That's wrong, nah. That Hesu isn't well behaved. She's foolish. I was so stupid to think that if I waited, everything would end soon. So just watching your back cry like this will only be today. For the last time, the next day, Hoa Dung was startled when she saw Hesu. What's wrong with your eyes? She brushed it off. I ate noodles yesterday. Hearing that, Hoa Dung was helpless. Did you eat noodles from hell? Hesu looked at the time on her phone, thinking to herself, 10 more minutes until opening. Hesu spoke to her colleague Hoadung. I'll go out for a bit, okay? The other person replied, okay, hurry back. Yesterday, Minshan still didn't come home. On Monday, Hesu stood in a corner staring at her phone. She had been waiting to make up with him. But it'll probably be difficult for now, because she was so lost in thought, she didn't realize someone was behind her. It's almost our anniversary, let's go out to eat and I'll apologize to him, so I should think about working extra that day, right? What should I do to adjust my schedule? A cup of coffee was pressed against her face. Taha said teasingly, oh, someone's being lazy. Then, suddenly, Taha flicked her forehead. Ouch, that hurt. Hesu rubbed her forehead in pain. I'm not skipping work, the shop hasn't opened yet, what's wrong? Here's your coffee, it's still hot. Drink it, thanks. Then he asked kindly, Han, you're not saying anything now, huh? What do you mean? I thought you'd be mad that I showed up unannounced. Hesu realized immediately. So it's about the sudden appearance, you knew? Are you going to punish me again? No, punishing you just makes me more tired. While talking, she suddenly glanced at him. Don't tell me you have that kind of hobby? Like what? That, like being punished or something. Hearing Hesu's question made Taeha laugh so hard he shook, making her a little angry. Don't laugh, I'm being serious. What are you laughing at? He turned to answer. How should I put it? It's not really a hobby of mine. But if it's not Hesu, then anything is fine. Ugh, you. Hearing Hesu's words made Taeha smile faintly. Wedding anniversary? What a joke. Hesu continued. I'm busy that day, I have to go with my husband. You're divorced, but you know I have a husband, right? But I don't think I've told you, I imagined your face when you heard me say that. Yes. Suddenly touched her hair. I kind of suspected, but it's still a little confusing. Confusing? Yes. His eyes were deep, expressing, if it were me, I'd hate it. Seeing the person I like talking to another guy, letting another guy pick her up, sheltering her from the rain, having someone buy her coffee. Things like that. If it were me, I'd hate it. Only I'm allowed to do that with her, so cut it out. I'd definitely say that. He asked this question as if stabbing Hesu's heart, making her tremble slightly. A husband would do that, right? Immediately, she had to defend herself. It's probably because you're still young so you don't understand, but you'll know when you start working. Friends or colleagues doing those things is very normal. People only do that if they're close. Anyway, don't come that day. Her words made him feel a little uncomfortable. Na Hesu, you idiot, he thought to himself. While a saint like you is here worrying about getting involved with me, your man is cheating. With a young girl. They continued to talk. I won't contact you that day. I won't pick you up all week either. It's not that extreme, have fun. Before that, he didn't forget to tell her, eat something delicious, have fun, I wish you a meaningful day with your husband. I'm leaving now. So Taeha left, leaving Hesu standing alone by the corner of the wall, on this side, Aji and Minshin. Having just finished practicing, she was sitting up adjusting her clothes. Aji suddenly remembered the conversation from the day before. In a coffee shop, Aji was talking to her friend. The friend seemed surprised. When she told her about her relationship with Minshan, really? He doesn't seem like he's 33 at all. He's so handsome. He looks like he's around our age. Why do women date older men? They all say the same thing, huh? She seemed to be telling the story very diligently. His stamina is amazing. We have to do 2 or 3 rounds. He just picks me up and flips me over like this. I mean, normally. Guys in their 30 seconds aren't that energetic. How is he so amazing? Oh, I get it. Listen, I'm not interested. In your personal life at all. Suddenly, her friend asked a question that surprised her a little. Hey, Aji, if everything you said is true, don't you see anything strange? Someone like that has been single until 30. There's no woman by his side. This really makes me a little suspicious, but I still don't dare to ask him directly. Thinking about it, she asked Minshin directly. Minshin, huh? Do you want to come to my house? Not my house. Not a motel, but your house. Let me come to your house. He started to get angry and ruffle his hair again. Why does she keep wanting to come to my house? What a pain, what's the point? My house is nicer. A house that can't be bought with the salary of someone who just started working, located near the station, so it's very convenient to get to work. There are many shops around, and the security is good, a spacious, newly built apartment. Seeing that house, I suddenly thought, would my life be better if I lived with a woman like this? That house just needs some renovation. And a little cleaning and it'll be beautiful. He was thinking that, but suddenly he thought of his wife. But what about Nahesu? Even if I leave Nahesu, she'll still be there. Nahesu will guard that ruined place, waiting for me to come back. Although she doesn't show it, Nahesu still loves me, but in his head. He started thinking about a series of questions. Wait, does Nahesu really love me? She's not wood. Why is she always so stiff? Grumpy? Not a bit cute no matter what I do. She's just like a lifeless doll. He remembered Hesu's questioning of him. Tell me, why is that on your shirt? Thinking of that question made Mincheon smirk. What's wrong? Why are you suddenly smiling? Mincheon secretly rejoiced, not caring that Adi was still asking him questions. I was angry and actually a little pleased to see someone as usually emotionless as her. To show that kind of emotion for me? How annoying! You're talking and I'm not thinking. Mincheon suddenly grabbed the back of her head and kissed her passionately. Cheating was like a hobby to him. He constantly felt pleasure from his infidelity, a morbid pleasure from something that shouldn't be discovered, but could be discovered. They were both drenched in sweat, and Mincheon spoke to Adi with a hint of annoyance. Can't take it? I'm poor, so I have to live with that family member that you met. If you saw my house, you'd definitely run away. Unexpectedly, his sweet words made Adi shy, without any suspicion. I don't care about that stuff. I don't have parents. I didn't go to college. I'm a nobody and I have nothing. Adi's eyes really changed a little, making Mincheon smile faintly and turn away. As expected, just confessing to being a poor guy, without parents, and people will automatically leave. But suddenly, she hugged Mincheon's neck tightly. Adi was touched by his fate. It's okay. No matter what kind of person you are, it's okay. It's all right. How great! He immediately seized the opportunity. In that case, do you want to come to my place? The next day, Hesu had prepared a boiling hot breakfast. Honey! She was making breakfast when she suddenly saw Mincheon wake up early. You're already up? So early? I have to go to the company early. Oh, I see. Suddenly she asked him, Mincheon, are you busy today? Who knows? I'll find out when I get to the company. Going to take a shower first. Her husband's curt reply made her a little sad. Oh, okay. I already asked for the night shift off tonight. Oh well, I'll ask again later. That day, she was again a diligent and exemplary employee as usual. From boxing gifts to cleaning and sweeping the floor, everything was perfect. After a hard day's work, she left. You worked hard, sis. Yeah, get home safe. Standing on the side of the road, Hesu still stared intently at her phone, waiting for a message from Mincheon. I told Mincheon to contact me earlier. Has he replied yet? Unexpectedly, he replied. I have to work overtime today. But you also have the night shift tonight, right? Those words made her freeze. Then Hesu forced a bitter smile for her marriage. She gently replied, Yeah, I have a late shift too. Don't worry, just finish up and come home. Why did I expect him to remember this special day? Hesu stood alone, lost and silent. How stupid of me, even though she knew it was best to live without expectations. Guess I have to tell the boss and go to work then. All her absent-minded actions were seen and heard by Lee Jae, who was standing in a corner smoking. Mincheon and Aji were walking home arm in arm. He's so happy, she shyly and happily expressed. I didn't expect this day to come so soon. Every time I asked if I could come to your place, you never seemed to care, so I thought it would be the same this time. Finally, I get to go to Kang Mincheon's house. You like it that much? Of course. Aji shyly pressed her face against his arm and said, Being brought home by you means we're in a serious relationship, right? It's not just a fling anymore, it's a relationship. Between adults, and because it's you, I like it even more. These words made Min.Keon a little embarrassed. Mincheon held her hand tightly and warned, It's a little windy in the room, you'll get cold. It's okay, I'll help you, she said, blushing. I really like your hands because they're so warm. These words made him a little embarrassed. All right then, Mincheon agreed. If you want a hug, I'll hug you. If you want to hold hands, we'll hold hands together. I'll do whatever AD wants. Yes, A smile grew even brighter on her face. In his heart, Min Cheon thought completely differently. It's okay. In this world, there are women who throw themselves into hell like Na Hesu, who has endured cold and poverty for the past 15 years, so it'll be okay. Unbeknownst to him, everything had been observed by Taeha in a dark corner, and he saw everything clearly. He suddenly picked up his phone and answered, "It's Taeha, talking to Jay. I'm getting ready to change. The sooner the better." His eyes seemed to hold a secret. "I'm a little busy right now." Min Cheon led AD into the house. "Come on in." He turned on the lights, illuminating the dark house. "I told you it was old, right? Don't look too closely. I'm embarrassed." After looking around the whole house, Adai exclaimed, "The house is so clean. My mom used to say that old houses, no matter how much you sweep and clean, it's hard to get them completely clean," so she had a headache. Aji's words made him a little embarrassed, and a worried look appeared on his face. Living neatly and keeping it tidy isn't easy. You're really good. Na Hesu does it all, but he felt a little happy. She shivered from the cold. "Are you cold? Let's go inside. The living room is cold." He opened the door and hugged her close. "Girls like you would catch a cold after just one day here. From now on, we should just go to your place." But she still tried to say, "I told you, as long as you hug me, I'll be okay. Kang Bin Cheon is so warm. Who needs a heater?" Then Min Cheon lovingly kissed Adai sweetly. Suddenly, Min Cheon remembered lying next to Hesu in the past, and seeing her shiver from the cold, he reached out to hug her but then couldn't. Is it that cold? Seeing her shiver today, it must be. The weather started getting colder this week, Min Cheon thought to himself. Should I lie closer? He lifted his leg, preparing to move closer to her, but then turned to the other side, ignoring her as she curled up in a corner. Oh well, she'll figure out how to sleep. But now he was giving warmth to another girl, and even thinking about her, the feeling was a little disgusting but strangely exhilarating. He thought to himself in delight, "I'm doing this here, in the place where Na Hesu usually sleeps." At some point, she got used to sleeping with her back to me. And now, as if wanting to carve a wound, that will never heal on that back. I am constantly becoming distorted and twisted. Our relationship has broken down, and is breaking down even further. Everything keeps happening like this. Today is a special anniversary, also marking the beginning of a marriage covered in poverty and unhappiness. TH was putting on clothes. His muscular body and firm back were incredibly attractive. Clothes lay scattered on the floor. Then he put on a jacket and hoodie and opened the door and walked out. He entered the convenience store, and the employee greeted him, "Welcome." The employee couldn't stop exclaiming at his handsome appearance. "Wow, he's so tall and handsome. I have to send a picture to the group to show off to my friends." But the employee's face turned pale when she saw the pile of numbing medicine. "Hamua, but what's this? Is someone seriously injured?" He placed the full basket on the counter. The store employee thought to herself while ringing him up. "Oh, okay. Crazy, how many did he buy? What is he going to use all these hot packs for?" Feeling strange, the employee asked him, "Are you going mountain climbing in the winter?" "Oh, no," he said, then pulled up his hood and left. "I need it for something." On the other side, Hisu's colleague was sitting and smoking. Then someone called her. "Sis." Yes. It turned out to be Taeha, who had come to ask her for a favor. "Can I call you Na? Could you step outside for a moment?" She asked her colleague, Hesu, to help. "Oh, right," she remembered. "Someone's looking for you outside. Yes? Could it be Min Cheon?" Suddenly, I felt childishly expectant. Hesu hurried outside. The cafe was empty. "I'll be right back," she told the staff. "He was pretending in front of me. He forgot our anniversary but then secretly showed up to surprise me, right?" She quickly pulled the door open and stepped out. This fluttery feeling made her heart race. She shyly called out, "Min Cheon?" But there was no one there. Where is everyone? Is he joking? Suddenly, someone was behind her. He suddenly hugged her tightly. She looked back and saw Taeha. She was a little embarrassed that he suddenly hugged her like that. A hint of disappointment flashed across her face. "I told you not to call me older sister anymore." This kid, really? What if someone hears? Taeha leaned close to her ear and said, Call me Oppa. If you do that again, I'm really going to be angry. I know. This feeling made her a little shy and flustered. But suddenly, she noticed his complexion was strange. Are you sick? Hesu touched his cheek. Come here. Taking the opportunity, he didn't hesitate to move his face closer to hers. Her eyes showed a hint of concern. Sorry, I was trying to avoid you, but... Goodness, you're burning up. Looks like I really am sick. Where does it hurt? Tell me exactly. I don't know, I suddenly got a fever. Hesu supported his head and asked, Why would you come here with such a high fever? Go home, take medicine, and rest. I can't go home. Why? Her eyes sparkled with concern for Taeha's health. Those silent, bruised eyes made her heart ache. Suddenly, she remembered a previous conversation. That's right, he once said he was unlucky. Maybe that's why he couldn't go home. To rest comfortably. Maybe the wound from that day was also inflicted by his family. Seeing her about to leave, Taeha grabbed her hand. Wait a moment. I'm not running away. I'm just asking the owner if I can leave early. Oh, okay. Then he raised his hand in a greeting. All right, go on. After a moment, she urged him, Let's go. The two of them walked home together. As they walked, she thought to herself, Min-chan said he'd be late today. I'll let him take medicine and rest for a bit, then I have to hurry him home. About 2 or 3 hours. My house is a bit old and shabby, but it's still enough to lie down and rest for a while. But he's so tall, he might be cramped. He's sick, and he'll have to curl up. I wonder if he'll be okay. Taeha saw that she seemed worried and concerned about him, so he gave her a sweet smile to comfort her. Hesu scolded him. You're so good at it, smiling so big and then getting sick like this. It's because it's been so long since I saw you, so I'm happy. You're too easily satisfied. She walked ahead and said softly, Then just come find me like normal. Don't deliberately avoid me anymore. She expressed her feelings. Not seeing the kid I used to see on my way to work every day, I was feeling bored too. I know. Let's try to walk faster. Together. From now on, I'll come find you every day. Seeing him smile also warmed her heart. He's always smiling, while I can't ignore a kid who's as cheerful and carefree as him. Finally, the two of them arrived in front of her house. We're here. Yeah. As they walked, she asked, You probably still remember, right? You came once before, right? Yeah. That rainy day. It's a bit old inside, quite cold, and cramped too, but maybe it's better than going home right now. Just go in, take medicine, rest for a bit, and then go. As Hesu spoke, she noticed something strange. Unexpectedly, the lights in her house were unusually bright today. That's strange. Why are the lights on inside? And there are some very strange noises coming from inside. Ah, stop it. That tickles. Those creepy sounds made Hesu seem to guess the disgusting things that were happening inside. Do you want to do this? Do you want more? These suggestive words made the two of them freeze. Min-chan, really? Infidelity not only destroys love, but also trust and credibility. The memories that were built up and the years that have passed for both of them, it destroys everything. Obscene sounds came from inside. Ooh, you're so weird. That's so ticklish. Ha ha. Hesu hesitantly gripped the doorknob but didn't want to go inside. It seemed she wanted to step back, but right behind her was Taeha, blocking her. Don't run away. Face it. Please. He leaned close to her ear and advised. Don't run away. Listen carefully and end this love. A cold voice that I heard for the first time was raised and pulled me back to reality. He placed his hand on her shoulder, a very slow voice. Actually, a long time ago, the flame of love was extinguished. This marriage, this relationship, is no longer as beautiful as it used to be. But I tried to cling to it. It's been cold for a long time. She still tried to resist. Let go, na Hesu. Tears of sadness began to fall from her eyes. Let me go. Because of her violent reactions, he had to let go of her hand. I thought she was going to run away. I really didn't expect that. Inside the door, the two people who were cheating were still happily chatting. I don't want to go home, but even so I have to go, right? Hey, I have to go to work tomorrow, so until the very end, you still won't ask me to stay? Then take me home. When Kang Min-cheon was relaxing on the bed, suddenly Hesu angrily pushed the door open and shouted, Kang Min-cheon! All three of them looked at each other, unable to explain the scene before them. "Oh, is that your family?" "Nah, Hesu, you're home early? Family?" She began to cry, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Answer me, Kang Min Cheon. Are we just family?" He hurriedly put on his clothes while explaining. "What the hell is going on? Why are you asking why I'm home early? Is that more important?" "Of course, because if I didn't come home early, Min Cheon was about to run away, but Hesu grabbed him tightly. Damn it! Let's talk later. Where are you going? Answer me. Are we just acquaintances? Just family?" Her eyes seemed to be burning him, wanting him to give her a clear explanation. "Kang Min Cheon, how dare you say that the woman you've lived with for 13 years is just family?" Adi heard this and was a little surprised. "What is she talking about? It's not like that, Adi." "Ah, I came back. It's not what you think. Listen to me." But even at this moment, he still tried to cling to and protect his little mistress. "There's nothing between him and her, you scumbag. It's true that we were married, but we divorced a long time ago. I'm telling the truth. She's not my family. She's just a stranger." Hesu stood frozen as Min Cheon made those unreasonable excuses in front of Adi. "A stranger?" She angrily grabbed his hair and pulled his head back. Ouch! The two of them began to struggle back and forth. "Damn it, Na Hesu. Are you crazy? Let go!" "I won't let go!" She angrily scolded him. "How dare you treat me like this? And call me a stranger? Please." Unexpectedly, in a moment of impulsiveness, Min Cheon pushed her, and she fell sprawling to the ground. That's right, he began to use contemptuous words to curse at her. "I was so sick of this damn life that I went on a date with another woman. She's young, beautiful, cute, so I slept with her a few times. Are you happy now? So you want to break up, right?" He smiled contemptuously, challenging her. "If you're so good, then do it." Then he left Hezu alone, full of loneliness. Damn it! Where did Iyun go? Zia's hand suddenly touched a puddle on the floor. She looked over to see what it was. It turned out to be the rose vase on the table, shattered to pieces. A hint of sadness flashed in her eyes. Then she sucked on the wound on her hand. Shaking and gaunt, she sat there silently for a while, remembering the moments. Wonderful moments between the two of them in the past. Adi, wait, get lost. Don't be like this. Finally, he found Adi and tried to explain, "If this gets out at the company, it won't be good. Let's talk. Because I was afraid you'd find out I'm a man who's been married before, that's why I hid this from you. I'm sorry, but I'm sincere with you." So, we hide in a corner and listen to the fake words coming from Minchin. Sincere, but still living with his ex-wife? It's because she's too obsessed with me, have you forgotten? She even came to the company on her own, Taeha thought to himself. Well, looks like I need to kill him, huh? He thought to himself, this bastard, even without chains, can still find Na Hisu's weakness and sway her, making her youth wither and become exhausted. But after a series of thoughts, Taeha didn't let him off. I can't give him such an easy ending. No way. This destructive gift must explode slowly and deep underground, and it must be utterly cruel and devastating. Taeha was extremely pleased with his plan. He thought to himself, because she will soon know the disgusting and filthy secret about her man. Only until today could she get rid of him. His eyes were full of schemes, because this is the collapse. Unwanted in her relationship. It's also extremely painful for her. Seeing her collapse makes my heart ache even more. He didn't want to listen, but he had to. He heard the faint sound of crying. He saw the broken vase on the floor. He also understood what had happened. Tell me, what do you want? I'll do anything, just say it. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. Whatever you want to do, I'll do it with you. Wherever you want to go, I'll take you. His eyes began to darken. If you want to kill someone, I'll kill that person, but perhaps she wouldn't ask for that. Because she doesn't like hatred and resentment, even if that person has brought her to this state, inside she's been completely burned. But she still doesn't ask anything from me. Taeha sat down next to Hisu, who was on the verge of despair. So I can't do anything to protect her back while she's still looking at his back. He reached out to comfort her. Feelings chained her hands, feet, and throat, as if suffocating and dragging along the love. My head. Taeha's eyes were full of compassion as he looked at Hisu. What is it that makes me so attached? Then he gently comforted her. Don't cry anymore. He gently stroked her back, taking care of her. If you keep crying, your eyes will get red and your voice will get hoarse. Hisu gently leaned her head on his shoulder. I have a lot of work to do, so don't let your health deteriorate. Then she just sobbed in his warm and sweet embrace. In the end, the one who needed to be taken care of today was Hisu. Taeha was about to reach out when he saw her sweating while sleeping. Then he touched her ear, which was already burning hot. His eyes seemed a little shy and excited by his actions. He remembered the scene from yesterday. She was furious. Slowly, one by one, without missing anything, I will erase everything. He silently watched her sleeping. As long as she's still breathing, the wounds will heal. Ray, who was standing outside, asked. She's okay, right? The two breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, what luck? Get an injection and rest well. She'll be fine. A high fever is no small matter. Well, at least it's not anything serious. I'll try to comfort Taeha. Don't worry too much. Moreover, such a high fever means her body hasn't been well for a while now, and yet she still didn't ask for time off. One day? Don't you understand? Honestly, I don't understand. I can't imagine living like that, even if someone imprisoned and threatened me. I didn't expect there to be such a stubborn person in the world, but Taeha found his words amusing. What do you think about what I just asked? Stop laughing and answer me so I can prepare myself. Then, the two walked down the hallway while talking. If everything's ready, let's go. Huh? Go where? If you have any questions, ask tomorrow. We've been up all night. It's 5 a.m. now. Hearing Taeha's words made Jae even more surprised. Huh? Hey, yeah. Arriving at the place, he was even more surprised, stunned and dumbfounded. Taeha told him, if you're tired, just go home. I can do this myself. If you say so, then I'll go home and rest comfortably. Then I'll wait for you to finish. You're patient, aren't you? Yes. Then, he pushed the door and stepped inside the store before leaving. Ray also didn't forget to give a capitalist smile. Of course, I'm your minion. The staff greeted Taeha. Welcome. Hoadong was flustered because the work here seemed busy. Wait, customer. I'm sorry, but we're currently closed. Yes. But then she saw Taeha and vaguely recognized him. Oh, she exclaimed. The rose guy. He said to Hoadong, today, I'm not here as a customer, but as an employee. Yes, I'm here to cover Na Hisu's shift. After listening for a while, she understood. Oh, is Na Hisu sick? Is that why she's late and hasn't come yet? So that's what happened. Question mark. Taeha was still humming. What exactly is the relationship between the two of them that the rose guy is covering her shift? Is that so? So, the flower shop owner and Hoadong exchanged serious glances. Discussing this matter, after thinking for a while, they made a decision. Just let him go. You can manage on your own today. Hey, no way. A handsome guy came all the way here. You're telling him to just go back? But it's not something you can do right away after just waking up. That's true, but in the end, the flower shop owner decided, how about this? Let him stand outside and wave customers in. Tell him to wear some costumes. Hoadong angrily scolded the shop owner for a long time. What? A costume? You want to cover up this handsome face? This top-notch fluttering appearance? This was the first time she had seen Hoadong so fired up. Yes, after waiting for a while, Hoadong finally gave the go-ahead. He started working. After some negotiation, her expression seemed quite happy. You two finished talking? Yes. Now, listen carefully. From now on, you have to do the following things. Passersby seemed quite surprised. It turned out that Taeha had to hold a sign to attract customers into the store. Do you want to buy flowers? Come on in. How much are they? So, many girls stepped inside to buy flowers. Come in and see if you can buy anything. Yes. Over here, there was also a cute little girl who shyly came to give him flowers. Hello, mister, hello. Do you like flowers? The little girl asked him. Do you sell everything here? Yeah, I sell everything. Do you want to buy anything? No. Unexpectedly, the little girl wanted Taeha, making her mother's face flush red. Mom, I want to buy this guy. The mother tried to explain to him. I'm sorry, she just likes to buy whatever she likes. She doesn't have any bad intentions. It says here that you sell everything. Are you trying to make me crawl into a hole out of embarrassment? I told you that you can't buy people. Haha, it's okay. He gently comforted the little girl. I'm sorry, but I've already been sold. Sold? Yeah. Some girls bought me. Yes. But the little girl still seemed indifferent. So what? Haha, you two are chatting so naturally, ignoring her mother's shyness. Remember to keep an eye on Ji-hoon, okay? Yes, ma'am. He had a cold, aloof face, wearing a suit with the aura of a CEO. His eyes were sharp, as if observing something on the table. Papers. Personal information about him. He quietly lowered his head. Do you know why I called you here? I don't know, sir. The person sitting across from you is the real CEO. He clinked his wine glass. Yes, and then he put the glass down on the table. Nothing special, really. It seems like this is TH's dad. The reason is, my son does some extremely incomprehensible things from time to time. He gave instructions. If that kid does anything strange, report it to me. Then he left. Jay bowed his head. Got it? Yes. Indeed, this issue has made Jay extremely hesitant. He was told to report immediately if he did anything strange. But everything he does is weird. What should I report now? TH is now sitting on the ground, feeling frustrated. Jay is smoking, feeling frustrated. I'm going crazy. In the hospital, Hee-soo is still in a coma, fast asleep. She keeps calling Min-chan's name in her dreams. She had a terrible nightmare and finally woke up. Please don't go. After getting her bearings, she realized she was in the hospital. When did I get here? She was startled, wondering what time it was. Then, Hee-soo frantically called her workplace. Oh, is that you, Hee-soo? Yes, boss. I'm sorry for not coming to work or giving notice. She wanted to recount the terrible thing that happened yesterday. Then she started crying sadly, sobbing. Something came up. The owner seemed happy to have made a good sale. Oh, you're sick. What can you do? Besides, that guy covering for you, Hee-soo, is incredibly good. Where did you find this guy? What cover? Oh, okay, come in please. Oh, Hee-soo. The shop is busy right now, so I can't talk to you for long. Just rest, okay? I'm hanging up now. She seemed surprised that her boss seemed so satisfied. Oh, boss. That evening, TH came to the shop to cover Hee-soo's shift. Suddenly, his phone started ringing loudly. Hopefully, she'll rest a little longer, since it's been a while since she's had a good sleep like that. Jay asked him, "Did you get the message?" "Yeah, they said she's awake. I guess I have to go back." Unexpectedly, he asked Jay to cover for Hee-soo. "Have you ever worked at a barbecue restaurant? If I say no, will you spare me?" Haha, forget it. How can I say no to the guy who was just standing outside the flower shop, waving customers in and advertising? Hey, remember, there's no one like you. Asking someone who gets paid over $12,000 an hour to do a $10,000 job. Cover for me, please. Remember to add the night shift hours for me. All right. Then TH finally left, relieved. How scary. Jay's eyes were trying to figure out TH. Whether it's abnormal curiosity or joy, I can't find the answer. Meanwhile, Hee-soo has woken up and is changing clothes. She gently tied up her messy hair. The scene from yesterday made her shudder at the thought of TH. TH gently put his hand on Hee-soo's forehead and said softly, "Let me see." He carefully checked her temperature and even teased her. Has our old lady's fever gone down? His actions made her speechless. Huh? After checking, he gently advised her to stay here longer. Can't I? It seems like you still have a slight fever. However, she refused. I'm fine. Staying in the hospital longer won't make me get better faster. Hearing her, he asked, "So, you're going home, Auntie?" She tied her hair up and casually replied, "Yeah, that's right, and that person." Hee-soo's words made TH a little uncomfortable. He pouted and said, You still have to call him husband?" Hee-soo was silent for a moment, then replied, "I don't know." In her heart, she remembered herself back then and told herself, "What should I call Kang Min-cheon now? How will I do this alone from now on?" Her voice was a bit sad and empty, saying, "I never thought it would end." The reason she said that was, because it was a love that had lasted too long. So I never thought about the end. She remembered when she and Min-chan took shelter from the rain when they were in high school, thinking, like someone who will always be by my side, even in misfortune. The image of herself as a student gave her an understanding. In Na Heisu's life, which was full of misfortune, Min-chan was the one she thought had healed her. Even so, he was the only one who seemed to give her a chance to live again. Remembering these things made Hesu smile happily, but also suffer because of the reality. I also know that Kang Min-chan and I are already over. An ending that she thought was full of pain, like a broken vase that can't be put back together. The remnants of shattered emotions are too clear. They can't be put back together, even though she saw the video of Min-chan cheating. But she still had hope in her heart. However, even after seeing that scene, she still thought he would come back, of course. Even now, she still asks herself painfully, so how should I be angry? How much should I be angry and how should I forgive? I thought about that first, foolishly. She thought of herself as pathetic, foolish, and stupid. She turned around to look at TH and was still thinking in her heart, even knowing that, I still don't know what to do. Then Hesu spoke to TH. You probably think it's funny, right? How pathetic. But he gently denied it. No. His warm hand was placed on her cheek, and he said that it wasn't funny. If it's a feeling that can be completely cut off like a knife. He moved his face closer to her and whispered, then, it's not love. His words made her stunned. For a moment, then she blurted out, you're such a strange person. He didn't really pay attention to her words, but only replied with 2 words. Is that so? She only uttered 1 word, Looking at his handsome face, she thought in confusion. At the moment I need it most, saying the words I want to hear most, the strange Bemteha is by Na Hisu's side. Strange. Suddenly, TH pointed to Hisu's hair, causing her to ask in confusion, what are you doing? TH teased her. This part of your hair is sticking out. Her face expressionless, she replied. I tied my hair without looking in the mirror, so that's why. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket vibrated. Opening the phone, he saw that the caller was Do Haiji. Haiji. Looking at the name on the phone, she realized here it was a girl's name. Seeing that he didn't answer the call, she asked curiously, aren't you going to answer it? He sat down casually, giving a casual smile, and replied, because it's not an important call. She was surprised, sitting down next to him and thinking to herself, it seems like throughout my life, I've only received calls urging me from creditors. But recently, I've seen such contact. She found the answer after the times she called TH, not because something happened, but just because I wanted to hear your voice, because I missed you, so I called. The prolonged vibration gave her a certain feeling. The anticipation of each call brought her a strange feeling. Once, twice, 10 times the signal waiting for the other person to answer the phone. During this long time, she remembered the image of her own phone contacting someone. This shows one thing. It's really urgent, or you like the other person that much. After a moment of blankness, Hesu realized she had been spacing out and exclaimed. TH held the phone in his hand and said, I accidentally hung up. Don't worry about it. Let's talk about something else. Seeing that he still wasn't answering the call, she asked curiously, why aren't you answering? It seems like that person likes you. He looked at her for a moment, then asked, how? Well, upon hearing that, she explained that there was nothing between the man and woman, they were just acquaintances. At this point, she recalled the ambiguous relationship between Min-cheon and that girl, just like Min-cheon's words. When he insisted it was just a casual acquaintance, it was a blatant lie. Just then, Taeha suddenly asked Hesu, what about us? His question stunned her. Ah? She exclaimed. He moved closer and clarified. We're also in a man-woman relationship, aren't we? A man-woman relationship where they contact each other every day and he picks her up after work, he teased. She blushed and told him not to say such silly things, that he was just a kid. He kept a straight face and continued to tease her. He also looks much younger than his age. His attitude made her a little insecure, thinking, right, who would like someone like me? In her heart, she thought that even if someone did, they'd get bored and leave. As if understanding her thoughts, he confessed directly, I like you. At his confession, she shyly blurted out, You really are. Moreover, she told him not to joke around, or she'd scold him. Hearing her say that, he declared, I'm not joking. After saying that, Teja slowly moved closer to Hesu, bringing his lips towards her. Knowing what he wanted to do, she abruptly stood up. Then, she pretended to brush her hair aside and said, It's too stuffy. His voice was too deep. Her attitude intrigued him, wondering, Are you pretending not to hear? How long will you keep pretending? Later, after leaving the hospital, Hesu curiously asked, How did you pay the hospital bill? Teja casually replied, I used my savings. Hearing that, she worriedly said, I should have just rested at home. You don't have any money. I'll pay you back anyway. He seized this opportunity to tease her. So, I'll have to come find you every day to urge you then? She playfully retorted, I'm not going to embezzle it, you know. While walking, she suddenly remembered something. Oh right, I still have to work part-time at the meat restaurant. Seeing how concerned she was about her job, he revealed something. It's okay. I had someone fill in for you. This sentence shocked her. Fill in? She exclaimed in confusion. He nonchalantly replied, Yes, a guy I know. At the same time, at the meat restaurant, Lai Jay's good looks captivated the customers, who showered him with compliments. Oh my, you're grilling with such artistry. I wonder if it's because of you, but the meat is cooking so fast. He just smiled casually at these teasing remarks. Later, Hesu's coworker looked at the pile of dishes on the table and sighed, lamenting, They ate so much. When will we ever finish cleaning up? Just as she was about to reach out to clean, another masculine hand reached out as well. Lisa coldly helped her clean up. His actions stunned her. Yes. Inside the restaurant, there was a rude, drunken man talking loudly. I said. Lizzie angrily put on a scary face and stepped forward to remind him, Sir, there are other customers here, so please eat quietly. His attitude frightened the man, who replied, Yes. Looking at himself now, he sighed and wondered, Lizzie, what the hell are you doing? In a certain alley, a girl was intently looking at her phone. Jiang suddenly appeared beside Haiji and teased her, What's with that expression? As if being ignored, You can't get in touch with Belle Teja? He kindly advised her and let her know, Just give up, you're not the only one who likes him. It seems like he's a little closer to you, so you think you're special, huh? But that's all just an illusion. Because Belle Teja is naturally friendly to everyone, making people think there's a possibility. He's different from how he seems. Annoyed by these words, she blurted out, That's nonsense. You think he's like you? Seeing that she not only didn't believe him, but also said that, he irritably asked back, What about me? Damn, are you cursing me? She wasn't one to back down, retorting, You just like any girl you see. Anyone who talks to you, you like, right? It seemed like she had hit a nerve, so he vehemently retorted, Hey, when did I ever do that? Hiki didn't bother to reply, but turned and left, causing Rongguk to shout, Hey, answer me, Doohickey. When have I ever been like that? She didn't bother to pay attention but coldly frowned and walked away. In her heart, she felt annoyed, thinking, Damn it. Because it seemed like she sent a message to Teja, but he didn't even bother to look at it. At his apartment, Min Chion was trying to call someone, but couldn't get through. The number you have dialed is currently unavailable. This made him restless, thinking, Damn it, why can't I get through? Does it really have to end like this? What if there are rumors at the company? There's no other way. He had to send a voice message. Ah, Dai, it's me. Pick up the phone. I was wrong. Deep down, he was a little flustered. For the time being, I have nowhere to go until Na-Hesu cools down. I must be crazy. Suddenly, something hit him in the back. This startled him a little. Then, he turned around and saw Li Jie standing on the bridge, looking at someone. He asked Teja, What are you doing? Teja grinned and replied, I'm urging him to pay his debt. So you're the one sending flirty messages to Hesu? His sister helplessly texted back, We just met earlier. What are you doing? He sent back an embarrassed sticker, and she sent him a message, Hold on until tomorrow. This message amused him, and he smiled. Suddenly, a voice exclaimed, I have something to say. Hearing that, Teja turned around and requested, Speak. He approached him and whispered, That person just contacted me. This person informed Teja of some news. I just received news that the eldest young master is about to return to the country. Moreover, he also said, it's been a year. So the chairman suggested the whole family get together for a meal. Hearing that, Taeha could only lament, "Ah, it's already been a year, huh?" Then he felt amused, thinking, the chairman is really something. Since when has he cared about brotherly love? Suddenly he turned to Lee Jae and joked, if my brother sees my face, the Korean food he's been longing for will probably come right back up, Jae, huh? These words of his made him only able to laugh along in a helpless manner. In his head, he could only mutter to himself, oh dear, these two brothers are really tense. Just then, he suddenly remembered something. Where's my lighter? At the same time, Taeha was leading some clueless bodyguards. It'd be fun if the plane exploded mid-air. It seemed like they were used to this kind of joke, so he didn't pay much attention, only caring about his lighter. That thing's expensive. Next, Lisa asked, what are you planning to do now? Taeha casually replied, what do you mean? What am I going to do? Just tell them I'm dead. This half-joking, half-serious statement made him panic. He recalled the Playboy image of his brother and said, my brother wants that to happen the most, right? And then he insidiously thought, I should just give him a sweet lie as a homecoming gift. Back with Min Cheon, who was trying to call his mistress. Damn it, why isn't she answering? She's not at the company, and she's not at home either. Just then, something was thrown straight at his back. This startled him, and he lowered his phone. It turned out that what was thrown at him was a bag of snacks. Then, he looked behind him. The person who threw it at him was Ah-D, dressed modestly and angrily questioning, you bastard, you dare come here. As soon as he saw her, Minchun reached out to touch her and gently called, Ah-D, but she angrily slapped his hand away and shouted, don't touch me with the hands you used to sleep with other people while you were with me. You filthy dog. Faced with this scolding, he calmly swore, I didn't. When I was with you, I never slept with her, he said. You see. Naturally, she said a familiar sentence. Did you really think I'd believe you just like that? Dai lunged forward, hitting Min Cheon and screaming, believe you? But he just stood there like a statue, letting Cho hit him and yell in his face. Believe you? He finally said, launching into his excuses. Yes, what you saw is the truth. Circumstances forced me to live with her. Otherwise, I'd have nowhere to go, Dai. She listened to his explanations with a blank face, but the time I had with you, I swear I never slept with her. The divorce is real too. I knew if you found out, we'd be over. But I still brought you here because I don't want to hide anything from you anymore. Saying this, he touched Dai's face and swore, don't worry, you'll never see me come back here again. Min Cheon, like a true gentleman, said, I came to apologize one last time. I'm not that shameless. Moreover, he used gentle eyes and heartfelt words to remind Aji, so, if you can't handle alcohol, don't drink too much. He gently reminded her not to oversleep and skip breakfast. Remember to drink hangover soup. Finally, he concluded with, and please find a better man than me. Min Cheon softly said, I'm sorry for being such a useless guy, with no talent, no possessions, and such a terrible past. After saying those words, he turned and left, leaving Aji alone and lost. Her eyes welled up with tears as she cursed inwardly. Lies, lies, it's all lies. Even as she cursed, she still shouted to stop Min Chain. Don't go! She hugged him tightly and said, don't go, you bastard! Tears streamed down her face as she cried and cursed him. You jerk! You scumbag! She sobbed uncontrollably behind Min Cheon's back, while he turned his face away and smirked, having achieved his goal. That's more like it. Back in Hesu's dilapidated room, she looked at the mess before her and thought, I'm back. Back in my miserable, run-down home. As she cleaned up the mess in the room, she wondered, picking up the used condoms scattered around the floor, she suddenly wanted to ask, hey, 20-year-old Na Hesu, did you ever imagine this? She painfully asked herself in her own home, that you'd have to clean up Min Cheon's mess. With another woman? The innocent image of her 20-year-old self appeared in her mind. So easily and foolishly believing in promises of forever? In reality, Hesu could only say to herself, I keep clinging on even as I'm about to collapse. She clung to her last bit of strength and cleaned the room. Thinking, I'm trying to let go without any regrets. At that moment, she slumped down in front of the room and bitterly told herself, but in the end, I still can't bring myself to touch his things. Suddenly, her phone rang beside her, ringing repeatedly. At first, Hesu thought it was the debt collectors calling. You guys are really persistent, aren't you? Calling so late. She pleaded helplessly, please. Just give me one day off, okay? The phone kept ringing, reminding her of what happened today. Someone had persistently called Tiha once, twice, then 10 times, the ringing never stopping. The constant ringing felt like a premonition. The sound made her tired, but it just kept going. So, she finally answered. Either it's something urgent, the caller ID showed Bell T, ha, or someone really likes you. Hey! At TH's house, when the phone was answered, he playfully teased, oh, you answered. He sat on the bed and softly asked, sorry for calling so late. I couldn't wait until tomorrow. I just wanted to hear your voice. Is it okay to call like this? Yeah, Hesu replied on the other end. Yeah, he heard, then asked, why aren't you asleep yet? She replied, half joking, how could I sleep here? I'd be lucky if I only had nightmares. She sincerely said, coming home made everything even worse than I imagined. Sorry for letting you see something someone younger shouldn't have to see. And you're still sick, but I don't care. But Taeha didn't care much about his illness and joked, it's okay. My fever suddenly ran away too. Hesu replied, seeing that scene would make anyone run. Her words made him laugh. Suddenly his voice turned serious and he asked, how are you, sis? She casually replied, I'm fine. He obviously didn't believe her and pressed, really? She was silent for a moment and honestly replied, no. Actually, I'm not okay at all. Just thinking about it makes it hard to breathe. Looking at Minshin's things in the corner, she felt a little suffocated. The traces of Minshin everywhere felt like they were burying Na Heizu all over again, especially the photo of her and him when they were happy, especially the ultrasound of their child. The scars of life helped her become stronger, but she was helpless against the wounds inflicted by the person she loved. Well, just then, Tiha suddenly suggested, how about this? Let's play a fun game. His words made Hesu curious. A game? He confirmed, yes. He hesitated and said, for example, these are words I can only say in my heart, only play with. Someone younger than me, like your husband did. But on the outside, I can only play the role of a close friend asking you, is there anything you want to do but can't? Anything you really want to do, but gave up because of the people before you? Taeha's words seemed to remind Hesu of something and she exclaimed, something just popped into my head. A moment later, a convenience store employee's voice rang out, thank you for your patronage. Hesu held a cigarette and lighter in her hand, her mind blank. Was it because of that cold? Suggestion that I came outside? No, I bought cigarettes blindly. Thinking about her impulsive actions, she sighed in exasperation. How embarrassing. Acting like a rebellious teenager. At this age? What's wrong with me? Sometimes she wondered, I've always been curious why people can smoke this stuff. She remembered the image of Minkion with a cigarette in his hand. Minkion always had a cigarette with him. The first time I met him, he looked like the typical bad boy. As soon as he saw Hesu, he happily called out, oh, my wife. He put his arm around her and bragged, I just threw away my cigarette. His words made her blankly exclaim, oh, the cigarette. He continued to ramble, I only took one puff, but I threw it away. Cool, right? She blankly asked. You want me to think that's cool? He arrogantly assumed, well, the cigarette was brand new, and I threw it away without a second thought. And then Minseo smiled and said, after all, who would let their wife breathe in cigarette smoke? His words had captured Hesu's heart. When he said that, my naive, foolish heart fluttered at those actions. But then, 13 years later, he went against that. I don't know when, but his harsh smoke could easily be blown right in my face. On cold days, looking at the hazy smoke rising, Hesu had sometimes asked herself, I wonder if smoking makes people feel better? Will the sadness gradually disappear with the white smoke exhaled into the air? Back in reality, she hurriedly looked for a place to try smoking. Where's that spot? I think there's one nearby. She was walking when she saw someone and quickly slipped away. A little later, she reached the smoking area and hesitated. She shouldn't have bought it. It was expensive, but a waste to throw away, so she decided to try it once. She awkwardly tried to light the cigarette, but she was so focused on it that she didn't notice someone approaching. It's strange, why won't it light? She wondered if the cigarette was fake when suddenly a hand took the cigarette from her mouth. He leaned close and said, "That's not how you do it." In a completely dark room, clothes were scattered all over the floor. Adi had just been at the apartment door. He had suggested to Minchin that if he had nowhere to go, he could come live with him. Don't go back to that house. Don't see that woman again. You can live with me, okay? Back in the present. Minchin, having achieved his goal, smugly thought, that was too easy. So easy. In his heart, he shamelessly thought that seducing a young girl who knew nothing about life was easy. A young, fresh girl, easy to coax, easy to play with. But she's just a girl. Should I even consider changing my mind? But honestly, I don't like that. Suddenly, he remembered Hisu and wondered, if Ayu Aji wasn't as similar to Nahisu, would things be different? Then, would I be willing to abandon Nahisu and move somewhere else to live? Without thinking, he shamelessly affirmed, no. That probably won't happen. People say that married couples are often incredibly resilient. I think that's true. With that thought, the scoundrel decided, all right. For now, I'll stay here and not go home. When Nahisu doesn't have her husband around, she'll realize how important I am. Minchin confidently believed that although she would initially feel betrayed and angry, he knew that the Nahesu he knew would absolutely not abandon a man like Minchin with his chauvinistic ideas. He firmly told himself, even if it hurts her, if it's me, she'll embrace that wound. Remembering Jesu's melancholy face, he felt that thinking that way wasn't wrong. This isn't just arrogance. Moreover, the fact that she let him hold her without resisting made him confident that it was because Nahesu was already on Jesu's side. A hand took the cigarette from her mouth, and she exclaimed, "Hey!" He leaned in close and said, "That's not how you smoke it." Seeing him, she was startled and dodged away, asking, "You scared me. How did you know to come here?" He casually replied, "You said you were going to the convenience store, and this is the closest one to your house." Hearing him say that, she remembered, oh right, at that moment, he took out his lighter and said, "All right, I'm good at lighting things. Do you want to try again?" "Let me light it for you." Hisu was suddenly frozen by this suggestion. In her heart, she thought, that's strange. I've never smelled that on him before. After a moment of hesitation, she asked, "You smoke? Is that why you have a lighter?" Taha denied it. "I don't smoke." His answer made her curiously look at the lighter. Then she said, "Then what's that for?" He casually said, "It belongs to an acquaintance." Of course, she didn't believe him. Liar. But he insisted, "Really?" Suddenly, she turned away and quietly said, saying, "Try smoking like an adult doing this. Is a bit weird, isn't it? Men usually hate women who smoke," to her words. He immediately denied, "That's not true." At this point, Taha secretly thought, she doesn't know how to smoke, but this is kind of cute. Then he voiced his opinion, there are good and bad sides to smoking, and good and bad sides to not smoking. That's all I'm saying. But in his heart, he firmly affirmed, as long as it's Nahisu, anything she does is good. At that moment, he said in a low, unhappy voice, "But if the reason is because of that guy, then I don't think I'll like it." With deep eyes and a warm voice, he suggested, "I'll teach you." Taha placed the cigarette back in Hisu's hand and asked her to put it back in her mouth. She listened to him and put the cigarette in her mouth. And then he helped her light the cigarette. She closed her eyes, waiting for the pungent smell of the cigarette to spread. But nothing happened, which confused her. She said with a bit of frustration, "Look, there's no fire." Her adorable expression made him laugh. His laughter made her a little embarrassed, and she demanded, "Don't laugh." But he ignored her and chuckled, annoyed by him teasing her. She raised her voice and said, "I told you not to laugh." Then Taha took the cigarette from Jesu's mouth and said, "Watch closely," he put. the cigarette in his mouth and showed her how to do it. Put it in your mouth, light the lighter, and do this. Asterisk puff times. You have to inhale for the fire to light. After demonstrating, he held the cigarette in his hand and asked her, "Not difficult, right?" Jesus stared intently at Taha without blinking. Then she suddenly shyly turned her face away and said, "You absolutely shouldn't smoke." Hearing that, Taha knew why she was embarrassed. But he still teased. "Why?" she quietly replied. "It looks bad." "Anyway, don't smoke." Hearing her say that, he laughed and said, "I know. Anyway, I don't like smoking." A little later, she took out another cigarette and followed the way he taught her. "I have to try again." She put it in her mouth, inhaled while lighting the lighter. But after taking a puff, she coughed violently and exclaimed, "Oh my God, why do people smoke this stuff?" Seeing that, he immediately stopped her. "Don't smoke anymore." However, she was a little reluctant and said, "But it's a waste. I bought it for a lot of money." He still firmly advised her, "Your health is more important than cigarettes." He threw the cigarette in the trash and gently advised her, "Don't force yourself to do anything you don't like, or anything that's harmful to your body just because you feel it's a waste. It's okay, just throw it away." Then he asked her, "If you don't do this, can't you do something else?" His hand gently touched her hand and quietly whispered, "Besides cigarettes, there are many other things that are better." Saying that, he pinned her against the wall. In this situation, Hisu remembered the confession that Taha had made to her. "I like you." When he said those words, he had pressed even closer to her. He had also affirmed, "I'm not just saying it." Remembering these things made her confused. "What should I do? You're really crazy, Nahisu. What are you thinking right now?" So she retorted, "Don't keep saying strange things with that face. Do you think I'm a 19-year-old girl who would be swayed by a kid like you?" Of course, Taha didn't give up at all and replied, "Then I wish you were 19 years old so you would be swayed by me." Hearing that, she said, "Then go find a 19-year-old girl to date." But he argued, "I can't. I'm already grown up." His words made her feel that. That's just what he says. She continued to persuade him, "Then go meet a 20-year-old girl." But he insisted, "I like older women." Being silenced by him like that, she helplessly exclaimed, "You really are." At that moment, the phone suddenly rang. Taha took out his phone to see who was calling. At the same time, Hisu also happened to see the caller's name, Do Hiji. That's the girl I saw back then. They were very close. She always calls in the evening like this. While she was busy wondering, Taha had already hung up the phone. Seeing that, she wondered, "What's wrong? Did you accidentally hang up again this time?" He denied it. "No." He moved closer to her. In a warm voice, he replied, "I hung up on purpose." Then he flirted with her again. "I'm with someone I like." He affirmed it so confidently that I didn't want to be stopped, and with that, he pinned her against the wall. It was at that moment she realized there was nowhere left to retreat. Sue was silent for a moment before hesitantly asking, "Why do you like an old woman like me?" She listed the ways she wasn't a good match for Sue. "I've been married, I've had a husband, almost had a child. However, he didn't care about any of that. It's okay, I'm used to people cursing me." "Really?" His words surprised her. "Really?" He chuckled, replying, "What do you think of me?" She looked at him for a moment, then honestly admitted, "You do seem a bit chaotic." Being judged like that, he pondered for a moment, then defended himself. "Well, that's a bit unfair. He considered himself purer than I thought." Suddenly, Taha rested his head on Jesu's shoulder and said, "But if your type is someone like that," he whispered softly, "even if I'm worn to shreds, I'll come." At the same time, at a restaurant, everyone gathered to eat, drink, and chat. "What's up? Where's Du Haijin?" "She said she was going outside just now. Just leave her be. She doesn't like hanging out with us except for BMT Ha." The girls and guys were talking about the relationship between Taeha and Haijin. Isn't it ridiculous? Why does she chase after him like that but can't even date him in the end? Honestly, I thought they were together. I've always felt like Taeha only treats Haijin specially. It's just because she's pretty. They gossiped about Haijin. She always acts so arrogant. Well, that's really bad, isn't it? He's even worse than a bad guy. He gives people hope and then They switched to talking about Taeha. But Taeha doesn't give anyone a chance. He's handsome and gentle, different from his appearance, so he's charming to others. It's because you guys don't know men, that's why. I'm a man, so I can tell. Taeha probably sleeps with the girls who like him behind the scenes. He puts others down to lift himself up. That's what losers do. Someone like me is the real deal. One person in the group couldn't stand those words anymore and slammed his beer glass on the table. Guktan angrily gnashed his teeth and cursed, "That's bullshit, damn it! Isn't Taeha the real trash? You don't dare say it to his face." He felt like he would suffocate if he stayed there any longer with those words. So he stood up and left, but didn't forget to mutter, "You're so loud when you're talking behind his back." Everyone saw him acting like that and became confused. What's wrong with that Dudong-guk guy? I don't know. He's probably drunk. At that moment, Hee-jin was in the alley next to the restaurant, smoking. Dong-guk walked over to where she was standing and asked, "What are you doing? You're still contacting him in this cold?" The person who won't answer? Hearing that, she nonchalantly replied, "What's it to you? He was just teasing. I just feel sorry for you being ignored." To those words, she retorted, "Whether I'm ignored or not is none of your business." Suddenly, his face flushed red and he softly called, "Hey, Do-hyjin." He suddenly said, "I know everything. I know why Taeha treats you so well." Dong-guk suddenly asked a question. "Aren't you ashamed to keep clinging to someone who doesn't care about you?" His words made Hee-jin angry. "What nonsense are you talking about? Stop acting like you know everything when you don't know anything. Not willing to lose," he retorted fiercely. "You're the one acting like you know everything. Who's the one who's always obsessed with Taeha? And ruining the atmosphere for everyone around you? I've hated that guy since the first time I met him." He bluntly criticized, "Just because Taeha is older and tells people to speak comfortably doesn't mean he wants to be friendly. It's just that he doesn't see people like us as worth his time, so he doesn't care how others treat him. Furthermore, he thought, he's just pretending to be nice. Sometimes, his eyes look creepy as hell." He said what he thought was right. Don't get me wrong, he looks smart. More mature and has this aura, so the girls fall for him like crazy. Saying that, he suddenly shouted, "What do you think is so different about him? Damn it, all guys are the same. The only difference is a few years. There's no difference between him and me." After listening to Dong-guk's rant, she coldly said, "Have you said enough? You pathetic loser." Being insulted by her, he was both angry and stunned, asking back, "Pathetic? Did you just call me pathetic?" She didn't hesitate to admit it. "That's right, you idiot." It seemed like his blood had reached its boiling point, making him angry. He pushed her straight into the wall and roared, "Damn it!" He pinned her down and almost shouted, "The idiot here is the one that Taeha, that you keep trying to win over." He spoke the truth she was hiding in front of her. "I told you I know everything." "What's the reason? Why does he treat you so well? Your younger brother is sick, isn't he?" Not caring about her feelings, he rambled on. "He's taking time off school because of his illness, so you have to take care of him whenever you have free time. Instead of your parents who are working hard to earn money to pay off the hospital bills." With a smug look, he loudly said, "That guy is just pitying you because he sympathizes with your brother. Because he's also sick. So sick that he can't go to school and has to repeat years." Unable to bear Dong-guk's rudeness, Hee-jin slapped him hard. She was so angry that she started crying and exclaimed, "Don't talk like that." Being slapped by her, he got angry and raised his hand to hit her. "Did you just slap me? Seriously?" But then he suppressed his anger and muttered to himself, forget it, damn it. Hitting someone like you isn't worth it." His words made her annoyed and she asked back, "What did you say?" To calm himself down, he lit a cigarette and thought, "From now on, if I ever care about you again, I'll be a dog, not a human." Just then, something suddenly made him stop. It turned out that a tall figure had appeared from who knows when. Taeha put his arm around Dong-guk's shoulder, took the cigarette from his mouth, and said, "Why are you smoking on the street like this? It looks bad." In the hazy cigarette smoke, he called him in a terrifying tone Dong-guk. Suddenly, he said, "There's no ashtray here." His words made him dumbfounded and he exclaimed, "Huh?" Then he slowly brought the burning cigarette to his hand and slowly said, If there isn't, then the person who smokes has to hold the ashes themselves. The burning sensation from the cigarette made him scream in pain and drop the lighter in his hand. After punishing Dong-guk, Taeha calmly watched him panting in pain while Hee-jin leaned against the wall with a bewildered expression and, then, when she saw Taeha calmly walk away without saying a word to her, she shouted loudly, "Hey Taeha, answer me. Don't ignore me anymore. I'm calling you." She hurriedly questioned, "Tell me, do you have a girlfriend?" His words made him stop, and a gentle smile appeared on his lips along with an affirmation, "Yeah." In his heart, he remembered the image of Haesoo and declared, "Yes, there is someone I like very much." Haesoo's confused eyes were always on his mind, to the point where he had to eliminate anything that threatened their relationship. So, to Hee-jin, he turned around and coldly reminded her, "From now on, don't contact me again." After saying those words, he left. A while later, he stopped and took out his phone. He stared intently at the screen. It was a message from Haesoo. "I believe you don't really smoke, so don't do that again next time, okay?" He carefully read the message, then smiled slightly. He sent her 2 messages, along with an adorable puppy sticker. "Never smoking again. Promise." The next morning at work, Haesoo's morning was interrupted by a low hum. Hoa-dung scanned Haesoo with her eyes. Then she blurted out, "Ooh, I'm so curious." This made Haesoo wonder and ask, "What is it, Hoa-dung?" This colleague of hers uttered 2 words. "That thing." Under Haesoo's bewildered gaze, Hoa-dung asked directly, "I've been wanting to ask this for a long time. What exactly is the relationship between you and Mr. Charming?" Hoa-dung rambled on about the things Taeha had done for Haesoo. "When you were sick, he came here to cover for you. Lately, he's been picking you up after work all the time. Usually even acquaintances don't go that far, right?" Haesoo asked, annoyed by her nosiness. "Could it be that he actually likes you? Because he doesn't know you're married, so he's hitting on a married woman?" To these words, Haesoo could only smile wryly and say, "Maybe." Then she added with a knowing smile, "He must really like me, huh?" Hoa-dung looked at her with a blank face, then bluntly and deliberately said, I'm just kidding, sis. Anyway, there's no way he actually likes you." Hoa-dung spoke with a hidden meaning. "Those things I said before, like, what does age matter, were just jokes because you look younger than your real age. The truth is, Mr. Charming has no shortage of girls around him, so why would he hang out with you all day?" She acted all-knowing and assumed that something big must have happened between the two of them, like in a movie. Like you saved him in the past or something. Wouldn't that be funny? Although it's hilarious, it has to be one of those reasons for him to like you to make sense. The world has changed, sis. Love at first sight only happens between people on the same level now. She wondered to herself, that's absurd, right? With a tone of jealousy and self-righteousness, she asserted, "There's no way a handsome guy like Mr. Charming would suddenly like an old lady for no reason." Time passed until evening. Haesoo was busy at the restaurant, working while remembering Hoa-dung's words. Love at first sight only happens between people on the same level now. That's absurd, right? There's no way a handsome guy like Mr. Charming would suddenly like an old lady for no reason. Remembering these words made her sad. Just then, a young colleague came over and called her, "Sis!" The girl's call startled her, and she looked up and asked, "Huh?" The girl pointed to the door and said, "Look." It turned out the girl had seen Taeha outside, so she came to ask her, "Is that person a friend of yours?" Just then, Taeha also looked up and saw Haesoo. His expression made her feel amused, thinking, why does he look like a puppy who just saw its owner? "Yes," Haesoo replied. Inside the restaurant, the young colleague suggested, "Go over there for a bit." But she hesitated and refused. "How can I do that? I'm on shift." Even so, the girl still advised her, "You're always worrying about me when I need a break. So it's okay. Let me cover for you this time. Go quickly." Listening to the girl's words, Haesoo hurriedly ran outside to where Taeha was waiting. As soon as he saw her, he teased, "Here's my old lady." She asked him, "Why did you come here?" He casually replied, "I was passing by, so I stopped for a bit." Seeing that it was getting late, she was a little concerned about him. "Are you working? Aren't you hungry?" He replied gently, "No, I already had dinner earlier." However, in her heart, she thought, Even so, you'll be hungry later. So she turned back to the restaurant but forgot to tell him to wait a moment. As soon as she reached the counter, Hesu searched for something in the basket on the table. A moment later, she brought out something and told Taeha, "Here, take this and eat it." Looking at the thing in her hand, he asked, "Candy?" She said softly, "Yeah, it's nothing special. But it helps when you're tired. Eat it." But when she saw him raise his hand, which was wearing a glove, and shake it, she immediately understood. "You're wearing gloves, so take them off." "Don't take them off. I'll feed it to you." While she was unwrapping the candy, she was also busy thinking, Hoa-dung is right. People on the same level meet each other. It's the same in love. Taeha was now staring intently at Hesu while she was lost in her own thoughts. With a person who has a kind nature and an endlessly warm heart, the feelings that person has for me, she thought that the feelings that Hesu had for her were not romantic feelings. It would lean more towards curiosity than a crush, and perhaps even more than curiosity, it was pity. Just then, she remembered the scene of herself, with Min Cheon being seen by him. Moreover, he had witnessed that scene. After unwrapping the candy, she slowly put it into his mouth, still thinking, under his kind gaze, I must have made him worried. Now she had put the candy in his mouth, but then she didn't know what action he took that shocked her. It turned out that he had nonchalantly sucked on her finger as well. He had just glanced at her expression and already understood what was bothering her. "Nah, Hesu, you're overthinking again." Hesu, even while falling asleep, frowned uncomfortably and gasped for breath. She dreamed of Min Cheon doing things that children under 18 are strictly prohibited from doing. Watching and doing with Aji, the scene of the two of them kissing passionately was vividly clear in her mind. While tears were falling on her eyelids because of heartache, behind her was a tall figure lying next to her. He gently touched her cheek, his light touch startled her, and she turned around and wondered, a big, cold hand. Could it be? She called out softly. Kang Min Cheon? Responding to Hesu was the action of this person suddenly using his hand to cover her eyes, startling her. Just as she was about to ask what he was doing, his hand had already groped inside her shirt. That big, warm hand began to gently caress her two full breasts. This startled her, and she cowered, her hands and feet trembling, and she blurted out, "Wait!" However, that hand ignored what she said and continued to grope her violently. Not only that, but the man also kissed her neck gently, then his hand slowly slid down below, causing her to panic and shout, "Slow down, stop!" Just as he had touched the waistband of her pants, the man's voice rang out, asking, "Think about it, who could do this to you?" After saying that, his hand reached inside her pants. This made Hesu blush, tears welling up in her eyes, thinking to herself, "No." Panting breaths, along with a flushed face and bewildered eyes, were clearly visible on her face. Just then, she noticed that the hand that had been covering her eyes had a tattoo on its wrist that was familiar. As if recognizing who the man behind her was, she slowly turned her head. It turned out that the person who had been embracing her all this time was none other than Taeha. A moment later, Hesu woke up with a start. She sat up abruptly, her eyes darting around, then asked herself, "What? What was I just dreaming about?" Her face was burning and embarrassed. She questioned herself. "Are you crazy, Nahesu? You've really lost it." In her mind, she remembered the image of Taeha. She licked her finger, then scolded herself in embarrassment. Even if he did do that, you still shouldn't be dreaming those kinds of dreams. Thinking it over, she realized it wasn't all her fault. He was also at fault, acting without thinking at all. Are all young people these days so reckless? Saying he liked older women without any hesitation, how bold. But then she hugged herself, thinking, I know this isn't the time to blame someone younger than me. Hesu awkwardly wondered to herself. Has it been too long since I last did it? Even before things ended with Min Cheon, it had been a while. She thought about her dream from earlier and figured, even if I made up a flimsy excuse, I'd still feel guilty. Because I haven't become the adult I was expected to be. Compared to the dreams Min Cheon left Hesu, this is probably better. But thinking about it again, she felt like no dream was truly peaceful. Or real. It's all lies. There's no dream more terrible than waking up with tear-filled eyes and then crying again. I get it now. The final stage of an affair, she commented. TH is a strange and incomprehensible person. It's unclear if he's a player or just naive. Damn TH. He just acts according to his own whims, not giving me time to be sad or miss him. It just made her sigh in exasperation. Honestly, because of him, my days and nights are filled with chaos. Time passed until the evening of the next day. At the restaurant where Hesu worked, after a long day, an exclamation of appreciation rang out. "You worked hard!" Hesu's colleague, dragging her exhausted body home, said. Another difficult day survived. Phew, I'm amazing! Just as she was wondering this, she happened to see something. Should I buy some beer to take home? Oh, so she saw Taeha. He's been standing outside for a while now. He's here again today. So she turned and called out, "Hesu 언니?" Hesu replied, "Yeah?" She quickly asked, "Does that guy come to pick you up every day?" Hesu, while tidying up her things, replied, "Yeah, it's not safe to walk home alone. There are too many places to hang out around here." The colleague agreed, acknowledging, "Ah." In her heart, she thought, "Our restaurant closes late, and her way home is quite dark too." Just as she was thinking this, Hesu nonchalantly walked past and said, "He's scared of walking alone at night." Hesu loudly said goodbye. The colleague was still standing there, stunned after hearing that. "See you later." Taeha, as soon as he saw Hesu come out, flashed a wide smile and cheerfully asked, "Are you done?" She softly replied, "Yeah." Hearing that, he said, "I was waiting for you." At that moment, he suddenly held out his hand, making her wonder, "What's this? Why his hand all of a sudden?" He smiled and explained, "Actually, I had a scary dream last night." That's why he held out his hand in front of her and suggested, "So, let's hold hands as we walk, okay?" Hesu didn't reply, but just stared intently at Taeha's hand. In her head, she remembered the steamy dream from last night. This made her jump in shock, so she quickly turned and ran away, leaving Taeha staring blankly after her. Ugh. Moreover, she reminded him, "Don't come near me. Keep your distance." Seeing her like that, he immediately acted aggrieved, saying, "Why? I want to walk next to you. Let me stand a little closer." But she remained firm. "No, stay over there." Even so, he still whined at her. "But I had a nightmare last night." Not letting him whine, she quickly replied, "That's why I'm here with you, isn't it?" Not giving in, he insisted, "I'm still young. I'm scared to walk in the dark." Helpless with him, she could only exclaim, "You." Taeha silently stared intently at Hesu. He noticed her ears were flushed red. Seeing this, he obediently stood behind her and said, "Okay, I'll walk behind you, so please hold my hand, okay?" He hooked his pinky finger with hers and asked, "Is this not okay either?" This situation made her pause for a moment and say, "Forget it." Then she allowed him, "Come on, let's just go together." Her permission made him as happy as a 3-year-old. Yes, as soon as he stepped forward, she suggested to him, "Take my hand." He smiled brightly and replied, "Yes." After that, she asked him, "Are you not scared anymore?" He, like a child, said, "Yeah, yeah." While holding his hand, she scolded him affectionately. "You're so big and you're still crying because of a nightmare." Even though he was being scolded, he still smiled as if nothing had happened. While holding her hand, he casually asked, "It's colder today than usual, isn't it?" Hearing that, she teased him. "Are you changing the subject because you're too embarrassed?" Suddenly talking about the weather. Without any embarrassment, he asked back, "Is it obvious?" She softly replied, "Yeah." Hearing that, he just smiled. But while Hesu wasn't paying attention, a meaningful smile spread across Taeha's lips, along with the thought, "What is it? Actually, it's more than that." He looked at her with affectionate eyes and thought to himself, "What's strange is that the Hesu I know is also there." That same night, at a luxurious apartment, there was a figure standing blankly at the large window in the room. Just then, someone came to report something. That man was Tae-do, Taeha's father. The next morning, at the airport, a young man's flippant voice rang out, "Oh, it's been a while." Tae-hee, with flashy clothes on, had just returned to the country and was already complaining. "It's been so long since I've been back. And why is Korea so cold? I'm already bored." He asked Han to Tae-do. And then to Taeha, "Let's see. The chairman will probably live longer than me, so I don't need to go, right? I wonder if my beloved younger brother is doing well. The bodyguard, hearing this, immediately asked, "Are you curious?" But he replied, "Forget it." He smiled and said, "Except for Chief Tao, I have no interest in any other news about that damn brat." The bodyguard suddenly said, "I heard he's dead." Taehi was surprised, huh? Who said that? Did that guy say that? The bodyguard replied, yes. He rubbed the back of his neck, saying, "He's become cuter after not seeing him for a while, hasn't he? Damn it, there's no way Taeha is dead. That guy is a survivor. Even after a fatal accident," he continued. More importantly, Taehi affirmed, "He absolutely cannot die normally because I won't let him die peacefully." He suddenly sighed. I'm so tired. I haven't adjusted to the jet lag yet. I need to go to a hotel to sleep." Then he reached out to his right as if wanting to hug someone. The bodyguard was puzzled. "Aren't you going to the main house?" He replied, "Sleep there? How could I?" Taehi paused, squeezing his hand in the air. He frowned and muttered, "There's nothing to touch? Why is the weather so cold? My hands are so cold." Taehi suddenly turned around and announced, "Hey, I don't care about jet lag anymore. Let's go meet women." The bodyguard asked, "Am I going too?" He replied, "Of course, lead the way. But you have to keep it a secret from the chairman, okay?" At Taeha's house, he was sleeping on the bed with his brows furrowed as if he was having a nightmare. In his dream, he was a child being trampled under the feet of others. The surroundings of the house were all red. Taeha looked at the pendulum clock in the middle of the house. Then he saw an image of himself as a child covered in blood. A large hand was placed on his shoulder. On the wall was a wooden plaque stained crimson red. Taeha opened his eyes. He sat up and held his head. After that, Taeha suddenly paused. He looked at the rose petals falling on the floor. Jay was standing in front of a table, fiddling with something. He thought, cigarettes, not smoking, cheap lighter, empty first aid kit. He pondered, he thought, cigarettes not smoked, cheap lighter, empty Band-Aid box. He pondered, even though they're just ordinary things. But it gives off a very different feeling from this place. My intuition is sending a signal. Maybe that woman really made a mistake. Jay paused, tilting his head to the side. He saw TH standing still, observing him silently. Jay greeted, "You're awake?" TH replied, "Yeah, nice to see you at Jay's." Jay cursed inwardly, "What? Wasn't he asleep?" He wondered, "How did you know I was here?" "I'm very confident in my ghostly silence," TH responded, "because it's all over the place." He was surprised. "What is?" TH said, "The roses." He was dumbfounded, thinking, he's even mentioning roses? Is he really crazy? TH turned and asked him, "What brings you here?" Jay answered, "I came to deliver a message. The eldest has just returned and saw you were sleeping. So I was wondering if I should wake you." He was surprised. "Really?" TH, drinking water, said, "No wonder I had a nightmare." Then he questioned Jay. "But Jay, was it so urgent that you had to barge into my house like this?" He smiled insincerely. "Yes, I thought you'd definitely want to hear it right away since you were interested in when the eldest would return." "I guessed wrong?" he said, walking past him. "Not exactly, because I gave you the house password for that reason." He put his hand on Ri's shoulder and said, "Thanks. I'll be counting on you in the future." Recently, Na-Hisu started waking up later. She slowly opened her eyes and, while doing her morning routine, thought that since Minchin wasn't there, she didn't need to prepare breakfast. She went into the kitchen and thought again. Spending has also decreased these past few days. Hisu recalled when Minchin hugged her from behind and sadly thought, even though the amount to pay off is still as high as a mountain. She tried a small spoonful and thought, because Kang Min-cheon's big hands, who always demanded pocket money regularly, are no longer here. Hisu left the house and went to the flower shop, thinking as she walked, the wound left by the affair isn't a continuous pain, but more like, even though I thought I could laugh like that, and everything was okay. Hisu turned around, as if looking back at herself and Min-cheon in the past. She thought to herself, but sometimes it suddenly bursts out, tearing my heart and making my eyes burn. 13 years, even the time to breathe. And everything I encounter in life reminds me of him. but the image of the two of them in the past is still there. Suddenly disappearing into the crowd, she wondered, in Nahesu's world, where someone bigger than Nahesu has left, can it be filled? She stood still, questioning Nahesu. Can you forget, hanging on by a thread? She remembered the happy moments between herself and him, then questioned, I'm curious, Kang Min Cheon, will I live bleeding for your name? Until I die? How long are you going to hurt me? How long are you coming? Hisu suddenly stopped in front of a store. She saw the teddy bear displayed on the shelf and remembered TH's story. Actually, I had a very scary dream yesterday. He asked, just holding my hand, is that not okay either? Hisu stood in front of the store, looking at the bear for a moment. Then the bear on the shelf disappeared. The shop assistant said, thank you for your purchase. Today, Hisu came out of the store carrying a small bag. Wow, Nahisu's spending has decreased. Is that why even 10 won can't be spent carelessly? An unexpected expense. Hisu smiled happily and walked away. She had bought a teddy bear. For a teenager who's already grown up but is still afraid of nightmares, Hisu remembered Hua Young's question, have you ever heard of this? She said, if you embroider a heart on the doll that children hug when they sleep, it will have a soul and protect them while they sleep. Hisu was surprised. Really? Hua Young replied, yes, although it's just superstition. But my friend just had a baby, so I'm planning to make one as a gift. Then Hisu looked at Taeha standing in front of her and wondered, I've heard of that, but giving it to him is a bit childish, isn't it? She sighed, thinking, he's too big for a teddy bear. She imagined Taeha having a nightmare and then receiving a teddy bear and sleeping soundly. Hisu thought to herself, even so, I should give it to him, shouldn't I? Taesu smiled and asked, what are you thinking about? She replied, nothing. He wondered, are you busy today? She was taken aback. Today? She thought. The work is done, although I have to go home right away to embroider the teddy bear. Hisu remembered, but didn't understand why she didn't want to refuse him, because recently Nahisu had more time than before. She said to Taeha, no, I'm not busy. He said, then give me some time. She replied, okay, but for what? He didn't say anything but put a helmet on Hisu. She was surprised. What? Why suddenly put on a helmet? Ta suddenly picked her up. He put her on his shoulder and said, I'm going to kidnap you. She shouted, hey! She scolded him, are you a tiger? He just laughed in response. At TH's house, he remembered when he instructed, go home and rest today, because I'm going out alone. He stepped on the rose-covered floor, then silently put his hands in his pockets and observed his surroundings. The sound of a motorcycle stopped. The man said, we're here. Taha got off the bike and carefully took off Hisu's helmet. This is where I wanted to come with you. She silently brushed her hair aside and looked at the scenery around her. He said, whenever I have too many things on my mind, I often come here alone. Taeha asked, what do you think? The sky gradually darkened, and the steps seemed to reach the stars in the sky. Nahisu's house is strangely close to the moon. At night you can stand here and see the entire night view of Seoul within sight. Hisu took each step, and with each step she climbed the slope. The flickering lights flashed at her slender ankles. Even when turning around, you can still see many places. T2 looked at her with gentle eyes. I know, I realize, after a long day. He just kept looking at the girl he loved. The two stood on high, looking at the streetlights below. Taeha thought to himself, Nahisu's tired mind has never once looked back to see the sparkling lights behind her. Yes, and then Hesu's eyes softened, and she softly said, it seems like I've only realized at this age that the city I live in is so beautiful. He turned his gaze towards her and softly asked, do you want to say something? Hisu asked, say something? Taeha replied, yes. There's no one here, you can shout it out loud. So, he smiled and suggested, just let it all out. Anything is fine. Her hand was on the railing. She thought to herself, let it all out. Hisu took a deep breath and slowly opened her mouth, and then she took a deep breath. Kang Minshin? Oh, you son of a bitch! Hisu cursed, but tears kept falling. You hopeless scum. Well, you're good at it. Try to live well. I don't like you anymore. If you regret it, don't think I'll forgive you. Ta stood silently beside her, observing her mood. Hisu continued to scold, even if you come back? I won't pick you up, okay? He saw she was silent. Taeha approached, gently placed his hand on Hisu's shoulder and asked, "Do you feel better?" She replied, "Yes." He asked again, "Do you feel lighter?" Hisu just. He still stood there asking, "Have you said everything in your heart?" She replied, "Not really." That gentle voice came out, making Tae, surprised. "Thank you." The wind passed by and the atmosphere became quiet. Hisu looked at him sincerely and replied, "Thank you, BOMTH." He slightly smirked, but his eyes were a little sad. "How did you know I was feeling a little sad?" "I didn't even realize it." "You're always like that, making me feel even worse." Taeha took off his jacket and gently draped it over her shoulders. "Do you know what I'm thinking? When I hear those words from the person I like?" Hisu looked up at him and he suddenly used his strength to lift her up, their faces close. He flashed a mischievous smile, filled with improper thoughts. Hisu hugged him tightly, blushing, and asked what he meant. Taeha teased, "Can I say it?" She refused. "No, don't." He put her on the bike and continued to tease her. "Your face is so red." "Hey, you!" Hisu quickly made an excuse. "It's just cold." Taeha chuckled softly for a moment, then said, "Let's go, I'll take you home." She sat on the bike, constantly adjusting her position. Seeing this, he said, "That's dangerous. You need to hold on tighter than before." Taeha gripped the handlebars tightly and they rode off. The lights made the atmosphere even more romantic. "You're really strange." She had grown up in hardship with a broad back. Hisu wrapped her arms around his waist, hugging him tightly. "I want to be an adult who can embrace those shoulders, so they won't be hurt by this world anymore." Her eyes stared into the void, lost in thought. "But in the end, I can only rely on them." She closed her eyes, as if accepting everything. The night sky and the lights emanating from the tall buildings, a pair of feet stepped in. Lisa walked down the hallway, her eyes constantly darting around. Chairman Belm Taeju isn't the type of person others can disobey. A large hand, along with a black glove, gently rested on the back of the chair. Occasionally, "Our son will have some incomprehensible actions." He just silently bowed his head. "He told me to report everything back to him." Bem Taeju's face was cold. He thought, "This is the first time I've heard those words. I'm actually quite surprised that even the chairman has to play the role of a father, forced to find someone to watch over his child. It's funny to think that all the noble families, they live like this." At this moment, Lisa stood sternly, glancing behind her. "I thought this job could be quit at any time, and was just simply reporting the reckless antics of the rich heir to earn a large sum of money." But he stepped outside, looked up at the sky, and thought, "After all, I'd rather choose a deal with a mischievous person than a reckless scoundrel." Some people have described Bell Th's personality as having something very strange, suspiciously sick. He walked in the rain, head bowed, without saying a word. His actions were very strange. On the floor, there were flowers placed haphazardly, making my intuition unable to ignore it. If I expose the youngest son's farce, I naturally feel like I won't die peacefully. Lizzie maintained that pose, but slightly smirked. Damn it, who should I listen to now? Rich people know how to play others so well. Some items, like cigarettes, were placed on the table. Be careful. Lizzie saw the scattered items from the previous day were still there, proving that he still hasn't realized he's being followed by me on the chairman's orders. In front of me, the door was slightly ajar. The sound of a phone ringing. What should I do now? Should I think it over carefully? Outside, Hisu was sitting on the steps, holding a teddy bear in her hand. She gracefully embroidered a heart on the bear's left chest, then gently stroked the thread. The needle lightly pierced the left chest, as if piercing deep into her heart. A teddy bear that looked exactly like her was being held tightly in a man's hand. Then Hisu picked up the bear and looked at it, her eyes not leaving it, her cheeks gradually reddening. Then she thought to herself, "It's just a little bit of embroidery, but it's quite cute." She gently placed the bear on the table. "If I bring it to work, I'm afraid it will get dirty. So I'll wait until my shift is over tomorrow, go home and then give it to him." Hisu's eyes darted elsewhere, her lips slightly curved. "Taeha will like it, right?" In this place, a rough hand touched a girl's hip. It was Min Cheon and Aji. He lay on the bed, thinking to himself, I've been away from home for a few days, so why hasn't Hesu contacted me yet? Minchin imagined Hesu sitting on the mattress, sad because of him. To be honest, I thought she would immediately come looking for me. Even if she wasn't over her anger, she wouldn't be able to help but worry because I didn't come home all night. And remember how she always worried about me a little bit when I went to work? Hesu has always been like that. She pretends to be indifferent and cold, but she will constantly worry if it's news about Kangmin Keon, wondering what he's doing, if he's eating well, or if he's sick, like a second habit. Thinking about those things, he clicked his tongue. I can't just keep wearing the same clothes over and over again. Aji keeps nagging, repeating that if I need anything, just find something to change into, and that I can't come home for anything. The room was small and dark. Anyway, she doesn't have a thrifty personality. If it were Hesu, even if the shirt was faded, she would still wear it. But maybe because Aji is young, she will spend more freely. Minchin thought and felt uncomfortable. I'm curious about how she is and am thinking about bringing her some necessary items or visiting home tomorrow. A message from TH appeared. Sorry, I probably can't make it today. Hesu read the message and felt a little surprised. Then she quickly replied, It's okay, see you another time. Thinking to herself, I find myself surprised like an idiot because I'm used to meeting every day, so I just assumed that I would meet today too. Hesu pondered because of that. From outside, a familiar pair of feet was entering. He also has his own life, so there will be days when we can't meet. I'll probably have to give him the bear next time. She stood blankly for a moment, constantly thinking. This is the first time that kid has messaged me saying he can't come. Taeha and Lee Jaeon walked together. Surely nothing will happen, right? The familiar feet got closer and closer. Minchon stepped into the apartment, wearing a suit and a smug smile. Minchin stood in front of the door, his eyes emotionless. Yeah, I guess that was obvious, but it's still like this. Before him was a small room, with a teddy bear placed neatly on the low table. The home of Kang Minchin and Hesu. Minchon put his hands in his pockets and stepped inside the house. I feel relieved, even though this is a dilapidated house, no matter how much I clean it. Even last night, Hesu's hands touched everywhere. His eyes stopped at something. In the time I've been gone, of course she's still here. Minkion reached out and picked up the small teddy bear. He wondered, what is this? Mincheon muttered to himself, has she never seen a teddy bear before? He thought to himself, Hesu likes teddy bears. Minchin held the bear and looked at it for a long time, then suddenly covered his mouth and laughed. Ha ha, seriously. Ha ha, Hesu, ha ha. Mincheon threw it down on the table. She's really cute, isn't she? Ha ha. It must be because she doesn't have a husband, so she feels lonely, right? That's why I said when I'm here, she should treat me better. Aigu. Then he just walked into Hesu's room. I have to go get new underwear. On the other side, Taeha and Lee Jaeon walked up the stairs. Taehi stood upstairs, raising his glass and watching his steps. He was surprised. He flashed a mysterious smile. Taehi raised his hands and lightly dropped the glass. The glass fell right at Taeha's feet and shattered. He looked up at him. Taehi said, Long time no see, huh? He kept those hands in the same position, put the other hand in his pocket, and leaned over, asking, Still doing well? The two faced each other. Taehi continued, My little brother meets his older brother and your neck is so stiff, you really don't have any cuteness. He looked at Taeha and Lizzie, his voice a little envious. But you haven't seen each other for a while and you've gotten taller, huh? The two didn't say anything, just flashed a bright smile. Hey, Taehi smiled and then threatened, Lower your knees a little. Before I cut your legs off to fit my eye level. He immediately retorted, Well, you... He cut me off. I'm 27. How much taller am I going to get? Your legs are numb, huh? You're right. Why aren't you taller? He continued to mock, making Taehi's expression change. You've got muscle and bone pain, haven't you? The image of him lying face down on the bed appeared. Taeha continued. Every day he cried, saying his legs hurt, terrified because it hurt so much. He looked straight into his eyes. How about you? Do you still cry every night? Taehi angrily raised his hand to yell, You bastard! But DJ quickly grabbed his hand. Taehi's eyes looked like they wanted to eat him alive. You, he said. You haven't been beaten lately, so you're itching for a fight, huh? Tae-hee mocked him, but Tae-ha didn't react at all, just smiled freely. Someday, I'll definitely kill you, just like your mother. He only replied, how exciting to look forward to. A man said, young master, the chairman has arrived. He angrily pushed the glass of wine away and cursed, damn it. Let go, do you know how much this shirt costs? Tae-hee turned away, constantly threatening. I've got your face memorized. Be careful walking at night. Tae-ha put his hand on his shoulder. Happy teasing is going too far. Jae, my brother, is very scary. Jae looked at him helplessly. Will you protect me? Tae-ha replied, I hired you to protect me. Why would I protect you? Then the two of them turned and left. Tae-hee and their father, Tae-do, sat quietly at the dining table, not saying a word to each other. He sat cutting each piece of meat in a boring way. Suddenly, he spoke, Melissa. Who is that? Hearing that, Tae-hee stopped and glanced over. Tae-do smiled. Ha! I don't know how the chairman knows the name of some crazy girl on the other side of the world. Now, the chairman is investigating his own son behind his back? He didn't say anything, just turned his cold face towards him. Tae-hee began to hurriedly explain, although I don't know what nonsense she's saying, that's not my child. She's living with someone else too. She's just talking nonsense to get money. Tae-do's face began to turn serious, staring at him without saying a word, which made Tae-hee even more worried. His lips pursed, thinking to himself, damn it. He spoke. I'm sorry. Tae-ha sat listening to his brother rambling. In the future, I will live carefully in Korea. So that this doesn't happen again, he just raised his glass to drink when he said, Tae-ha, what about you? He turned his eyes towards Tae-do and said softly, yes, chairman. He looked at him and asked, do you have any problems? Tae-ha looked at him for a moment, then remembered his memories with Hae-soo. No, he replied with a confident smile. No. Of course, I don't have any problems. Brown shoes were placed in front of the house. Hae-soo's eyes widened in surprise. She immediately took off her shoes and ran into the house, not forgetting to call his name, Kang Min-shin. Is that you? Come out here. Just then, Min-shin took his things and came out. Hae-soo ran up and scolded him. Are you crazy? Where is this to come? Min-cheon looked at her and smirked. Why so talkative? Am I not allowed to come here? This is our house. Hae-soo quickly cut him off, giving him a look of resentment and anger. No, this place is no longer our house. It's my house. She pushed Min-cheon away with force. But he grabbed her hand tightly. Get out of here. You seduced such a young girl to do that. Do you have any conscience? Min-cheon leisurely looked at Hae-soo and said, young girl? You mean Aji? What young girl? At 25, she knows everything she needs to know. Her eyes welled up, her voice trembling. Only people of the same age can say those words. You're an adult, you know all these things, so you should know to avoid them. He held her tightly, letting Hae-soo resist non-stop. You still say you're an adult? Be honest. Min-cheon brought his face close to hers, smirking. Nah, Hae-soo. You're jealous, aren't you? His lips moved closer to Hae-soo's lips. You're heartbroken because I'm playing with a girl 8 years younger, aren't you? Min-jaeon's depraved hands touched her breasts. Or do you miss me? Hae-soo gave him a helpless look, her voice soft. You're crazy! Then she used her strength to push him away, taking everything she had and throwing it at Min-cheon, shouting, let go! Get out of here! Get lost! He only knew to shield himself, not forgetting to curse. Aish, crazy, huh? Really? Then Min-cheon walked out of the house, muttering as he walked, I know, I'm leaving. He stepped out of the door and turned back to smirk and tease. See you later. Ha ha, she angrily shouted. Don't say any more crazy things and don't come back here. Min-cheon leisurely walked out of the apartment. From behind, Hae-soo's voice still echoed. If you come here again, I'll call the police. In his heart, he was complacent. She didn't even throw away her luggage, pretending again. Min-cheon thought as he walked. I'm in such a good mood, seeing Hae-soo angry and crying. He went home and hugged Aji tightly, thinking, now I can breathe. Compared to seeing you dry like a wooden doll, you're more human now. Hae-soo stood stiffly in front of the door, her belongings scattered everywhere. Her hands trembled with anger. She turned her head and left without saying anything, thinking to herself, "How strange." Haesu collapsed, her body trembling. At that moment, I only thought of one person. On this side, Taeha picked up the phone. "Hello?" Then his face gradually changed. The phone call lasted for a long time. Then Taeha slowly put the phone down. He looked out the window, pondering something. Right, just at this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. "So, do I need to change jobs today?" Lizzie smiled meaningfully and said, "I'm just curious if you're planning to bury someone." Taeha rested his chin on his hand and looked at him. His face was calm as if nothing had happened. His lips slightly curled up, gently giving a smile. Then he said, "Nowhere." Minchin was still swaggering along, unaware that in some dark corner, Taeha was staring at him intently, thinking to himself, "Not yet, not now. For now, just enjoy it a little longer." A cruel look appeared in his eyes, the calculations in his heart rising. Only then will the ending be even more painful. In the luxurious bathroom of a hotel, the sound of someone vomiting was constantly echoing. Taehi splashed water on his face. Looking at his disheveled appearance in the mirror, he muttered and cursed, "Damn it, I thought pigs could fly." The server came forward worriedly and asked, "Are you okay?" He turned around and cursed loudly. "You look at me like this, do you think I'm okay or not? The atmosphere was terrible. I don't know if I'm going to eat or to exile. The atmosphere was terrible. I don't know if I'm going to eat or to exile." Taehi's complexion was not good. His eyes were dark, and his whole body was gloomy. He thought to himself, and above all, remembered the dinner with Tae-do. He looked at him sternly. Although he didn't say a word, he could still feel the pressure from him. At the dining table, Taehi seemed to be just a loser. No more, no less. Besides pursing his lips and resigning himself, he couldn't do anything else. On the contrary, Taeha was much more comfortable than him. He sat there, exuding an air of ease. Seeing Taehi's unbearable servility, he only gave a mocking smile. That smile was imprinted in his memory, causing the nameless anger in him to burn fiercely. Taehi turned to ask the server, "Did you see how that bastard showed off?" He didn't understand. Wondering, "Are you talking about the youngest master?" He wiped his hand on his pants to dry the water and indifferently replied, "Yeah." The server hesitantly replied, "I only saw it in passing, so I didn't see anything unusual." He turned around, laughing and cutting him. "I only saw it in passing, so I didn't see anything unusual." He turned, strained his neck to laugh, and interrupted him. "He's acting exactly like the chairman on purpose, to let me see that free and easy appearance of Tae. Ha, it drove him crazy. Showing off in front of me as if the chairman's seat suited him more than me. As if this whole house was in the palm of his hand." Taehi took a sip of water. He stared at himself in the mirror. His face revealed a crazed expression, that filthy bastard. Haeso stood lonely on the side of the road, waiting for someone. She was lost in thought when TH appeared beside her, looking down at her. He looked much more dashing than usual, and his deep voice resonated, "Sorry. I tried to get here as quickly as possible. Did you wait long?" She looked at his fancy attire, feeling a little out of place. She blurted out, "Oh, Haeso," looking him up and down, thinking to herself, "He said he had something to do. It must be something important, like a job interview or something." She playfully twirled a strand of her hair. Haeso said apologetically, "Sorry for suddenly calling you when you're busy." He casually replied, "It's nothing." His voice was gentle and warm, each word going straight to her heart. "I like it, because you contacted me first." He had received the call while in the car. TH thought to himself, was it her trembling voice that made me angry? I felt pain, and also when I saw the staggering figure of her ex-husband, he wondered. It's hard to say, really. I just wonder if that's really pain. Did I feel it or not? Perhaps when I knew she was looking for me, TH pondered, resting his chin on his hand. At that moment, an unusually comfortable feeling suddenly flooded his heart. You gave me a strange sense of satisfaction. Haeso lowered her head, smiling softly, and said, You know I don't know many people. Not many at all. No friends, no family. She looked up at him. The words came out lightly. And now, no husband either. TH chuckled at her words. He slowly said, So, She smiled sincerely and made a suggestion, "Be my friend for a meal today." He was silent, but his expression didn't show any discomfort. A smile still lingered on his lips. "Heso, playing with an old woman like me probably isn't much fun for you?" Suddenly, he asked, "Don't I get anything?" She hesitated and replied, "What do you want?" He pretended to think. "Let's see." He looked like a puppy wagging its tail. Hoping to be praised and patted on the head, she thought, resting her chin in her hand for a moment. Then she rummaged in her pocket, wanting to find something to give him. She kept digging but only found a few coins. Heso had no choice but to give them all to him. He took them, and when he saw him looking down at her, she stammered, "I only have this much right now, because I took up your time. So, buy some snacks later, okay?" TH looked at the folded bills in his hand, raising an eyebrow with a strange expression. He thought to himself, "I really don't know whether to laugh or cry." Heso threw him a few bills and turned to leave. He called out, "Heso, why are you leaving alone? Did you buy me and then throw me away?" She muttered softly, "What?" He casually replied, "You just bought me for 2001. She was amused by his thinking. What will people think if they hear that? TH caught up with her and the two walked side by side. He happily said, "Now you can't throw me away," he thought to himself. "I was sold to Na Heso." For 2001, she led him to a roadside pub. The owner was a middle-aged woman. Seeing them enter, she greeted them warmly. "Come on in, Heso, come in first." She bowed to the woman and said, "Hello." TH followed behind her, his tall figure towering. The owner exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my goodness!" Seeing the two of them together, she greeted them. "Oh my, I thought a star had walked into my place. What do you eat to be so tall? It's so dazzling, I'm going blind." She looked at the two of them and wondered, "You don't look that much alike. Are you two a couple?" Suddenly, an image of her colleague flashed through Heso's mind. She quickly waved her hand and shook her head, replying, No, we're not." TH held her shoulder and calmly repeated, "Yes, we're not a couple." His touch made her jump. He lowered his head and smiled at her, implying, "That I'm pursuing her unilaterally." Heso's face flushed red, seemingly very pleased with her reaction. He teased softly, "Right, Heso?" The pub owner, seeing the two of them so affectionate, said, "Oh my." Only Heso tried hard to explain this misunderstanding. No, it's not like that. This guy." TH burst out laughing. "I heard that." The winter night in Seoul was snowy white, and the night seemed to stretch endlessly. Only the roadside pub was still lit. Heso sat huddled, staring blankly at the table. It seemed she had a lot on her mind today. The bottle of liquor on the table had been opened long ago. She reached for a bottle, thinking of her ex-husband, a man who couldn't quit drinking. She thought to herself, whenever something happened, Kang Min-cheon would drink straight liquor without any snacks. She hesitated, not pouring. She was still thinking aimlessly. 13 years have passed, it's been so long. Even in this moment, I'm still thinking about him. He took the bottle before her surprised eyes and slowly filled her glass. He said gently, "Last time it was cigarettes, today it's liquor." She silently looked at the tiny glass. Filled with the white alcoholic liquid, he paid attention to every expression on her face, thinking to himself, that day her eyes were teary. But today, "I only see anger in your eyes, Heso." Heso sipped the liquor, trying to find a topic of conversation. "You once said there were many good things, so I'll try this and see how it island." He rested his chin on his hand and said indifferently, "The good things I mentioned aren't this." She asked softly, "What is it then?" TH smirked, looking intently at her, a gaze that made others breathless. Then he spoke in a deep, husky voice. "The more you ask, the more I want to answer." His thigh lightly touched hers. She didn't know if it was the liquor or not, but Heso's mind was slow to react. She still didn't understand what he meant. Suddenly, she said blankly, looking at him, "I'm reminded of the Kang Min-cheon of the past." Hearing her say that, he asked suspiciously, "Are you cursing me?" Heso burst out laughing at his teasing. She lowered her eyes and said gently, "Now, that's really true." But the memories seemed to take her back to those days when she was still a naive and foolish girl. Heso thought to herself, At least it wasn't like that back then, when she was walking down the stairs of the apartment complex to go to school. He ran up to her. She would never forget that day. We also had brilliant moments. Mincheon, with his bag slung over his shoulder and a piece of bread still in its wrapper in his mouth, came up and patted her back, saying naturally, "Hello." Even now, when she remembers it, Haeso can't help but think, there were also glorious days for the two of us. After Mincheon's sudden greeting, the atmosphere suddenly became eerily silent. After a while, she asked curiously, "Who are you?" Her question stunned him. He laughed awkwardly and said casually, "Oh, you don't know me? My name is Kang Mincheon. I live here. If you didn't know, you know now." Seeing Haeso still silent, he tried to make conversation with her. "I know you. You're Haeso, right? I didn't expect Mincheon to know me too." She asked softly, "How do you know?" He smiled and said, "I'll find a way if I want to." Then he handed her the bread, saying excitedly, "Here, this is especially for you." She took the package of bread from his hand, her expression slightly suspicious. "Bread?" He suddenly teased, "It's not poisoned. Eat it. Don't throw it away." Then Mincheon waved his hand and left casually. Perhaps this was the coolest he could be at the time. "Okay then, I'm going first." Coming and going like a gust of wind, without warning or a word beforehand. Even after he left, Haeso was still staring blankly at the bread in her hand. Remembering Mincheon's question, she thought to herself, "Actually, I do know. Back then, if you didn't know him, you were a real outsider. Mincheon wasn't just some nobody. There wasn't a single rumor about him, big or small, that the neighborhood gossips missed. He lived alone in the highest house on the hill, the one with the green gate. He had no parents. The only person he lived with was his grandma, and she passed away early. Sometimes the neighbors would see him hanging out with his friends. That guy always hung out with rowdy youths. They'd gather at night at the end of the alley to smoke. He knew a lot of people, guys and girls. Or sometimes, on rainy days, Haeso would see him helping an old lady push her junk cart up the hill in the rain. The hunched-over grandma would call out, "Mincheon, I'd take my umbrella, kid," but he wouldn't take her umbrella. Instead, he'd say something to make her laugh. Despite his rough exterior, he always helped the old folks in the neighborhood push their carts every day. After helping with the carts, Mincheon would sit down, catching his breath, and chat for a bit with the old lady. "You're much better looking than my grandson," the old lady would laugh. "That little devil, that kid has a face made for TV." Mincheon would smile, the smile of an 8-year-old, full of passion and spirit. The young man was loved by many adults for his kind nature and smooth talking. Rumor had it he was the best-looking guy in the neighborhood. From then on, she always ran into him on her way to school. After that day, he often struck up conversations with me every morning, and always with a little something. Sometimes it was a banana milk, sometimes a cup noodle. Every time she received something from Mincheon, Haeso felt uneasy. Then, one day, he asked, "Aren't you curious about me at all?" She exclaimed in surprise, "Huh?" He shrugged, his voice tinged with dissatisfaction. "I've been waiting for you to ask. It's been a month, and you still haven't asked me a single thing." Mincheon pulled his phone out of his pocket and handed it to her, saying softly, "Here, give me your number." She hesitated, not taking his phone. Mincheon thought she was shy and didn't want to give him her number. He smiled awkwardly. "What's up? If you don't want to give it, you can just say so. If you don't give it, I'll go home and cry. Cry so loud that all the neighbors here can hear me." Haeso gripped the milk box tightly in her hand and mumbled, It's not that I don't want to give it." The sunlight streamed across her face. Her quiet voice echoed in the air. "It's just that I don't have a phone." Mincheon was momentarily stunned, stammering, "Oh, is that so? So that's it." She shyly said, "Sorry." He quickly shook his head, replying, There's nothing to be sorry about. It's not a crime to not have a phone." After that day, Mincheon secretly worked part-time to save up money, hoping to buy her a phone. Looking at his savings book, he muttered to himself, "All right, just wait 1 month." Mincheon brushed his teeth, secretly calculating. A grin spread across his face. "I'll take care of everything for you." The part-time jobs that Mincheon found were pretty common, helping out at construction sites, carrying things. It was a bit tough, but the pay was decent. He was quite close with the boss. Mincheon could even casually ask for an advance. "Hey boss, lend me a little money, just this once." The boss casually replied, "This kid's been hit by a love spell." A little later, Minchon showed off a brand new flip phone to Heso, proudly saying, "Here!" He was covered in bandages, and there was even a pain relief patch stuck on his neck. Minchon smiled and said, "I couldn't buy a really fancy one, but this one's all right. Take good care of it, okay?" I worked hard for a whole month to earn enough money to buy it. Heso took the milk box he offered, asking softly, "But why are you giving it to me?" He casually replied, "Why else?" "So we can text each other. What do you think?" "I bought it for you. So you're only allowed to contact me, got it?" Then he bent down, carefully showing her how to use the phone. "Quick, save my number. Press here, then type in my name. There, that spot." Under his enthusiastic guidance, Heso finally managed to save her first phone number into her contacts. But Minchon still wasn't quite satisfied. "Hey, no matter how I think about it, Kang Minchon sounds too cold. You even put the person's last name in there." With that, he grabbed her phone and happily edited it for a while, replacing Kang Minchon. In an instant, the unfamiliar three words Kang Minchon suddenly became Minchon, with a heart symbol after it. He smiled in satisfaction. "Like this, it's better." Heso was startled and blushed. He immediately teased her, "Don't you dare change it back when you get home, okay?" That night, Heso curled up in her blanket, hoping to block out the noise. But the man's voice in the living room still echoed in, "Get me some alcohol. You're not getting it?" Curses and beatings mixed together. She could only helplessly cover her ears. Heso's tears silently streamed down. She sobbed in despair. This life was no different from hell. Suddenly, a message arrived. It was from Minchon. He sent a bunch of symbols that formed the shape of a dog, with the words, "It's me," below. He then sent another message, a picture of a cat, saying that this was Naheso, and a string of smiley faces. She stared blankly, looking at those messages, tears streaming down her cheeks. Perhaps this was her only comfort at this moment. Her eyes were red from crying, but instead, there was an indescribable joy, because in the darkest moment of her life, there was still a light willing to accompany her. Heso murmured to herself, "You're such an idiot, really." The next day, Minchon came to class. His friends quickly surrounded him, asking curiously, "Hey, Kang Minchon, why have you been coming to school late lately? Is your leg okay? The headmaster hits hard, doesn't he?" He rubbed his head, calmly replying, "Nah, it's nothing." Seeing his friends' curious expressions, he confidently said, "The school I love starts 30 minutes later than our school, so even if I get hit, I have to see her first." His friends immediately exclaimed in admiration, "Damn, you have a girlfriend?" Minchon shrugged, his voice nonchalant, "Not yet, but she'll be my girlfriend soon." Hearing that, his friends burst out laughing. "Bullshit." Suddenly, the bald guy spoke up. "What about Sangmi?" Minchon asked in confusion. "Sangmi? Hey, I don't even know who's Sangmi or Misang or whatever island. Who is she? Why do you keep asking me about her?" The guy replied, "Because she likes you, duh." Knowing Sangmi's reputation, the kind-hearted bald guy reminded him, "Hey Kang Minchon, you better be careful. That girl is seriously scary. She even knows some big brothers." He rolled his eyes dismissively, saying, "Oh, I don't care. None of my business." A few days later, it was exam day, and the classroom suddenly became as tense as a bowstring. I also tried hard to do the test, but looking at her face, it seemed that things weren't going too smoothly. On the contrary, Minchon seemed quite calm. He didn't worry in the slightest. In the afternoon, when the two were sitting together on the rooftop, he smiled and asked, "How were the final exams?" Heso sulked and said, "Stop asking." Then, despite her attempts to stop him, hey, he still stole her test to take a look. Let's see, Heso's paper is all crosses." Minchon burst out laughing. "Hey, you're so funny. Did rainwater get on your exam paper or something? I thought it was a downpour." She bristled at his teasing, pouting, "What makes you think you did any better?" He smiled confidently. "You really think so?" Minchon held out his test for her to see, looking nonchalant. "Here, take a look. What do you think?" She was stunned by his score. Minchon seized the opportunity to brag, "I'm awesome, right?" Suddenly, Heso remembered a rumor that she had heard before. The old folks in the neighborhood often whispered to each other, What a pity. If only his father or mother were still around. No, if only that kid's mother had lived a little longer. Wouldn't it have been great if he'd been a model student since he was little? She was just passing by then. But unexpectedly, she overheard something about Minchin. Let it go, he won't get to see his grandchildren grow up. It must be heartbreaking for them too. I wonder if they can rest in peace, leaving behind such a handsome kid. It's such a waste, a real shame. Hiso had heard those regretful words day in and day out. It seemed like the elders were always like that, secretly lamenting the child, Minchin, who should have had a bright future. But often when she saw him hanging out with his friends, she'd worry, thinking those words were when I realized what kindness was. Kind, smart, without a single flaw. Everyone praised him in unison, saying they wished for nothing more than to raise such a well-behaved child. She stared blankly at his retreating figure, thinking to herself, he used to be like that. Kang Minchin, when he looked towards her, Heiso suddenly felt a pang of sadness. Everyone felt sorry for him, Minchin. Little did he know, when he saw her, he just shouted, "Oh, honey!" His voice was so loud it startled her. The friends around him immediately chimed in, teasing, "Ooh, Kang Minchin!" He laughed and told them to greet her. "Say hi, you guys. She's your sister-in-law." Hearing that, the boys turned to her and shouted in unison, "Hello, sister-in-law." Their words made her blush endlessly, thinking to herself, it's kind of fun. Heiso covered her reddening ears, telling herself, even though we're not anything yet, the sky is never always blue, because sometimes dark clouds suddenly roll in. That day, Heiso went to school alone. Suddenly, someone called her from behind, "Hey you, wait up!" A group of 3 girls with flashy makeup blocked her path. The one in the lead was Sangmi. She spoke up, "Are you Heiso, one of Minchial's friends?" The bald guy had seen her and ambushed Heiso alone. She was dwarfed by the group, looking flustered. Sammy smirked, "Come on, smile, smile." He frantically found Minchin at the internet cafe, shouting, "Hey, Kang Minchin!" He calmly answered while tapping on his phone. "Yeah, you're here?" He worriedly said, "Your girlfriend, or soon-to-be girlfriend, is hanging out with some people from Seoul Hyun High School." He asked in confusion, "Na Heiso?" "No, she's not." His friend pondered, "That's weird. I just saw them going somewhere together." As soon as he finished speaking, Minchin's face changed slightly. Sami and her friends led Heiso to a crowded bathroom and started bullying her. "Hey, look at her long skirt, so old-fashioned, honey. What's your relationship with Kang Minchin anyway?" She mumbled, "We're nothing." Sammy sneered. "Nothing, huh?" She glared. "You got a lot of nerve, messing with me." Facing her terrified gaze, Sammy coldly ordered, "Take it off." The next moment was a nightmare for Heiso. She weakly resisted, but couldn't stop Sangmi's group from doing whatever they wanted. "We need to fix that face of yours a little, so you don't do that again." "Hey, you can't. If we get caught again, you're out." "Are you keeping a good lookout?" The girl guarding the door nonchalantly replied, "Guess who's coming?" As soon as she finished speaking, Minchin's face suddenly appeared outside. He kicked the door open, scaring the girl so badly she fell to the ground. Minchin forcefully dragged Sammy out. The other girls only dared to stand around, not daring to interfere. Heiso was disheveled and huddled in a corner. The bathroom was filthy. Her clothes were torn to shreds, her face was scratched, and there were tears in the corners of her eyes. He looked at her, his heart aching. Minchin took off his school jacket and put it on her, then said sarcastically, "Sangmi's group, you girls seem to like this kind of bullying, huh? This is unbearable, let's go, Na Heiso." Seeing that, she angrily shouted, "Leave her alone and get lost." Sammy gritted her teeth, pointing the box cutter at them. "Are you crazy? Kang Minchin, you keep saying she's so pretty, so beautiful. You want to die, you son of a bitch?" She raised the box cutter, shouting, "I'll really kill you. You think I won't dare?" Minchin immediately grabbed her arm. He held it close to his neck, glaring and provoking Sangmi. "Do it, damn it. Let's see." When they returned to the neighborhood, it was already late. Mincheon took her hand and led her up the stairs. Heiso worriedly said, "What are we going to do now?" He didn't hear clearly and asked again, "Huh?" She sighed, her voice somewhat flustered. "What if those girls try to do something to you?" Minchin put his arm around her shoulder, forcing her to face him. Then he smiled and replied, "Oh, na heso. Oh, you're worried about me." His voice was faint, but it was as if he didn't care at all. Well, they'll probably know some older brothers. Just as Minchin said, the next day, a group of delinquent male students came looking for him. Minchin was pinned down and beaten, but he didn't give in and even sneered at them, thinking to himself, "But it's okay." He broke free from their hold and jumped into the fight, frantically punching and kicking, his whole body full of confidence. "Even if I get beat up, I'll still win." She faced a Minchin with a face and limbs covered in wounds. Hezo tearfully said, "You said you wouldn't let yourself get hurt. You said even if you fought, you'd win." Minchin quickly retorted, "It's not like they didn't cheat. But I didn't get hit that much. They got hit even harder." Seeing her lower her head without a word, a sob escaped. He was momentarily stunned. Oh, Heiso's face was flushed red, and tears were falling like rain. His voice suddenly became flustered. "Are you crying?" Minchin couldn't stand seeing her cry. He immediately tried to comfort her. Hey, I'm sorry. Next time, I won't let myself get hurt. I'll go crazy and fight like a madman, not letting anyone touch me. Or do you want to hit me? Go ahead and hit me. Just don't cry. Okay? Be my guest." Kang Minchin only gave Naheso the exclusive right to hit him as much as she wanted, saying that he took her hand and tried to hit himself, but Heso stopped. She asked, "Why are you so good to me?" She repeated again, her voice sounding as if she was asking herself, "Why are you like this with me?" Minchin wondered. He also wondered why he had to go this far, calling her honey, telling his underlings to call her sister-in-law, and even coming to her rescue. But all the questions revolved around one single answer. Minchin shyly blushed. He whispered, "Well, is there even a need to ask? Why can't Heso forget it even now?" Under the sunset on the rooftop, the boy with the flushed face, covering his face with his hand, could utter words that could stir the heart of a person, someone who stole the heart of an innocent girl with just those words. With reddened ears and trembling hands covered in bruises, he was the boy I couldn't help but love. In that moment, Heso felt love, the feeling of loving someone and being loved by someone. It had sometimes confused her, but only at this moment did she want to abandon everything and seize it, even if she had to regret it later. Even though it hadn't fully bloomed, our youth, full of scars, had turned to ashes. She wrapped her arms around him. The last ray of sunlight of the day shone on them. Heso felt warm inside, even in that pit of misfortune. But because he was there, they shared a kiss in the setting sun, carrying all the impetuousness of youth, encapsulated in that beautiful picture. She told herself, "I don't mind letting this strong, wild youth burn. No matter how beautiful first love is, it will be distorted by time." The vibrant, youthful boy who confessed his love to her back then had changed somehow. "And then the rest of you, after we've burned you, will disappear with the smoke." Heso took a sip of wine. The spicy liquor flowed down her throat, taking with it all the tremors in her heart, while I was left like fresh ashes. Back to the present, a hot pot was placed in front of her, and Taeha turned to ask, "Why are you looking at me like that? Have you never seen someone drink before?" He laughed, replying, "Because I'm jealous." He folded his arms, his mouth smiling. But his words held no hint of a smile, sitting and drinking in front of me while thinking about another man. As he said that, he thought to himself, "Can I win against those beautiful memories she recounted so completely?" Taeha felt a pang of sadness, thinking, "What do I have to do to defeat all those memories of hers?" "You can't kill them, and you can't erase them." Suddenly, Heso spoke up, "You're a player." He looked at her in surprise. "Drunk people usually don't make sense. You look very much like a player." Saying those words with that face, anyone would fall for you, wouldn't they? Taeha raised an eyebrow and smiled, replying, "But you haven't fallen for me." Heso said petulantly, "Don't tease me. I know everything." He shrugged nonchalantly, saying, "It seems like you don't know anything." Heso was unconvinced and sternly retorted, "Don't talk back to your elders." Taeha didn't know where she got such reasoning, but he stubbornly argued with her, "I'm old too." She burst out laughing, asking humorously, "Seriously? How old are you?" He moved closer to her, his lips next to Heiso's ear. Then he whispered, 23. Immediately, Heiso startled and coughed. She looked at the handsome face before her, thinking to herself, "You're crazy, nah, Heiso. You invited a boy who's 10 years younger than you to drink, to lessen the shock in her heart." She picked up the bottle and chugged it down. The consequence of drinking too fast was a spinning head. Taeha sat beside her, teasing her while she was dazed. "Hey, you're really drunk," Heiso mumbled. Not drunk. She was no longer sober enough to open her eyes. Even when he rested her head on his shoulder, Heiso didn't notice, just constantly muttering. "No matter how I think about it, you're just too young." Suddenly, Taeha spoke up. Heiso only vaguely heard him say, "You won, but why aren't you happy?" That person even slept with a girl 8 years younger. But she raised her head to look at him. Taeha smiled and continued, "I'm even younger." He looked straight into her eyes, his voice suddenly becoming serious. "Aren't you sad?" Seeing Heiso stunned, he gritted his teeth and said, "Just use me, go on." Finally, after a while, Heiso moved her lips and replied, "I can't." She thought to herself, "You're a good person. To you, I'm also." She didn't finish her sentence and stood up, leaving. Heiso tried to walk faster than him. Her figure swayed from drunkenness, her face flushed. Taeha chuckled, grabbing her and saying in a low voice, "This is the way home." In her daze, she said plaintively, "I don't want to go home." He was stunned, feeling an urge in his heart. He wrapped his arm around her waist, gently asking, "That sounds a little dangerous. Should I stay with you?" Heiso didn't care that he was touching her. Or perhaps she no longer had the strength to push him away, only able to say intermittently, "You." Two figures clung to each other in the dark, snowy night. Her half-conscious voice rang out, "You look so sexy." He laughed, saying, "You're going too far with the words, na Heiso." She pouted, replying, "I'm always like this, it's just that you don't know." Taeha tightened his grip, mischievously saying, "You just said you didn't like me because I was too young." She loudly retorted, "Who are you putting on this adult act for?" Heiso staggered, struggling out of his arms, sulking. "You keep acting like you're so mature, but I've lived 15 years longer than you know. If you say things like, 'Just use me again,' and tease an older woman." She clutched the hem of his shirt, trying to act like an adult. "I'll scold you." Then she gently placed the tip of her shoe on his foot. Taeha looked at her cat-like appearance and laughed, saying, "Go ahead." Heiso was annoyed by his teasing, retorting, "You think I wouldn't dare?" She tugged on his shirt, whining, "Come here." Both her feet were now on his shoes. Her voice was still stubborn as ever. Lowering his head, Taeha didn't resist, letting her lead him. He felt a slight joy in his heart. Even though she couldn't stand properly, suddenly the distance between their faces closed. Heiso tiptoed and placed a kiss on his lips. Taeha's eyes widened in surprise at her sudden kiss. Their lips parted slightly. The lingering feeling on her lips wouldn't fade. Heiso greedily placed another light kiss on them, in an instant. His reason seemed to be swept away by her kiss, his mind going blank. She softly spoke, as if wanting to prove that she was truly an adult. "I told you I could do it." Heiso's eyes were resolute. But her words were so childish, like a cat purring, exposing its white belly, hoping to be petted. "Don't play with me." She wanted to continue arguing with him. "I know more than you." But Taeha grabbed the back of her neck, closing the distance. He took the initiative to kiss those lips. A passionate kiss dominated by him. Heiso's ears turned red, but she didn't refuse. He continued to accept this kiss. His hand gently caressed her earlobe, becoming more and more demanding. Heiso followed his lead, her eyes full of intoxication. It seemed that just kissing wasn't enough. He greedily wanted more, his hands holding her face tightly, wanting to force her to accept this kiss. As if wanting to devour her whole, their lips and tongues intertwined. It wasn't clear if it was from the warmth of his hands or the kiss, but her cheeks gradually became hot. Gradually, her breath was taken away by Taeha, her legs trembling, and she let out wet moans. She gradually lost control of herself. Her shoes slipped off his feet, her whole body swaying as if she was about to fall. Just when she thought she was about to escape, Taeha tightened his grip, kissing her deeply as if he wanted to embed her into his body. Heiso could do nothing but try to gasp for air. Her eyes gradually lost focus, her face burning. He still wanted to prolong this kiss, to prolong this moment. Because who knew when she woke up tomorrow, the girl in front of him would forget everything. That's why he was insatiable and wanted more. Poor Heiso could only entrust everything to him. Now she was prey. Already in his clutches, unable to refuse or escape. Even if her breath was being taken away, she could only continue to sink into it, the sound of her heart pounding loudly. She couldn't clearly distinguish whether it was her heart or his heart that was vibrating. Only then did Taeha release her lips. Their saliva dripped into a clear, silvery thread. He looked straight into her eyes, his eyes full of lingering affection. At that moment, Heiso felt as if she and he were a passionate couple, inseparable. She suddenly remembered that she had to breathe. Afraid that he would take her lips again, she weakly cried out, "Stop, I can't breathe." She shyly buried her face in his chest, trying to regulate her emotions that were racing like a roller coaster. Heiso clutched the hem of Taeha's shirt, scolding, "Seriously, it's all your fault I can't think straight." Kissing for too long seemed to deprive her brain of oxygen. The alcohol rose again, causing a sudden drowsiness to come over her. Her hands on him gradually loosened. Taeha supported her. Heiso had already fallen asleep. He looked at her warm breath, soft lips, and eyes full of affection. All of it made him reluctant to let go. What am I supposed to do? Taeha couldn't take her home. So he decided to let her stay at his hotel. As he carried Heiso steadily, the receptionist became tense upon seeing him. Right now, she's fast asleep, oblivious to the moon. Her face is still flushed. The bellhop is pulling her suitcase along. Seeing this, he asked his colleague, "What are you looking at?" His colleague hushed him. "Shh." He pointed towards Taeha and whispered, "Look over there." Then he asked, "That guest looks familiar, doesn't he?" The waiter stared for a moment, then exclaimed, "The chairman? Wow, he looks exactly like the chairman did back in the day." "You startled me." "I thought the chairman looked younger today," the receptionist whispered. "Keep your voice down." The waiter seemed to understand something, nodding and saying, "Oh, so this is the legendary son, is it? The BO heir, who's rumored to have a different girlfriend every night, but I thought he was in America. He's back?" The male receptionist replied, "It's not the young master the waiter's talking about. I've seen him many times. That's a playboy, a womanizer. He's never without a woman. I've seen the older son. He's the main character in all those rumors. He frequents this hotel. You can tell at a glance he's a spoiled rich kid." The male receptionist had to admit, he looks a lot like the chairman. The young master was born looking just like him. But now, seeing Taeha, he had to rethink it. Back then, he looked so much like the chairman that I even thought, it's true that good fortune doesn't fall outside the family, but now a copy that looks strangely similar has appeared. Damn, he's almost a perfect copy. He noticed the worn clothes Heiso was wearing and thought to himself, is that his girlfriend? But thinking of Taeha's status, he quickly dismissed the thought. No way. Taeha, the chairman's son, the master of those scandalous rumors, is now happily with a hot girl. In some bar, the two were passionately entwined. Suddenly he paused, muttering, "Wait." The beauty next to him immediately pouted unhappily, saying, "What's wrong? We were just getting into it." He scratched his ear, sounding annoyed. "It's itchy." "Who's talking about me behind my back?" The girl licked her lips, taking Taeha's hand, her voice seductive. "With this beauty in front of me, are you going to go back on your word?" He was attracted by her alluring appearance, desire rising. Taeha smiled and replied, "No way," the girl asked again. "Are we going to the hotel?" He immediately refused. No. He pressed himself against her, his hands roaming, caressing every inch of her flesh. Then, as if to reassure the beauty in his arms, he said, "I like it better here. I'll take you to an empty room in the hotel." The whole room was pitch black, faintly lit by the dim light outside the window. He placed her bag on the sofa while she was carried to the bed inside. Heiso closed her eyes and nodded while he squatted on the ground. Taeha helped her take off her shoes so old and worn they couldn't be more worn, but he was still extremely careful. Those shoes had stepped on his foot when she tiptoed, wanting to kiss him. Taeha's eyes darkened. The beast inside him wanted to awaken, wanted to do something to her. He had to try his best to restrain himself, had to endure. He kept repeating in his head, "Be patient. I can't be a thief in the night. Just wait quietly, and then she'll be comfortable." Heso's whole body went limp, collapsing onto him. Taeha felt like someone was clawing at the bottom of his heart. The desire he had struggled to suppress threatened to surge again when he saw her flushed face. He just wanted to disregard everything, to mark her with his breath. But Taeha still had to keep telling himself to be patient. One person was constantly trying to restrain himself, while the culprit was oblivious, teasing him. He endured to the point of laughing. Thinking to himself, "It seems like she trusts me too much." Taeha placed her on the bed and sighed, "Good night. Tomorrow will be exhausting." Heso breathed softly, but she kept fidgeting restlessly. He tried to adjust her position. His hand was grabbed, warmth transferring from her slender arm. He stared intently at her sleeping face, like a wild beast looking at its prey, muttering to himself, "Behave yourself." Taeha's hand tightened on the bedsheet. Every wave of passion that surged was forcefully suppressed by him. Don't let this desperate heart that's beating fast because of this thirst explode. He turned and walked away, wanting to quickly leave this tempting room, to leave the seductive girl lying on the bed. Suddenly, Heso mumbled softly in her sleep. She wasn't sleeping peacefully, her eyebrows furrowed. Taeha had no choice but to turn back, stroking her hair gently, saying, "Yeah, Heso." He sat on the edge of the bed, patiently coaxing her, thinking to himself, "It's okay. Sleep well." The next morning, Taeha had left some time ago, leaving only her fast asleep on the warm bed, gentle sunlight shining in. Heso slowly opened her eyes. The fatigue of last night had been dispelled by this soft bed. She muttered to herself, "The warmth surrounding my body isn't like my bed that's always drafty or waking up with a dry nose. Stuffy and with aching limbs, but very soft and comfortable." Heso suddenly woke up, stunned. Then she jumped up, looking at the unfamiliar room, clean blankets and sheets, warm sunlight, wondering, "What is this? Where am I? I've never been here before." She tried to recall the memories of last night. Yesterday, I got drunk, and then the scene of her tiptoeing to kiss him, then the two of them passionately. Every memory left her speechless. Heso panicked, jumping back. After a period of mental struggle, she blushed and muttered to herself, "No way, it's just a dream. I've had dreams like this before because of the strange things he said. I keep having strange dreams." The shoes were taken off and placed neatly next to the bed. Heso stared at them, weakly convincing herself, "It's definitely just a dream." She looked around the room, all her belongings were there, everything was neatly placed. Heso couldn't help but think, it's not hard to imagine the shoes being neatly arranged, the bag placed neatly in a corner, the coat hung up smoothly. Every fragmented image from last night rushed back. His large hands gently helping her take off her shoes, the slow, gentle hands of someone who took care of a drunkard like me. Suddenly, a feeling of guilt arose. Heso examined herself, and after seeing that her underwear hadn't been taken off, she breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, it seems like nothing happened. Her shameless nerves seemed to have reactivated. Heso hugged a pillow, lamenting to herself, "Thank goodness for what? After a night of making a mess, this is the time to think about those things? I shouldn't have crossed the line of his hug last night. What adult wouldn't recognize that as a sign?" That gesture was as if begging for permission to cross the line. It was really unbearable. When their lips touched, her breath was taken away. She suddenly remembered his expression at that time, and also his calm, even smug face that made people annoyed. Heso recalled her feeling when she took the initiative to capture his lips, giving me a kind of feeling that I had to bite him really hard, otherwise I wouldn't be able to stand it. In the end, reason prevailed over panic. She sat up straight, reassuring herself, "No, don't think too negatively. It's not like we slept together or anything, so it's not a big deal." She bent down to put on her shoes. Still thinking aimlessly, it probably wasn't his first time either. A face like that without a bit of history. Though in the dating scene would be strange. Thinking of his kiss that seemed to want to devour her, she blushed and thought to herself, besides, his technique was also top-notch. Heso criticized herself while getting dressed. "I'm really not acting like an adult at all. I have to contact him and apologize." She reached into her pocket. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound, and Heso took out a neatly folded piece of paper, probably left by TH after she fell asleep. A piece of paper? Last night, before leaving, he sat down and wrote it on a note. I'm writing this in case you wake up and are surprised to find yourself in a strange place. You were too drunk, so I couldn't take you home. I hope you understand. P.S. Don't worry about the hotel bill. After settling everything, TH got in the car and left. Behind him, countless employees bowed respectfully, looking at him as if he were an all-powerful CEO. But in the letter, TH only left a few words. I have a winning voucher, planning to use it when I have a girlfriend. As soon as he returned home, Lee Jae greeted him with a less than friendly smile. I'm really curious, he said, clicking his tongue. What's the reason you're afraid to be at home? Is someone going to climb up to your skyscraper apartment in the middle of Seoul, break the window, and stab you? Shut up, he laughed, hearing Lee Jae complain. But he didn't answer any of his questions, only suggesting, play with me. He sighed and replied, what do you want to play? Building blocks with flower petals? Or something else? Can't you see I'm still calm? Lee Jae then wondered, aren't you going to see her? He replied casually, no, I won't contact her first today. Recalling her debt-collecting appearance last night, he smiled meaningfully, saying, to earn more debt. TH stared at the book, looking a little smug. At least contact me first, so I can be in the mood to overlook the reason why you don't know what your master is talking about. What nonsense are you talking about? He wondered inwardly. What is he saying? I can't understand. What the hell is he talking about? He thought, thinking of his carefree appearance when he left the hotel. He's only missing the drums and gongs to let everyone know, he muttered to himself. I don't know if he doesn't want to be caught or is desperate to be caught. Lee Jae hid in a corner of the hotel. He witnessed everything between Tae-do and a strange woman, he muttered to himself. Both with that woman and Chairman Minshin and Aji, who is now lying naked. Next to each other on a bed, one can imagine how passionate they were last night. She lay sprawled on him, pouting and saying unfair. He didn't know what kind of strange game she was trying to play. Ben carefully probed, why are you suddenly like this? Aji slowly said, why are you so good at everything? Without waiting for him to answer, she came up with a few answers herself. It must be because you've met many married women before. Even your ex-wife is still crazy about you because you're good at that, or is it because your little boy is big? Hearing her ramble on, Minchan suddenly laughed. Aji propped her chin up and continued her guessing game. Damn, I bet your first-time technique was amazing too. Hearing that, he chuckled inwardly. Does this little thing think I've been like this since I was young? Min Cheon didn't bother to coax her, lazily saying, I'm old, it's like that. Aji tilted her head curiously and asked, it'll be like that when you're older? He hummed and replied, well, not really, but... Thinking of his battered appearance that sunset afternoon, he muttered to himself, at least it wasn't a blank page. Naive when he was young, Min Cheon of that afternoon first confessed to Hare so on the rooftop. That was a Min Cheon of a long time ago. The Min Cheon of that time only needed a light kiss from her to make his heart flutter and his body feel hot, but because he cherished her, he pushed her away, wanting to hide his abnormal state. At this moment, Min Chain awkwardly said to Hae-so, hey, go home. She was surprised and replied, huh? Why suddenly? Seeing him refuse like that, she asked suspiciously, did you not like what we did just now? Minchin's face flushed, and his voice became stuttering. It's not that, he suddenly exclaimed. It hurts too much, Hae-so asked worriedly. Does it hurt a lot? Let me put some medicine on it for you. Seeing her prepare to turn around, he immediately shouted, don't turn around! She looked at Min Keon's strange behavior and couldn't help but wonder. He took a step away, awkwardly saying, I'll go first. Min Keon's gait was indeed very strange, his whole body sluggish and awkward. He walked while muttering to himself, what should I do now? Min Keon's face was flushed, and his desire seemed impossible to hide anymore. He thought to himself, it really hurts, huh? What? Oh, you! Aji's voice rang out, interrupting his thoughts. What is it? Why are you laughing again? Could it be that you're really remembering that first time? Min Chon smiled, looking out the window, his voice indifferent. No, it's nothing. After Heiso returned home, the first thing she did was pack all the things that belonged to that terrible marriage into trash bags. She also took out all her clothes and sorted them, tying up another trash bag. Heiso secretly made up her mind. I've decided to clean up the house because we're not living together anymore. I've carefully sorted out the things that don't belong to me anymore. She looked at the pile of things in front of her, feeling a pang of sadness, things that are easily thrown away, and suddenly, she frowned, her eyes stinging, tears threatening to spill. In front of her was that old flip phone. Minchin had bought it for her. It was the only glimmer of light throughout her dark high school years, the proof of their glorious past. Heiso stared at it for a long time, not knowing if she was reminiscing or reluctant to throw it away. But after a while, she put it aside, muttering to herself, "Don't cry. I've decided not to cry anymore." The dusty phone lay with the pile of discarded items, just like her memories of him. From now on, it will also be officially covered in dust, because our memories will never appear again. After cleaning up, she rubbed her aching shoulders, letting out a soft breath. It's done. It's just throwing away a few things, but it feels like I'm moving house. It's so tiring. Suddenly, she remembered when she and Minchin first moved into this apartment. After moving all the furniture, they both sat down and ate black bean noodles together. Heiso muttered to herself, "People often say that you have to eat black bean noodles on moving day." She smiled wryly, muttering to herself, "Kang Min Cheon taught me that." Looking at the clean room with so few things, Heiso suddenly felt a sense of loneliness. Now there's no one to eat with, and the house is so empty. I realize once again that the space Heiso used to fill this small house is really so small. She pulled out a worn bra from the pile of old things, only thinking dejectedly, "At the same time, I'll throw away all my old underwear. Even if you're here or not, the difficulties of the past 13 years will still make me poor in the future. However, I will buy some new underwear." As if to fill the void in my heart. Looking at the teddy bear given by TH, she wondered, should I call T? H and ask him to eat black bean noodles together? At TH's apartment, Lee Jae and he were having a fiercely competitive game of Jenga. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. The Jenga tower shook and fell, but he didn't care. He only focused on checking his phone. Seeing the sender's name, TH smirked. Everything was going as he expected. Heiso carried a bag and strolled around the market near her house, muttering to herself, "I've never had anything new in my life." Ever since I was little, the things I received were mostly given away because people didn't need them anymore. At times like this, she would stand to one side. The things I have are all worn or frayed, discarded by people. People say, "Those who have nothing in their hands will cherish what they have even more." How many times has it been? She'd often gaze at her uniform in the mirror, secretly thrilled, so when I had something, I'd cherish it. Everything was precious. Only later did she realize the greatest thing in her life. It was the person who had been the light in her dark tunnel, who had warmed her heart in the coldest winter days. When she wrote his name next to hers, it felt like she had the world. That person was none other than Kang Min Cheon, the moment he circled his name and then filled in hers. Wanting to subtly affirm that he was hers, perhaps both Min Cheon and Heiso saw hope for a happy future. But in the end, that happiness shattered, leaving one person with a heart as if hollowed out. He disappeared, as if he were nothing. As if he was never mine to begin with. Heiso glanced around, looking into a shop. The landlady hurried out, warmly greeting her. She asked, "Looking for me? Come inside, it's cold out here." She shyly said, "Ah, I'm looking to buy some lingerie." The landlady nodded. Sure, I sell everything." She led Heiso around the lingerie section, then asked, "What kind of style are you looking for?" She didn't have many requirements for lingerie. Therefore, she calmly replied, "Just something simple and comfortable." The landlady nodded. What size?" Before she could answer, the landlady looked at her chest, then softly nodded, "Oh my. I don't know who he is, but he's sure to be lucky. Nice. Heiso stood to the side, blushing with embarrassment. The landlady busily rummaged around, seeing if she had lingerie that fit her size. "Let's see, I don't have many in this size." "Ah, here it is." She finished speaking and showed her a sexy piece of lingerie, smiling, "How about this?" She saw the red bra and blushed crimson, frantically saying no, no, no. Seeing her strong rejection, the landlady wondered, "Oh, you don't like it? If I wore this, my husband would go crazy." "Yes, well." She quickly changed the subject. "Show me something else, please." The landlady laughed. "A new bride is so shy." Finally, she took out a bra that looked normal. "This is the safest one I sell." Heso blushed shyly. "I'll take this one." The landlady nodded quickly. "All right, I'll give you a discount." Seeing her slightly stunned, the landlady suddenly started a conversation. "You look like a young wife. Are you married?" Heso paused for a moment, then said, "No, I'm not." She turned back, forcing a smile on her face. "I'm single." While calculating the bill, the landlady grabbed a thong from somewhere and handed it to her, excitedly saying, "Let me give you this as a gift. Come visit my shop often." Oh my, why be surprised? Kids these days wear thongs all the time. Unable to refuse, Heso awkwardly carried the bag of lingerie out of the shop, thinking to herself, "Well, I bought it anyway, even though the process was a bit embarrassing and awkward." But holding the bag in her hand, she still felt secretly happy. New lingerie. Today, Heso seemed to shed the burden of spending money. Without having to hesitate or think too much, she had to buy wrapping paper and a box to put the teddy bear in. After a while, she bought some socks, happily enjoying the joy of shopping. "It's so cold these days. My feet are freezing." Speaking of fighting the cold, she suddenly remembered, thinking back, she had noticed the black gloves he always wore before. Heso thought to herself, "Those gloves don't look very warm." Luckily, next to her were a few pairs of knitted gloves with pretty designs. She hesitated, not knowing whether to buy him a pair or not. Then she said, "Madam, wrap up this pair of gloves for me too, please." A few minutes later, TH sent a message, "I'm here." She looked around, searching for his figure in the market. He must be around here somewhere. Where is he? The market was too crowded, so she couldn't see anything. Her eyes met someone. A tall, handsome guy stood out from the crowd. "Is that TH?" she thought to herself, but she could see him quite clearly because he was so tall. An old woman asked him, "Are you a talent scout, young man?" The old man next to her quickly corrected, "Oh my, who calls them that these days, dear? They're called models, model." The old woman laughed cheerfully, continuing, "My daughter likes guys like you. Let me show you. It's not because I'm her mother that I'm saying this, but my daughter is quite popular with men. I call her and she'll be here in 10 minutes. Then she asked, "So, do you have a girlfriend?" TH looked straight at Heso through the crowd. Then he replied, "Yes, I do have one. Have a girlfriend." His voice was loud enough for her to hear. Combined with that meaningful look, it was hard not to associate the girlfriend he was talking about with her. Heso chose to push everything out of her mind. She walked up to him, concerned, asking, "When did you arrive?" He calmly replied, "Just now." She smiled, saying, "You came so quickly. I thought it would take longer." TH reached out, wanting to touch her hand, slowly saying, "Because I was curious." Looking at her face right in front of him, thoughts raced through his mind. "I wonder what she's going to say about yesterday. What kind of expression will she make when she talks about it?" But in the end, he didn't reveal all his thoughts, only softly asking, "Why did you call me?" For a moment, Heso wanted to apologize to him for getting drunk and acting recklessly the night before, but the words were swallowed back before they could be spoken. She hesitated, saying, I wanted to eat black bean noodles with tangsu, but it's weird to order 2 dishes when eating alone." TH listened to her while helping her carry her things. "Give me that bag too." She quickly refused. "I can carry this." Hearing her say that, he didn't insist on carrying it, calmly, saying, "Is that all?" She nodded. "Yeah, that's it." Then she turned and beckoned him. "Let's go. I'll treat you." The two sat opposite each other, the atmosphere suddenly becoming strangely awkward. Heso picked up her glass and took a sip to ease the awkwardness, thinking to herself, "This is so weird. Why do I feel like those shameless middle-aged women? I've done so many things and now I'm asking him out for noodles." The more I think about it, the worse it island. Well, I've already jumped in, so I have to follow through. Seeing the noodles being brought up, she urged him, "Try it. The noodles here are really good." TH asked, Do you come here often? She blurted out, Yeah, Kangmin-chon. As soon as the words left her mouth, she immediately startled and fell silent. TH's eyes darkened. Haeso quickly corrected. Well, I used to come here a few times. Hurry up and eat. She ate while secretly blaming herself. Why did I suddenly mention Kangmin-cheon in front of him? It feels a bit awkward, doesn't it? Is this normal? Remembering the kiss that night, the guilt in her heart gradually rose. Even if she was drunk, talking about her ex-husband in front of the person she did that with. Thinking to hear, Haeso secretly glanced at him, cautiously. Was still calmly picking at his food, his face expressionless. She couldn't help but think to herself, he looks so calm, like nothing ever happened. Suddenly, I feel a little embarrassed. Because it seems like I'm the only one who cares about what happened yesterday. Haeso secretly imagined his rich romantic history. Then comforted herself. That's right. Those things are probably too normal for him. I wonder when he'll get a girlfriend. Maybe he's pretending that this drunken mistake never happened. After convincing herself for a while, she was finally able to focus on eating. Okay, let's eat our noodles. After eating her fill, escorted her home. Haeso smiled, saying, Thank you for taking me home and for eating noodles with me. And for coming to help me yesterday when I called you so urgently. Also, there's something I need to say. And you even rushed over to help me yesterday when I called you urgently. Also, there's something I need to say. After much deliberation, she decided to be frank with him. I'm so sorry about what happened yesterday. But I just listened silently as she continued. I was too drunk and didn't realize what I was doing. I shouldn't have done something like that. She bowed her head, her voice laced with genuine remorse. But before she could finish her apology, he cut her off. I don't need your apology. Her cowering, apologetic demeanor made him feel uneasy, as if he was some mistake of hers. So he spoke up, because I liked it too. Then he asked her, Didn't you like it? Their faces were so close. She blushed and turned away, stammering, It's not like that. He casually continued, Then what's the problem? Looked straight into her eyes and smiled, saying, I told you that you could take advantage of me. If your heart isn't ready, then at least use my body. He reached out and gently touched her trembling hands. She seemed unable to hold back any longer and nervously handed him the red bag. Then both she and her belongings vanished, leaving only her voice echoing from inside. It's almost Christmas, after all. Open it when you get home and see. Seeing her turtle-like shrinking posture, he suddenly felt like teasing her a little. I'm coming in, she immediately exclaimed. No, not here at your place. The door slammed shut violently, her face flushed, her thoughts in turmoil. Seriously, acting all innocent, but she's actually a player. Why is she asking to come into my house? Not even a little hesitation, huh? She covered her mouth and muttered to herself, Seriously, so shameless and weird. But she didn't realize that she was the one who had done something shameless first, and even had some weirder thoughts. In a foul mood, she decided to grab her things and take a shower. After showering, she wrapped herself in just a towel and came out. She sat naked, rummaging through her things in the bag, her whole body shivering from the temperature difference. It's so cold, she wondered. Where are the new lingerie I bought? Staring at the bag for a while, she suddenly realized that the gift bag for him was brown, while the lingerie bag was red, but there was only a brown bag here. Recalling the scene just now, she realized that in her panic she had given him the red bag. So, my lingerie is now at TH's apartment. He had opened the big gift box. The teddy bear was neatly placed on the floor, leaving only the red bag. He reached out to open it. She was blushing, her mouth agape in panic. Haeso was stunned for a moment. Yes, according to the original plan, she would give the big gift box to TH and say, This is a Christmas present for you. Then there was the image of him smiling happily with the big gift box and the paper bag. Finally, the scene of TH wagging his tail like a happy puppy. But the reality was also the image of him smiling and holding the red paper bag. But the gift inside left TH speechless and confused. Thinking of this, Haeso's entire face flushed. A moment later, the phone rang continuously. She nervously picked it up and wondered, Is he home yet? Thinking about it, she didn't even know how long it took him to get home from here. Haeso worriedly comforted herself. It's okay. He probably hasn't opened it yet. If he had opened it, he would have contacted me already. No, what if he opened it and couldn't contact me? At this moment, TH was sprawled on the sofa, answering the phone. His deep voice rang out, "Hello," making her slightly surprised. Then she asked, "Are you home?" He replied, "Yes." The paper bag was left on his bed. Hesu's voice rang out, "Have you opened the gift yet?" He replied, "Not yet." Hearing this, she secretly thought, "Thank goodness." She smiled shyly and said, "That. I'm sorry, I checked it earlier, but I gave you the wrong bag. Don't open the red bag." Then TH raised a hand to cover his eyes and asked in a low voice, "Why?" Hesu hesitated and said, that. There's something scary in there." He put his hand on his thigh, still listening to her. "If you see it, you'll have nightmares." Then Hesu gently instructed, "Anyway, don't open it right away." TH replied, "I know." She found it strange and wondered, "Does he have a cold?" His voice is a little hoarse. Then he continued, "I'll return it to you tomorrow morning." As soon as the call ended, Hesu breathed a sigh of relief and thought, "Anyway, thank goodness." Actually, on TH's side, he slowly put down the phone. She was still pondering. If he opened it, I wonder what he would think of me. Just imagining it made her cringe. TH inhaled and exhaled hot breaths, his hands full of veins. Time passed in the dark room with neat interiors. On the sofa was a man sitting with his legs spread apart. TH breathed his hot breath into the girl's neck, on her body. Then he slowly shared a deep kiss with Hesu. TH's large hand gently unhooked her bra. The bra was quickly thrown aside by him, her feet curled up, trembling. Then TH steadily carried Hesu into his room. He gently laid her down on the bed. Hesu's face was full of passion, slightly opening her eyes to look at him. TH lowered his eyes, silently gazing at the person beneath him. After a while, he bent down and bit her underwear. Then there was a scene of the two of them thrusting passionately. She startled awake, panting heavily, remembering the scene of TH burying himself in her lower body. Making Hesu unable to help but moan, she immediately turned around and hugged her pillow tightly, screaming in her heart, "Crazy, crazy." On his side, TH blankly rested his hand on his forehead. After a while, Hesu wearily sat up, thinking, "I couldn't sleep after all. It seems like I couldn't sleep at all." Although it was still a bit early, she decided to take a shower and then go to work. As she was tying her hair, the doorbell suddenly rang. His tall figure was leaning against the door of her house. Hesu thought to herself, "That's right. He said he would bring the gift in the morning to exchange it, right?" She opened the door and asked, "You're here?" TH quickly said, "Yes." Then the two exchanged the gift bags. He said, "Here you go." Hesu replied, "Thank you. Take this. This is the gift I originally intended to give you." Then TH pulled down his collar, hearing her say, "Sorry for bothering you." He smiled and said, "It's okay." At this moment, Hesu paused slightly, pondering. How strange. Observing his expression, she secretly assessed, he's smiling, but he seems a bit sensitive today. So Hesu gently asked, "Does it hurt somewhere?" TH replied, "No." His pupils looked straight at her, listening to Hesu ask, "Then are you tired?" At this moment, TH's deep voice rang out, "I've been found out." He lowered his head and said, "Actually, I couldn't sleep." She shyly looked away and said, "Oh, me too." Maybe it's because it's cold, because it's winter, so. Finally, there was silence between the two of them. Hesu's trembling voice rang out, "Well, I'm going in now. I have to go to work." But TH reached out and grabbed her, saying, "Wait a minute, I brought a gift too." A moment later, Hesu shyly hugged another black gift bag to her chest, hearing him instruct, "Open it when you get home." In an instant, she held up the sweater in front of her. Hesu gasped in surprise, looking at the sweater before her. She quickly tried it on and exclaimed, "It's amazing, it fits me. He doesn't even know my size." But is it okay? It's very thick and the quality seems very good too. The scene of TH wearing a solemn suit and walking in a luxurious space appeared in her mind. Hesu thought, "It seems very expensive. It must be more than 50,000 won." She smiled and bowed her head, muttering to herself, "It's so warm. I have to thank him when I see him." Hesu opened the door and walked in, smiling and saying, "Good morning." Hua Yong covered her mouth, yawning and replying, "Hello, good morning, sis." "Oh?" Today, she sat up and excitedly exclaimed, "What is it? What is it? Did you buy?" Hesu squinted and smiled, saying, "Yeah, I received the gift." Hoa Dung immediately praised, "It's amazing. I don't know who it is, but they definitely have good taste. This shirt is like it's made for you. People say clothes are wings. You really do look much more beautiful." Then she softly said, "Very good, although you're only saying it now, honestly, it's because I've only been wearing the same 2 outfits repeatedly." Hearing that, Hesu awkwardly rubbed her neck and said, "Oh, is that right? That's why he gave me the star. Because in his eyes, I'm poor and pitiful too." Hoa Dung was surprised and asked, "Your husband bought it for you?" This question startled Hesu, who exclaimed, "Huh?" and then explained, "I mean, when you get a gift, you can tell your husband bought it. I like it so much, so much." Hesu pondered for a moment, then softly said, "Hoa Dung, I..." She lowered her head and whispered, "I'm divorced." Hoa Dung was shocked and stammered, "Why suddenly?" She softly hummed in agreement. Hoa Dung said, confused, "There was nothing like that before." But Hesu still whispered, "It's like that." Hoa Dung gently tugged at Belte's sleeve and softly said, "Can I talk to you alone for a moment?" Her small hand gently clung to his sleeve. Hesu had already taken in this entire scene. But she didn't say a word, only gently lowered her head, standing before Hoa Dung's request. Tiha hesitated for a moment, then agreed. Seeing this, Hesu quickly made an excuse to give them space. "Well, I'll go back to work now. You two go outside and talk." Then the two of them quickly went outside to chat. Hoa Dung hurriedly spoke up. "Let me ask this first. What's the relationship between you and Hesu?" Tiha was slightly surprised to hear this question. But he was still very cold. "So you immediately understand." She immediately said, "Okay. If you don't want to answer, then don't. Anyway, I can see it clearly. I know you have feelings for her." Hoa Dung's expression was extremely serious at this moment, giving advice in a certain tone. "But it's best to stop. You don't know." Faced with these words, Tiha's face remained extremely indifferent, not revealing a single emotion. Through the glass of the shop, Tiha's entire back was clearly visible. This image made Hesu, inside, unable to focus on her work. She looked outside with a very worried expression. Hoa Dung on this side was still trying to persuade him. "She's really not what she seems." Tiha then asked about her age, right? She immediately denied it. No, it's not just an age difference issue. Of course, that's also an issue. Don't be surprised when I say this." Hoa Dung's expression was a bit apprehensive. Then the words poured out like rain. "Actually, she's married. Yet now she suddenly says she's divorced. But honestly, I don't know if that's true or not, and I think she's lying because of you. But even if it's true, a woman hiding the fact that she's divorced and dating another man isn't normal at all." Tiha chuckled when he heard this. "Why are you telling me these things?" Hoa Dung replied casually, "What else? I'm worried about you. How can I let you be deceived without knowing anything?" He glanced through the glass into the shop, then quietly replied with 2 cold words, "Normal." He stared at Hesu inside and said, "Shouldn't people worry about people they know?" Hoa Dung appeared indifferent. "This situation is different. Even if it's anyone, how can I turn a blind eye? An older, divorced woman hiding it and dating another man, while she kept talking non-stop." He gently bowed his head towards her and quietly replied, "I know that already." T's next words. H made Hoa Dung's efforts useless. "I know everything about her being married. I still care about her." He himself knew his inner thoughts clearly. Every day, little by little, crossing the line, perhaps only he knew he had come every day to wait for that relationship to collapse. I made a wicked wish. At this moment, hearing Tiha's words, Hoa Dung still couldn't accept it. Why? He only replied briefly, "Of course, because I have impure motives." Hearing this, Hoa Dung began to tremble while he gave a gentle smile, followed by a reminder. "So now you should worry about Hesu more." T's eyes. H gradually became cold, making people afraid. "Tell her that I'm very dangerous." The scene at this moment gradually changed as the night had enveloped the entire city. Tiha stood indifferently on the balcony of a large building wearing a glove. Lee Jae also appeared here, looking into the distance, thinking to himself, isn't he just like a dog? Bringing him all the way to the shop, waiting and waiting until it's done. So touching brings tears to my eyes. Just then, T-Ha raised his gloved hand and showed it off. Look at this. What do you think? It's a gift I received. He looked at it and commented, seems a bit small. Hearing that, he still stubbornly said, it's just right. Lisa immediately exposed him. Only 4 fingers fit in it. Then he couldn't help but blurt out, truly, capitalist exploitation. Hearing this, T-Ha could only look at his hand. He chuckled softly. At this moment, he continued, even though she doesn't have much money, she still bought you a gift, huh? For some reason, Lee Jae suddenly asked, are you serious about her? T-Ha didn't answer this question immediately, but asked back, what do you think? Lee Jae didn't hesitate to reply, honestly, you don't seem very serious, young master. T-Ha didn't bother exposing him. You deliberately act in a way that leaves traces, even if you can hide it better. In short, everything will end if it's discovered. T.H. didn't answer at this moment, but only paused, looking into the distance. Lee Jae also understood clearly. A young man of this age pursuing an older, divorced woman, although strange, is not incomprehensible. Although I've only just met her, I know that that woman is the type who would never agree to exchange love for money. That's why she endured so much from that husband. That pathetic guy. But in life, no one can predict what will happen. If he said he was from a wealthy family, who knows, she might suddenly change and exploit him as much as possible. Anyone can easily become despicable for money. Anyway, for a young master born with a silver spoon, who gets whatever he wants, that's a morbid feeling that only someone who can't easily get it can bring. Isn't that what the relationship between the two of you is like? T-Ha kept looking into the distance as if he had a lot on his mind. Then suddenly he spoke up. I'll answer next time. Lee Jae only chuckled softly, thinking to himself, probably. Returning to his room, where there was a cute teddy bear, T-Ha reached out his slender hand and gently touched its nose. Then he picked it up and put it on his shoulder. T-Ha, at this moment, like a child full of thoughts, lay on the bed and stared at the teddy bear. His hands kept fidgeting. Somehow, the image of Hee-soo from this morning kept appearing in his mind. Like a reflex of love, he chuckled softly. On this side, Hee-soo wasn't having an easy time either. She kept tossing and turning, unable to close her eyes. The image of T-Ha through the glass kept making her think, I think those two are quite compatible. And even though her heart didn't want to, she still had to accept that image was the norm. Her mind was extremely chaotic at this moment, although it might just be fleeting emotions at that age. But the truth is, that kid really cares about me. I pretended to be ignorant because I'm too flawed. Lonely, she had to pretend. Not to know to be with him a little longer. Her heart was begging, just a little longer. But she quickly extinguished it herself. We're not suitable to continue this acquaintance anymore. The scene shifts to a building where Hee-soo lives, and TH's voice echoes. It's cold, so hurry inside. I'll contact you once I'm home. Hee-soo hears but doesn't respond. She silently tugs on his sleeve and softly says, I need to talk. She quickly grabs his hand and pulls him away. Walk with me for a bit, okay? TH is a little bewildered. You're making me nervous. Hee-soo understands him well, so she quickly shuts him down. It's not about making you nervous. When they both stop, Hee-soo quickly turns her head, struggling to speak words that will hurt him. TH looks puzzled. What is it? Hee-soo gets straight to the point. You know Hoa, right? I'm afraid you don't remember, but she's the girl I work with at the flower shop. TH quickly replies, yes. Images of that day gradually appear in his mind. He playfully teases, lightly touching Hee-soo, and saying, Is it because you don't like me talking to her? As he speaks, she abruptly cuts him off. I'll introduce her to you, okay? As soon as these words are spoken, the space all around them becomes strangely quiet. TH hand, which was about to reach out, suddenly freezes. His face quickly turns sad. His voice is low. That stings a little. Hee-soo continues, Even if it's not her, date a girl your age. Or that girl who contacted you before. You have a lot of admirers, don't you? As she speaks, tears stream down her face like rain. TH can't help himself. He reaches out and gently touches her face. He brings his hand up to touch her thin lips. The other hand, TH leans against the wall, using it as support to lean closer to Hesu's delicate face, and says, "Who would want to do this with a divorced old woman?" She immediately avoids his gaze, her voice becoming more hurried. "Do you think it's normal to like an older divorced woman? Do your parents know about this?" she says sternly. "If I were your acquaintance, I would stop you at all costs, if you were still in your right mind. But here," Hesu's voice trembles, "then date a girl your own age." TH lifts her face to meet his and asks, "Do you think I'm not in my right mind?" "No." Hesu doesn't answer, only looks at him with tear-filled eyes. Only after a long time is she able to answer no. As soon as the words leave her mouth, TH quickly seals her lips with his. They are lost in their own world. Even so, it doesn't make Hesu feel any better. On the contrary, she becomes more and more shaky. Hesu and TH share a passionate kiss. Unable to break apart, an ambiguous atmosphere envelops them. However, TH continues to press Hesu against the wall, showing no intention of stopping. Suddenly, Hesu speaks up. "You once asked me if I was happy, as if I had won, right?" "Yes, I thought so too." Tears well up in her eyes, her voice full of resentment. "Because I'm also human, I feel so wronged and sad about what happened to me." With all the emotions she's suppressed over the past few days, Hesu continues, "A young and talented guy like you following me, doing things like this with a kid like that, and I'm still doing well. I want to show him and laugh at him." But the more she speaks, the more her hands tremble, her mind in chaos. "Even though I'm withered, even though I've faded." Hesu's words become more and more painful. "But if I want to meet someone just to get revenge on someone like that, I don't want to ruin myself. I don't want a good kid like you to wither just to soothe my loneliness." Suddenly, she remembers the scene from before, standing under the scorching sun, and inadvertently remembers the moment sitting on the back of TH's bike. How peaceful it was. She secretly wants to say, "I wanted to become someone like that for you, until now. Hesu has admitted it, so I've been trying not to like you." She slightly turns her head, revealing a trail of tears streaming down her cheek. But feelings of affection, no matter how hard you try, won't go away. Even so, please try. As she says this, she intends to leave. But TH's large hand stops her in time. She continues to say, "Then, continue to pretend you don't know. Try your best, recklessly." He holds her back and reassures her, "You've been doing great all along." TH gets closer and closer to her, thinking to himself, "From now on, it will be even harder. Because I intend to use any means necessary. I won't force you to like me." He gently buries his head in Hesu's shoulder and softly says, "If you don't like me coming, then don't make excuses because of me. Just say the word." TH's voice becomes lower and lower, like a heart gradually weakening. "Say you hate me, and then I won't come looking for you anymore." Hearing these words, Hesu feels suffocated, tears silently falling. She returns home after that conversation. Hesu sits alone in her room, staring at her phone, facing the keyboard in front of her. She hesitates, not knowing whether to press send or not, but finally musters the courage to type a message. "Don't come pick me up tomorrow." After sending it, Hesu falls into a gloomy state, hesitating for a long time. "In the end, I sent a message like this because I don't have the confidence to face him tomorrow." How pathetic. Until now, I've been cooperating with him. But suddenly I decided to push him away. In the end, I still couldn't tell him not to come. She involuntarily recalls the scene from earlier, when TH buried his head in her shoulder and said, "You just need to say one word, that you hate me. Then I won't come looking for you anymore." At this moment, Hesu asks herself again, "Why couldn't I answer?" That's a simple thing, Hesu, a good opportunity for him to never come again. But she can't deny it. Even so, I couldn't say a word. It felt like as soon as I opened my mouth, I would be found out before I could answer. If I say I hate you, then everything I said was a lie. At the same time, in TH's room, he is sitting and playing with a teddy bear in a bored manner. Lee Jae sees this scene and is immediately bewildered. What's the matter? He called someone here, but the atmosphere is really tense. He is extremely worried about TH's condition. At this point, he'd rather play Jenga than sit there with a face like he's about to kill someone. His face looks exactly like the chairman's, so it's even more terrifying. Damn it. Suddenly, TH calls out, Jay. He hears this and replies with a smile. Yes? He immediately says, Aren't you going to ask why I called you here? Lee J hears this and secretly wants to reply, If it were you, could I ask? But he has no choice but to follow his master's wishes. Why did you call me here? TH hears this and says, I was going to answer you. He looks at the bear in his hand and indifferently continues, About the last time you asked me. Then TH begins to tell his story. I once watched a movie with a scene of a man taking a drunk girl to a hotel. Inside, there were only sounds of breathing. The man didn't do anything until morning. He stayed awake all night with his eyes wide open next to the girl he liked, as if even the blink of his eyes could wake her from her deep sleep. At that time, I was curious why they framed something so obvious to the point that it looked pathetic. The man's feelings enduring all night, what's so special about that? But he hesitates for a moment and then continues, That man's feelings enduring all night, what's so special about that? But he hesitated for a moment, then continued, It's true, listening to Taeha from beginning to end isn't easy. Lee Jae paused, looking confused, then turned his head to the right, chuckling inwardly and cursing that crazy bastard. Is this really the answer? Chairman Bell, you really didn't raise your kid right, did you? But he just muttered it in his heart, thanking him for the answer, but because you said that, it sounds a bit funny, doesn't it? Lee Jae didn't mind mocking him. It's not like, it's a virgin's first time at a motel with his girlfriend. What's so difficult about that? Taeha just stared at him with a cold expression, without saying a word, while Lee Jae kept laughing. But when he met that gaze, he suddenly stopped. Taeha just stared at him with eyes that seemed to want to end him for those words. Understanding this, Lee Jae gradually withdrew the smile from his lips, inwardly sighing, Wow, really? The next morning, Hesu went to work as usual. Suddenly, her colleague unexpectedly called out to her. Hey, sis. When Hesu turned around, she asked, What happened yesterday? Her colleague asked with concern. You seem unfocused today and keep making mistakes you've never made before. Hesu looked tired and lifeless, but still replied, It's nothing. I'm just thinking about something else. Her hand gripped the door tightly. A moment later, Hesu sat at the table opposite her colleague and the milk shop owner. The atmosphere was gloomy. They all stared at her with questioning eyes. So, you're asking, is there a way to make someone who likes you stop liking you? Hesu looked like she'd been struck in the heart and immediately denied it. No, it's not my problem. It's just a friend's problem. Even though she explained, everyone kept whispering, secretly confirming. It's her problem. But then, her colleague came up with an idea. How about asking that guy who comes here every day, that physique? He could probably beat anyone. You could ask him to beat someone up, right? If so, the two of them looked at her and nodded in agreement. Indeed, that's the quickest way, returning home after a tiring day at work. Hesu slowly recalled how her colleague had clung to her shoulder earlier, and told her a plan. Listen, sis, here's a way to cut off all relationships. Whether it's men, friends, or family, it's borrowing money. Borrow money from that person now. Thinking about it, she slowly took her phone out of her pocket. After hesitating for a long time, the love of youth is very passionate and fleeting. She thought to herself, so the liking that kid has will also pass after a season or two. For some reason, she unconsciously remembered Kang Min Cheon once patting her head and saying, I'll take care of it. Don't worry, Na Hesu. I have money. After thinking for a long time, Hesu still hesitated. What if it's this kid? Even so, she still typed a message. Lend me 10 million won. In her heart, she was a little worried. I'm afraid that with that immature love, he'll ruin his whole life. To find that money for me, so I decided to ask for an unreasonable amount so that even if it ruins that unfortunate life, he still wouldn't be able to earn such a large sum. As soon as the message was sent, Taeha's phone lit up. He quickly picked it up. The screen quickly displayed the message. Borrow money from Hesu. The amount she thought was too large to earn was 100 million won. Taeha looked at the short message and just smiled slightly. Hesu was like a lost soul, thinking aimlessly while working. Weeks later, I didn't receive any contact from him. Our conversation, which always started with him, was cut off from the last message I sent. The phone didn't ring. Walking home alone, why am I so confused? Remembering that evening, she said, "If you're sober, you should naturally meet a girl your age." I hurt him with those words. Actually, deep down, I seemed to still think he would cling to me. Even though it's selfish, it took me 2 weeks to accept his absence. Maybe there will never be a day when he opens that door and walks in again. While distracted by thoughts of Taeha, Hesu received scolding from customers. "Are you looking down on what I'm saying? Are you ignoring me? What are you doing with your head while working?" Hesu had no choice but to bow her head repeatedly, saying, I'm sorry." Returning home alone after a long day at work, she kept wondering, how is Belle Taeha? Are you still doing well? I'm curious about what your 24 is like. Hesu couldn't stop herself from caring about him. Do you still have nightmares? Are you still getting hurt? Is the glove I gave you warm? Do you still go to that place alone these days? Memories with Taeha rushed back into Hesu's mind. Every word he said echoed in her head very clearly. When I have a lot of thoughts, I often come here alone. Now that she was alone, she gradually understood. Because my heart was too heavy, I didn't know you also had countless emotions to let go of. How many times have you been to that place? Looking at those lights, what pain did you have to throw away, Na? Hesu now realized she knew nothing about Belle Taeha. While walking home, she thought, I thought I was lucky, because there was nothing to remind me of that kid. But her steps gradually stopped in front of a fashion store. Although her heart was full of thoughts, there wasn't any memory to the point that even forgetting became too great. Hesu's eyes looked through the glass door of the store with a melancholy. She gently raised her hand and lightly touched the large glass. Memories of that day suddenly rushed back when she bought the cute little teddy bear for Taeha. Hesu stood there blankly for a long time, in a state of quiet, but her heart was confused. There's this. Actually, there's something I couldn't say at the time. That teddy bear people say if you put it on your head and sleep, it will protect you, so you won't have nightmares anymore. Remembering this made Hesu secretly regret it. I should have told him. To someone who was always hurt like him, in the end, I was still a selfish and bad adult. Only words I couldn't say to him remained. For a long time, it was heartbreaking. The scene gradually shifted to a street corner where someone was lying sprawled on the road, under someone's feet. Lee Jae stood huddled against the wall, frowning and complaining, "If you've been drinking, you should go home and sleep. Why are you bothering other people like that? It's really dangerous." Looking at Taeha at this moment, his cold face was covered in blood like a murderer, making him think, even if he's not these days. Someone is so sensitive that if he gets caught, he could be killed right away. Suddenly, Taeha called out Jae. He quickly replied, "Yes?" Taeha immediately asked, "Can you fight?" Lee Jae hesitated for a moment before answering, "Well, I'm pretty confident." Taeha raised his hand and gently stroked his face, then loudly suggested, "Then hit me," in the most visible place. Lee Jae heard these words and immediately panicked, stepping back. "Don't say such things. Think about the position of the person." Hearing such words from a man as big as a door, then Taeha slicked back his hair coolly and said, "Then you do it." Lee Jae immediately wondered, "Aren't you going home?" He only answered vaguely, "I have a place to go." Hearing this, he couldn't help but worry. "Where are you going in that state?" "I told Taeha briefly that I had to go. I lent you money and I already saw you sending a message to Hesu. I'm in front of your house." Seeing this message, she was extremely surprised, and Hesu hurried downstairs, looking worried. Taeha had been waiting for her downstairs for who knows how long. As soon as she saw him, she asked, "Why did you come here?" Before Taeha could say anything, Hesu quickly apologized. "But if you don't have what I asked for, then I have no reason to see you. You should go home." Seeing Taeha's bloodied and dirty appearance, Hesu was extremely worried and had to run over to ask, "What happened to your face? Don't tell me you got into a fight like a thug? You said you're grown up, so even if someone provokes you, you should avoid it. Why are you acting like a child?" Hesu was so heartbroken that she couldn't hold back her tears. "So you're hurt like this and you're not in pain?" Taeha lowered his eyes slightly, not saying a word. Hesu turned away, her heart aching. "You're always focused on things that make me weak. I don't know if that's strange. At that time, I didn't know, or maybe I did." She turned her back and walked towards her house, saying over her shoulder, This is the last time. Apply the medicine and then leave. Hesu asked herself, have I become weak for him? When Hesu went upstairs, she carefully tended to each wound on Taeha's face. After applying the medicine, she didn't forget to remind him, it's done. If you don't want to have scars, be careful for a while. And next time, even if you're more seriously injured, I won't see you. If you understand, then go now. Saying that, she stood up to see Taeha off, but he grabbed her hand. I found it. He looked at her with loving eyes. I brought what you asked for. Please, let me stay here for a little longer, Hesu. She seemed rooted to the spot, not yet processing the information. When she managed to understand what she heard, she frantically knelt in front of him. What did you say? You brought it? Deep down, Hesu didn't want to believe this was true. No way, he couldn't have. There's no way he could prepare such a large sum of money in just a few weeks. He's definitely lying. Until a pile of money in a paper bag was revealed in front of Hesu, she was immediately horrified. Her eyes widened in shock. She immediately pushed Taeha back, questioning, where did this money come from, Taeha? Taeha didn't answer her question immediately, only gently taking her trembling hands and grabbing the collar of his shirt. Then, he slowly put her hand inside his shirt, touching his abs, and softly said, I sold an organ to give you the money. Hesu's hand gently touched the scar on Taeha's body. She was so stunned by this that she turned pale. Hesu stared at a long vertical scar between his chest, her hand trembling uncontrollably. Perhaps at this moment she couldn't believe Taeha would do such a thing. The pent-up emotions made her burst into sobs. Seeing this, he quickly said, Hey, why are you crying? Taeha had to admit, to soothe Hesu, sorry, I was just kidding. I thought you wouldn't believe it because it's an old scar. Even though he said that, she still didn't stop crying, making him worried. I was wrong. I'll go home, okay? Whatever you say, I'll listen to you. Please don't cry. Hesu choked out. What exactly do you want? She was like a child full of resentment. What do you want me to do? Because you like me, that's why I pushed you away. Why do you make me so weak? Taeha didn't say a word, only gently hugging the sobbing Hesu. He was ready to listen to her scolding. Why do you keep making me out to be a bad adult? What do you want me to do? It took a while for Hesu to lie in Taeha's arms and cry. He gently asked, Are you done crying? This situation made her extremely embarrassed. Okay, don't ask that. I'm so ashamed. Taeha looked into Hesu's eyes and said, Well? How long are you going to keep this up? He frankly admitted, I like you too, but still, it's a little inconvenient. These words made Hesu's face turn as red as a tomato. Why do you have to say that at a time like this? Aren't you ashamed to say that? Looking at the affectionate gaze that Taeha gave her, she was flustered. Why are you looking at me like that? He slowly released the hand that was touching her cheek. Then, Taeha turned his face away, a tear rolling down his cheek. Seeing this, Hesu raised her hand to wipe away the tears that had already stopped, but now welled up again with heartache. She slowly placed both hands on Taeha's shoulders, saying, Okay. Hesu became more forceful as she brought her face closer to Taeha's. When they locked eyes, Hesu boldly suggested, Sleep here tonight. Hesu closed her eyes and pressed her lips to Taeha's. Then, she gently bit his lower lip. His pupils dilated as he looked at Hesu taking the initiative in front of him. She gently lifted her foot, moving away from Taeha. Taeha narrowed his eyes. Then he quickly wrapped his arms around Hesu's waist, lifting her up. Then, Taeha wedged his thigh between her legs and quickly kissed her lips. They both eagerly slipped their tongues into each other's mouths. Hesu couldn't help but moan. Her lower body was gently rubbed by Taeha. At this moment, he said, If you regret it, we can stop. Taeha looked straight into Hesu's eyes and said, Then stop now. His eyes became darker. She glanced into his eyes. Then, Hesu reached out and grabbed the hand that was holding her waist. She moved Taeha's hand to touch her own chest and said, You're the one who shouldn't regret it. A moment later, small moans echoed in the dark room. He buried his face in Hesu's neck, sucking on it. Taeha moved up, taking her earlobe into his mouth, then slowly licked it. She was so stimulated that she flinched and opened her mouth to moan louder. His hand reached behind her, unhooking her bra. Taeha moved his hand, lifting the bra in front of her. Hesu's face flushed with lust. Her breasts were exposed in the air. He silently lowered his eyes, observing the scene below him. Taeha gently bent down, heading towards her breast. Then he opened his mouth and took it in. His eyes glanced up, observing her expression. Hesu covered her mouth, suppressing her moans. She trembled, resting her legs on his shoulders, her whole body limp. A moment later, Taeha propped himself up with his hands, silently observing Hesu, who was trembling on the floor. He slowly took off her trousers, then lifted Hesu's legs high and began to move. She frowned, moaning and begging. "Stop, stop! Don't do this anymore. Just do it." Hesu's toes curled up in pleasure. She cried out loudly. At this moment, Taeha raised his head and said in a low voice, "I can't." Hesu reached out and covered her mouth, her eyes brimming with tears, not daring to look at him. He slowly pressed his lower body against her. She thought to herself, "How strange. When I do it with Kang Min Cheon, because our bodies are so familiar with each other, we usually do it quickly without any foreplay." Taeha's slender, large fingers gently touched Hesu. She thought, "His hands are moving so slowly, it's too much." She widened her eyes, her mouth agape in astonishment. Hesu raised her head, reaching out to grab his hand, uncomfortably saying, "Ah, ah." I said just do it." He exhaled hotly, taking off his shirt to reveal his firm, muscular body. Her moans echoed. Her eyes looked down at Taeha's lower body as he took off his trousers. She said, "Enough." Before the words were finished, Hesu was stunned, her body freezing. Taeha's thing was placed on her lower abdomen. Hesu wondered, "What is this?" She widened her eyes, looking at the person above her, thinking, "Why is it so big?" Then, Hesu hesitantly looked away, pondering, "It's been a long time since I've done this. Will it be okay?" At this moment, she suddenly spoke. "Do you hate this?" Hesu shyly avoided looking directly at him and said, "I don't think any girl would hate it." Then she wrapped her arms around Taeho's broad back and said, "You know already, so don't ask. Just do it." Taeha lowered his eyes, gazing thoughtfully at the person below. Then he suddenly thrust forward. Hesu gripped Taeha's back tightly, trembling. Her eyes widened and she gasped, moaning. Their lower bodies were pressed together, swaying. He murmured, slightly opening his mouth. Taeha reached out to support Hesu's head. Her eyes radiated intense possessiveness. She hugged him tightly, whispering, stammering, "Is that enough? I think I've done enough." Taeha's hand tightened, veins bulging. Then, he moved more intensely, replying, "Not yet." Hesu's hands, due to the intensity, no longer had the strength to hold him. However, Taeha's large hand immediately grasped her small wrist. Then, he intertwined his 5 fingers with Hesu's and pressed it down. Her eyes became hazy with lust and stimulation. She thought, This is too much." In the dark room, Hesu's sobs echoed. "Is that enough? Please?" Warm, lustful breath filled the room. Her weak voice continued to echo. "Is it over yet?" Taeha silently held Hesu's head tightly, pressing her close, listening to her pleas. Enough already. At this point, he finally let out a satisfied chuckle, thinking to himself, "I want to say yes so badly, but..." Taeha narrowed his eyes, looking at Hesu with a smile, wondering, "If I lie, what will you do to me?" Hesu's small legs wrapped around Taeha's lower body. Moans echoed continuously. She hugged the body that was tightly pressing against her, enduring the forceful thrusts. He calmly said, "Relax." Hesu gasped, startled by Taeha's words. Just a little more, she thought, her mind blank, her eyes burning. He stuck out his tongue and licked away the tears at the corner of Hesu's eyes. She thought to herself, "I can't stay conscious." Hesu turned her face away, closing her eyes to reflect. "Because I'm used to going to bed with him, I thought this time would be like all the others. But like the first time, I'm becoming so sensitive." Taeha reached out and grasped her thigh. Hesu thought, "This solid body, this isn't the familiar scent." Then, he thrust forward forcefully, causing her to jolt. Her toes curled in pleasure. Hesu's eyes widened, and she gasped, She thought, a strange feeling weighs heavily on me. Then, Hisu reached out and touched Taeha's abs, trembling, saying, wait a minute. She sobbed, pleading, wait a bit, please don't move. Hearing this, he raised his head, smiling as he looked at Hisu, thinking, this is just like torture. Taeha placed his hand on hers, moving it down to his lower abdomen, replying, I know. He held the position, softly saying, I'll listen to you, sister. After a while, Taeha spread Hisu's legs open. He gazed at her writhing beneath him. Hisu closed her eyes, moaning, then softly said, you really? A gentle thrust inside her. Hisu sobbed, saying, what did you eat to make it? Hick. Me? Taeha continued to thrust slowly, each time. His eyes drooped, becoming more somber. She hugged herself, thinking, my body was prepared enough, but this isn't a size I could have prepared for. At this moment, Taeha opened his mouth, breathing heavily. His large hand gently pressed on Hisu's stomach. Immediately, Hisu's eyes widened from the sudden rush of pleasure. Her toes curled, the trembling becoming more intense. Hisu opened her eyes, looking at him, saying, you're inside now. Taeha interrupted, no. She squeezed her eyes shut, frowning, saying, liar, it's getting bigger. Hick. He softly replied, that's right. Taeha thoughtfully reached out and took off Hisu's shirt, thinking to himself, I've told so many lies today. Taeha lay on top of her, thinking, I have to punish her. Right? At this moment, she softly opened her eyes, thinking, too heavy, almost painful. Hisu's weak legs were lifted by him. She thought, this feels so good. Hisu's legs bent forward towards her chest. She continued to think, this isn't good. Her eyes filled with tears. Hisu breathed heavily, thinking, so pleasurable. At this moment, Taeha's deep voice echoed, I've been waiting patiently. He touched his nose to hers, asking, can I move now? Without waiting for Hisu's answer, Taeha's lower body thrust forward forcefully. Her moans grew louder. He lowered his eyes, carefully observing the person beneath him. Then, Taeha softly raised his head, the hand holding Hisu's leg suddenly tightening. A powerful thrust landed in her lower body. Hisu couldn't close her mouth. She vaguely thought, my whole body is trembling violently, as if being attacked. In the space where they lived as husband and wife, the room was filled with lust and hot breath. Hisu thought, now I'm with a man who has become a stranger. Suddenly, a large hand covered her vision. Taeha's hand covered Hisu's eyes. His lower body also began to move in and out forcefully. She weakly pleaded, wait. The intensity increased. Hisu said loudly, I'm about to come now. Taeha's lower body thrust in and out more and more forcefully. His large hand tightened on her thigh. Hisu thought, awakening the flashing white sensation. Taeha straightened up, breathing heavily. She thought, the cool scent seems to envelop the wound once again. He once again placed his hand on Hisu's stomach. She was lost in thought, causing her body to tremble. She closed her eyes tightly, feeling the warmth of the man, pondering slowly and drowsily. His hot breath, the dark, quiet room. A moment later, Taeha gently lifted Hisu's leg. She blankly raised her head, wondering, you don't mean. He said in a low voice, this is really the last time. Hisu exclaimed in surprise, what? How many times has it been? Taeha looked up at her, asking, don't you like it? Hearing his question, Hisu immediately choked up. She said in a low voice, it's not that. The two bodies once again pressed close, swaying. Hisu thought, I don't hate this. She squeezed her eyes shut, moaning and thinking, his big, gentle, and unfamiliar body. Hisu opened her eyes slightly, looking at Taeha's face, and thought, because I like you too much. It's so strange. Her hands tightly hugged his firm back. She thought, in order to be able to turn back, the two of them pressed their tongues together. Hisu thought to herself, I cried because I liked it too much. Time passed. In that small room, she lay sleeping peacefully, her eyes brimming with tears. Taeha's large finger gently wiped them away. Then, he leaned down and gently embraced Hisu's small body. Hisu rested her head on Taeha's arm. The two of them fell into a deep sleep, embracing each other. She closed her eyes peacefully, her face slightly tired, but her breathing was even. Behind her back, there was a source of heat. The warmth from there spread, bringing a strange sense of security. It was a light like being underwater, deep, her whole body immersed in a daze, a warm feeling. She stirred slightly. Suddenly, she felt something hard pressing against her underbody. In her daze, she thought to herself, that temperature isn't a pleasant warmth, but something hard. Hisu rubbed uncomfortably against his arm, then slowly opened her eyes. The room was slightly dark. For a moment, she couldn't see anything. When she came to her senses, Hisu jumped up, startled, thinking, huh? I overslept. The weather is getting warmer. How could I sleep so soundly? I need to quickly take a shower and get ready to go to my part-time job. Suddenly, she felt something blocking her stomach. Looking down, she realized it was Taeha's arm. He still hadn't woken up, his arm hugging her tightly, not letting go. For a moment, Hisu suddenly realized that both he and she were naked, lying next to each other. On Taeha's face, there were still some marks from the night before, especially his lips, which still had a bright red bite mark from her. Remembering the absurd events of the night before, she was startled and blushed, her eyes becoming flustered. In order not to wake him, she decided to first lie down and pretend nothing had happened. Hisu closed her eyes, sighing, thinking to herself, okay, Hisu, you knew this was going to happen. After that, everything happened naturally. The two intertwined, letting their desires surge. She comforted herself. Just think of it simply. For a grown man, a one-night stand isn't a big deal. Don't make a big deal out of it, just treat it normally. This world also has things like doing that with someone you just met for the first time. And I often see it on TV. Sometimes people drink alcohol and act on their emotions. The more she tried to comfort herself, the more absurd it felt. Firstly, they hadn't just met, and secondly, neither of them had been drinking last night. So, things like drunken recklessness didn't fit the situation, or was it because she was blushing? She pursed her lips. The chaotic thoughts running through my head were probably all making me anxious, as each steamy image from last night flashed back. His warm hand rested on her hip, though I'd cried so much I couldn't clearly remember the intense thrusts that followed. To the point where she felt like a moored boat being violently rocked by waves. But the clumsy movements at first quickly became unbelievably skilled. Hiso secretly glanced at the man who'd been so vigorous last night, muttering to herself. He's probably fast asleep and showing no signs of waking up, she thought. He's definitely had some experience. Then she averted her gaze, suddenly feeling a sense of loss. So, things like last night probably weren't a big deal to him. Definitely. Hiso stared blankly, wondering what she should do now. Then she realized she was naked. It wasn't right to just stay naked like this. She thought embarrassedly that she wanted to get dressed. The person behind her was still locked around her waist. Hiso tried to pull Taeha's hand away, but she couldn't move his arm no matter how hard she tried. She thought irritably, how could his arm be so strong? Was he really asleep? Just then, he suddenly woke up, his lips close to her ear, whispering softly, "Where are you going?" His deep voice struck her brain, making her numb and her face flush red. It was the same last night. When they were in the middle of it, Taeha had whispered embarrassing things in her ear. Instinctively, Hiso covered her ear, flustered, and said, "Don't talk in my ear." He smiled playfully and asked, "Why?" She stammered, "Because your voice is too deep, it makes my ear hurt. If I tell you not to do something, then don't." She tried to pull his arm away again, complaining, "If you're awake, then let me go. I have to go to work later." Taeha held her tighter. He said, "Can't you not go?" Hiso was stunned and blurted out, "It hurts." But remembering how vigorous this man had been last night, she just wanted to slap him a few times. Hurts? What hurts? Even though she was the one who was hurting, he acted like that yesterday. Despite her harsh words, she still stayed with him. In the end, she was weak-willed again, so she thought she'd work extra. Hiso came up with an explanation for her actions. It was because he said he knew someone. Deciding to trust him, she lowered her eyes, feeling a slight sense of guilt. Well done. Nah, Hiso, not only do you spend money impulsively, but now you're also skipping work on your own accord. Looking at the handsome face so close to her, she secretly took the blame for him. Since meeting him, she felt like she was gradually becoming strange too. Anyway, it was really strange. Tiha's firm chest caught her eye. Every muscle was perfect. Hiso muttered to herself, "My tastes are also strange. Everything is strange." There was a faint scar on his chest along his esophagus. She gently touched the scar and asked softly, "Why do you have so many scars on your body?" Tiha looked at her, hearing her concern for him. "My arms too." He recalled his past self, small and weak like a leaf that would fall with the wind. "When I was little, I was sick. I always begged to leave the hospital because I had to stay in the hospital. But it's been so long that I don't remember much." He chuckled softly and asked, "It's hard to believe, right? That I'm so healthy now." She immediately shook her head and said, "No." He so gently stroked the scar, her voice sad. "It must have hurt a lot." Her heart suddenly twinged, thinking of a Tiha writhing in pain from illness. She immediately felt endless pain. Leaving such a big scar must have made him cry a lot. She was silent, thoughts running through her head. Even though she couldn't imagine him crying, she spoke in a mature tone, instructing him, "If you know it hurts, then don't fight anymore. If you bring wounds here, then I won't see you anymore." Hearing this, Tiha muttered to himself, "Before, she told me to find another girl, and now she's threatening not to see me anymore." Their feet rubbed against each other. He felt ticklish and said, "Are you worried about me?" She vaguely replied, "No, I don't know." He suddenly laughed out loud and said, "I know." Hearing him say that, Hiso suddenly puffed out her cheeks. "What? Why are you laughing?" Tiha playfully teased her. "Ah, I can't hit anyone anymore, because someone will be sad." She immediately retorted, "I'm not sad at all, okay?" Suddenly, a gurgling sound came from her stomach, interrupting their conversation. Tiha asked caringly, "Are you hungry?" Her face flushed red and she weakly replied, "No." He insisted firmly, "It doesn't sound like it." Then he immediately stood up and went into the kitchen. He said gently, "Wait a moment, I'll make breakfast." She stared blankly at his back, her voice doubtful. "You're going to make breakfast?" "Of course," he said confidently. "I'm very good at it." She frowned, adding awkwardly, "It's not about whether you're good at it or not. This is my house, and you're a guest." Hiso was about to stand up, but she suddenly realized she was naked. She quickly wrapped the blanket around herself. Tiha leaned against the wall, arms crossed, casually enjoying the view, and said provocatively, "I didn't see anything." She shouted angrily, "You saw everything!" He replied nonchalantly, "I got caught, didn't I?" After a while of chaos, Tiha resigned himself to making breakfast. While Hiso was getting dressed, she put on a woolen sweater, her mind wandering. She remembered that Minchan had also once offered to cook for her. He rolled up his sleeves and said confidently, "Wait, tonight I'll make a really delicious meal." She bluntly exposed him. "You don't know how to cook. So you eat instant noodles all the time, right?" Minchan laughed awkwardly, quickly covering it up. Your husband said he'd cook for you." A moment later, Hiso heard him call out, "Hey Nahiso, look at this." She shyly peeked in, only to see that he was burning down the entire kitchen. Fear suddenly rose up. She worried that Tiha would also burn her kitchen, so she hurriedly ran over so quickly that she forgot to put on pants. "No," she said breathlessly. "Do you know how to turn on the stove? Do you know which one is the pot? Let's see. This is salt." To Tiha's doubts about her, Tiha decisively responded by lifting her up. After placing her gently on the bed, he patted her head and said calmly, "Just rest." "You look tired." Hiso was treated like a child, her face flushed. She muttered to herself, "How ridiculous. Because of whom?" Even so, she couldn't help but worry. Taking advantage of him not paying attention, she secretly stood at the kitchen door and looked in. Looking at his tall, capable back, she muttered to herself, "The kitchen is no longer a place to witness those perfect muscles on that body. Broad shoulders and strong muscles, but not bulky. A perfect figure." Hiso wondered. For him, everything feels cramped. What does he eat to get so big? What is he going to use it for? At this point, she realized her thoughts were going astray. Her face flushed red. Teha sensed someone behind him, so he turned around. He knew she was hiding behind the door, secretly watching him. The corners of his lips curled up in satisfaction. Hiso hid behind the door, covering her mouth with both hands to prevent herself from making a sound. My God, I'm really crazy, Hiso. After a passionate night with Hiso. At this moment, the flower boy looked quite pensive. It wasn't her house, but now he was leaning back in the armchair in his office, stroking his head, thinking about something. Along with observing a small piece of paper, he gently lifted it, resting his head on his hand, and Teha looked quite silent. Because at this moment, back at Hiso's house, he hastily made himself look disheveled, quickly leaving while pointing a finger, saying he was going for a shower. Don't go anywhere. Wait here obediently. Absolutely don't go into the room inside, he instructed, then left the young man alone in the silent room. A sliver of light pierced through the window frame. Teha's face was blank, expression unreadable, long bangs falling down, obscuring the eyes beneath. And then his mind drifted back to that passionate moment when the young man was practicing playing the trumpet so skillfully. That thought vanished in an instant. Teha's fingertips twitched slightly, a feeling of helplessness accompanied by utter exhaustion. It made him lean back against the wall and sigh, confused. She still trusted him too much, even though Hesu had told him to sit still. But how could he? The young man then stood up, slowly pushed open the door, and then Teha put his hands in his pockets. He stepped into the other room, eyes probing, at this moment feeling like he had encountered something. He stood rooted to the spot, staring intently. Next, the rose man gently reached out and pulled open the cabinet door. And then he took out a red bracelet, tightly wrapping 3 fingers through it. His eyes seemed excited. In just a few short minutes, Teha found the jacket. He glided gently across the wooden floor. Meanwhile, he began to ponder, unsure of what it would be. But all I know is that the expression on his face was extremely pensive. Because upon opening the small room containing old belongings, Teha carried a suspicion that once filled her, but no longer did. The young man's footsteps landed softly without a sound, a question forming in his mind. Perhaps she doesn't know? Teha's figure gradually grew larger, imprinted on the old pink cloth. The young man only felt indescribable. Looking at the past that she had personally wrapped up and let go of, a feeling of numbness surged, making his head spin, simply his special pleasure. Not simply going to the trouble of finding it, only to leave. Teha opened the bag, a strange smile spreading across his face. It was a photo where Hesu was next to her ex-husband, taking a photo together. Cheek to cheek, hand in hand, even sharing a kiss. Then it wasn't kept for long. It was immediately thrown on the ground. Not understanding what Teha was thinking, he opened his phone, his hand entering some number on the keyboard. Then suddenly stopping. For a moment, Teha was stunned, sighed, and increasingly observed carefully, examining what was there, with cold eyes. So, all this time it was just a memory. Why did the young man suddenly have a blank piece of paper? Holding it in his hand, his mind focused entirely on it, not feeling happy or excited at all, but instead melancholy. In such a quiet space, suddenly a voice echoed in the room. "You called for me?" Having waited for so long, finally someone came, causing Teha to immediately put the piece of paper on the table. He coldly said, "Yeah," then added a compliment, "You came quickly, so handsome." In the ultra-stylish appearance, hair all slicked back by the assistant, but because he understood the other party too well. He immediately noticed the abnormality, thinking to himself, "Oh dear, look at that satisfied expression, plus that pose." Crossing his legs, sitting and drinking water, so leisurely, so only one suspicion existed in his mind. I wonder how many times he's tricked. How many times has he tricked that naive auntie that he's in such a good mood? However, he thought it was something very important, but Teha simply suggested, "Play with me," putting his arm around his shoulder and asking tentatively, "Yes, shall we play Jenga?" Followed by a non-committal answer, tilting his head to one side. The rose man only hoped, "Today I want to play Monopoly." Hearing this made him somewhat hesitant. But then he suggested, "Let me tell you, this isn't a game I can play with someone who could cause my family to go bankrupt. If you want, play it in real life. Don't play Monopoly anymore." But alas, my dear, forced by the situation, Lee Jae was finally forced to sit down at the high-stakes game. His face revealed helplessness, sighing in his mind, "Ah, forget about what to play, thinking carefully." It made him quite surprised, raising his sharp eyes to glance and assess. But it's a bit strange, isn't it? The figure of the young man just opened the cardboard game board, causing the questions in Lee Jae's mind to explode immediately. Clearly something has changed. Originally, he had behaved like that, living alone, but what was different from before was with those cunning eyes and thick lips. The handsome guy in his eyes had also turned into a star. Why has he become so annoying? Then, helplessly, he didn't want to talk to him anymore. He wanted to give up. Admitting defeat, but stubbornly, a second later, he suddenly jerked his head up quickly. Because of the nagging feeling, could it be? But no matter what, he couldn't avoid that situation. Lee Jae could only endure, raising his hand to his forehead, rubbing it hard. Want to explode or die, damn it. I really don't want to pay attention to the private life of the boss. Besides, on Hesu's side, at this time, in the everyday restaurant where she always worked, she pushed the serving cart with side dishes and necessities, and that's not all. When the customers were somewhat sparse, Hesu quickly went to a corner of the kitchen to wash the dishes. Just like Taeha earlier, she also thought about the story from a few days ago, after eating. She was gathering chopsticks and spoons, saying, "Thank you for preparing breakfast for me, so I'll volunteer for this part. Let me clean up," and immediately received a response from the young man, "It's okay, I'm good at housework." Although Taeha asserted that on the outside, but with her cooking skills and experience serving in the restaurant, Hesu also knew secretly that it didn't look like it. The food was a bit sweet, a bit salty, a bit burnt. Then, because the young man volunteered, he finished the work and put them in the sink in the kitchen, accompanied by the sound that came out. Meanwhile, her eyes were staring blankly straight ahead. It turned out to be because there was a whole huge bag of paper money, spilling out all over the ground, each stack thick, but if it were a normal person, their eyes would have lit up by now. But Hesu's reaction at this time was somewhat stunned, so that raised a question in her heart. Then she wondered, saying, "What's this? Where did you get that money from?" Causing Taeha, who was squatting, to be a bit shocked, freezing for a moment, although Hesu asked a question about the origin of that pile, but suddenly, he was the Rose Man. Leaning forward dangerously, asking, "Would you take the money?" if it didn't go against her conscience. She quickly refused bluntly, "No, why would I take it? It's your money," so it seemed like a test of character. Hearing the answer from Hesu, this made him feel relieved, only then revealing that all that money was fake. Like props in a movie, the tense, awkward atmosphere from earlier eased up a bit. She was a little unhappy at this time. Glancing lightly, perhaps relieved and reassured, she replied, "I knew it was like that. Why do you do things that scare people like that?" Then, joking a little, Taeha smiled back and admitted his mistake. "I was wrong, thinking the test of character ended here, but who knew that he would lean in close and whisper in her ear? Because I was afraid that if I didn't, you wouldn't agree to see me again," causing Hesu's eyes to widen in surprise. A strange feeling spread throughout her body in an instant, behind her ears unconsciously turning red. A sign of shyness, perhaps? Strange, not knowing from when, even in a place without him. Your voice still echoes in my ear, a soft, rumbling laugh that sends shivers down my spine, yet the feeling is strangely gentle. Hard to describe after that train of thought, I return to reality just as the temporary work is completed. Hesu isn't young anymore, so she's starting to get joint problems. She held onto the table while lightly hitting her back with some difficulty. I thought a day had already passed, but my back still hurts so much. I'm just standing still for a moment. Then suddenly, from behind, my colleague Jung Kwan gently approached and called out, "Nah, Hesu, it all happened in an instant." She exclaimed, "Huh," followed by a few words of description. "Do you have good news? You look so radiant today, but that's not all. We're sisters, after all." So my colleague could vaguely guess something. She whispered close to Hesu's ear, "If not, then is it? Did you have something delicious all by yourself?" This suggestive remark startled her, her face reacting even faster. Her face flushed red as she waved her hands in denial. No, I didn't eat anything. But I didn't do anything, I didn't reveal anything." She just smiled gently and reassured me, "I was just kidding. Why are you so startled? And as colleagues, she noticed the other's unease, so she warmly placed her hand on Hesu's back and gently rubbed it in comfort. Anyway, it's good. You've looked so haggard lately, so I've been thinking a lot. Has something happened? I even wondered if it was because of that day, getting scolded so badly. But then she had to think it over. You're not the type to worry about some troublemaker, are you? Before, even if someone caused trouble every day, you wouldn't even bat an eye. In Hesu's eyes there was a look of surprise, and through that her colleague also reviewed the situation at the meat restaurant. Now that I think about it, there's something special. Lately work has been smoother. So guess what? Could it be natural? Or did something have to happen? The intervention of that rose-carrying guy, Taeho, with his cool warning sign. Now say after me, no abuse of power. And then her colleague asked Hesu's opinion. You feel it too, right? And those troublemakers from before are more pathetic than ever, forced to lower their heads in humiliation and do as they're told. No abuse of power. However, this puzzling thing also made her a little suspicious. I wonder if everyone took medicine and became more gentle? Lately, strange customers have decreased significantly. But little did she know, there was a mysterious figure secretly supporting Hesu. She only saw a different angle. Lee Taeho slightly turned with the sign right in front of Ta's face. Thanks to that, you can see that there are many bad days in life. But good days always come with them, so don't be sad. Finally, a word of encouragement from the bottom of my heart. From the position of my younger sister and colleague, go for it, Na Hesu. But her mind at this moment suddenly shifted to the super steamy scene of herself with Mincheon. He was more powerful than ever, doing push-ups so strongly, and then the moment of pleasure reached her G-spot. Hesu had to restrain herself a lot to not make a sound. After that moment, she was exhausted. Only a thin layer of clothing? She tried to call out to him and received only an indifferent, immediately. Hesu pleaded, make me some noodles. I'm so hungry from working all day. But even so, Min. Cheon had no intention of doing it and bluntly said, make it yourself, I don't know how to cook. Hearing that made her a little sad. Her eyes glanced over and she scoffed. She could only weakly explain, but every time I sleep with you, I can't even move. Then she put her leg on his shoulder, gently moving it back and forth, signaling along with her words. And you always tell me to go to sleep, or if I don't want to sleep, do it again. Then, because there was no response, Hesu was very annoyed and used her leg to clamp his neck, scolding, hey, Kang Mincheon, you pervert. Don't just stare at your phone. Huh? Then she played a trick, using her hand to cover his eyes. Under this harassment, he had no choice, even though he was very annoyed on the surface. But he still didn't dare to complain any further. After a while of begging without much positive result, Hesu had to resort to a unique trick to get Mincheon to cook noodles for her, now standing in the kitchen under the soft light of the lamp. She happily leaned on his arm, smiling cheerfully. Hey, I knew you would cook for me. While Mincheon poured a bottle of mineral water into the pot, why can eating noodles be exactly the same as in the package? It has to have toppings to be delicious. So Hesu quickly called out, add some more for me. But this didn't make Mincheon happy at all. Cooking for the person you love is like torture. Annoying requests, got it, I know. So go sit over there. Then, as he wished, his arm was no longer in the way. So he quickly tore open the noodle package while staring with a bored expression. Tired, sighing because he was thinking about something. Could it be that his mind is now returning to the time when the two of them were walking back? On the road in the deserted neighborhood, stepping up the stairs in silence. Then Hesu opened her mouth and suggested, can I have dinner at your house tonight? Hearing those sudden words, Mincheon was extremely culture-shocked, a little hesitant, and asked in a loud, stammering voice, house? My house? Why? And then she slowly took steps and sadly replied, because my dad came home. However, just when I thought Hesu would say more, share more, the opposite happened. There was no sound in the scene at this moment. Only her figure stood there, feeling a private feeling that could not be expressed in words. He just observed with a pensive look and gently said, okay, come to my house to eat. Then the two of them entered the warm house full of light. Mincheon went ahead, leading Hesu into the house. He was very bold at this moment, leaving his shoes outside the threshold, while she was quite reserved, but oh no! Boys are always messy. He had agreed with his girlfriend, but Min-cheon realized the mess in the living room. He pouted, "Oh crap, I'm going crazy." Underwear. "Then save me, sis." He hurriedly rummaged through the mess, making things fly everywhere, along with a warning to Haesoo, "Wait, wait." Finally, doing his best, Min-cheon cleaned up as much as he could, but there was still a pile of paper. He tried to stand in front of it, blocking it, and invited her, "Okay, come in. I only have noodles, is that okay?" and received the reply, "Yeah." Walking to a corner near the TV, Haesoo gently took off the coat wrapped around her and the scarf on her shoulders. Because it was the first time a girl had stayed at his house, he was quite flustered and didn't know how to act. His hands were tightly clasped, his body stiff, as if he had to restrain himself. In his head, it was a big deal. The girlfriend he had just imagined doing that thing last night was in his room and having dinner here too. The more he thought about it, the harder it was for him to restrain himself, clenching his lips, his cheeks gradually turning red, swallowing nervously. "I'm afraid that crazy old man will do something to her. So I told her to come here. But calm down, Kang Min-cheon, she's just here to eat." And he had to restrain himself by reciting the formula. Boil water, put in noodles, then cook. Boil water, put in noodles, then cook. He sighed even more when Haesoo gently looked at him. He was dancing around in his head when she suddenly took the initiative to get closer to Min-cheon and suggested, "Let me cook for you." This strange action startled him so much that he yelled, no!" To avoid being exposed, Min-cheon immediately jumped up, pushed the door open, and ran away, saying, No, stay there, I'll cook for you. It's just instant noodles, so it won't take long." 5 minutes later, he brought up a pot of noodles. It was piping hot and overflowing. Seemingly hungry, Haesoo didn't hesitate to grab a mouthful with her chopsticks and said, "I'm going to eat really well," Min-cheon just replied vaguely. His face buried in the ground. Finding it strange, she asked, "Aren't you going to eat?" And received the answer, "It's not like I have to pretend to eat." Suddenly, Haesoo didn't sit still but gently placed her hand on his thigh. Her sweet, soft voice at this moment gradually became enchanting, causing Min-cheon to fall head over heels without realizing it. Waiting for the moment, Haesoo spoke up, "You're having a nosebleed," and asked in a panic, "Are you okay? Where are the tissues?" Only then did he realize he had a problem, simply raising his hand to wipe it away and reassure her. "It's all right, don't worry about it. It's nothing big." But Haesoo was extremely worried and stressed, saying, "How can you say that? You're bleeding a lot, but I'm a real man." A little nosebleed is nothing, so Min-cheon strongly reassured her, "It's really okay." While he was dealing with it, "I've wiped it off, it's okay now, just eat your noodles." Then another unexpected thing happened that no one had anticipated. Haesoo, at this moment, accidentally touched his little buddy. This stimulation made Min-cheon's face flush red. A feeling of excitement surged, and because he couldn't restrain his desire, he quickly locked both of Haesoo's hands. This seemed to confuse her, and she could only moan, "Ah!" Their faces were pressed close together. Both of them were flushed red, their bodies pressed together. In Min-cheon's confusion, "I don't even know anymore. Damn it!" From then on, desire controlled him. He quickly pulled off her outer cardigan, slowly reaching behind Haesoo's back. The movement was very skilled, and without any hesitation, he reached out and pulled down her panties, and then the battle began. Min-cheon brought his lips close to Haesoo's neck and kissed her passionately, placing both hands on his partner's breasts. Suddenly, while reaching climax, his face showed a bit of hesitation and confusion, asking, is it here?" But her answer was, It doesn't seem to be." So Min-cheon quickly inserted his sword elsewhere to confirm, "So it's this place." But Haesoo was very confused and could only answer, "I don't know either." And then, becoming more and more flustered, he muttered in annoyance, "Damn it! Where is it, after all?" When watching, it seemed like doing it roughly like this would work. Then suddenly, Haesoo seemed to feel something was wrong. Her face showed apprehension in every moan. Then she suddenly said, "Stay still." This made Min-cheon hold his position and remind her, "Don't kill me." It turned out that he now understood the reason. "That's dangerous. I just put it in and I almost came already. Damn it." It seemed like it was her first time, so Hesu wasn't used to it yet. Because he was using quite a bit of force, she had to cover her mouth with her hand, frowning. It seems like my girlfriend is not okay. Minchin quickly asked about the situation. Na Hesu, are you crying? Does it hurt? Did I hurt you? I'll pull it out, I'll stop, okay? Ugh. Even though inside he wanted to scream, pull it out, you idiot. But desire made him continue. Ugh, I can't stop. She's crying. You bastard Kang Minchin. It feels like I'm about to fall apart. All this time, he was tormenting himself. Are you even human? But in that moan, Hesu only raised her hand to his cheek, whispering, It's okay, because it's you, it's okay. In the moment when she was completely naked, he was worried, afraid that something would happen to her, so Minchan only whispered, I'm really sorry, Nahisu. Sorry, I'm sorry. Then he thrust even harder. Because I really like you. His hands held her tightly, only hearing moans rising and falling. No, actually. Because it's you, I only want to do it with you, at a moment like this, and also after that fateful night. Hesu was still shocked. It was so sudden that she turned away and said, Sorry. She just wanted to lie down alone, so she told him the reason, I'm a little tired today, until nearly dawn the next day. Minchin woke up, stood up, and looked around, along with the memories flooding back. His long reddish-orange hair covered his eyes. Seeing again in his mind the image of Hesu quietly cleaning up the mess for him, he understood. That's right. There was a time like that. He just wanted to ask, How have you been lately? Then he asked himself a question. Does she sometimes feel sad because of my absence? Does she regret pushing me away? Afraid of losing this boyfriend. And after finishing sorting the clothes, Hesu immediately turned to the cardboard boxes. Remembering the moment before, Na Hesu was crying so hard. Na Hesu felt sorry for Kang Minchin. I in the memories was always made to cry by you so much, there was rarely a moment to laugh. But you're really trash, he still harbored. That's why I hope you cry more. In the moment of standing there blankly, not wearing a shirt, he returned to the bright space. The warm space of the barbecue restaurant with many smoke exhaust pipes hanging down, while he was cleaning around. Hesu accidentally overheard the conversation of some male customers. After drinking, they started talking. Why haven't I been able to contact her lately? I put it on silent mode. Why? Because that person keeps bothering me. Oh, that one-night stand? A table full of food, but no one had touched their chopsticks, only a judgmental voice echoed in the space. If you go to bed before dating, it's over. What's left? Oh, that's right, trash. And not finished, one of them even looked down on. That person. Girls' brains are different from ours. It's strange that both are classified into the same group of mammals. There's a movie that says that too. Men are from Mars, women are from Venus. Making her a little uncomfortable, she pushed the cart away. Na Hesu is not 18 years old. She's 34. She's no longer naive enough to believe in confessions of love so innocently anymore. So emotions, even if greater than momentary desire, are just selfishness. Telling people to leave after being satisfied, because even without trying to hold on, once both have achieved what they want, everything will no longer be as cherished as before. And then she was just like herself again, not caring and coldly continuing to work. Na Hesu decided not to think too much anymore. It will be hot and fiery at first, but soon it will cool down. Everything comes from not coldness, but familiarity to the point of indifference. The end of love is ultimately just like that. Speaking of which, these fleeting, short-lived affairs, Hesu understood this. I guess he'll get bored quickly too. The person he once craved to have until he held her in his arms realized that she's just an ordinary woman, nothing special. He'll realize it right away. There is one thing that many people often misunderstand, that the one who is loved more is the winner. But look, it was Minchin who pursued her from the moment they were high school classmates, always buying her bread and warmly calling her name Na Hesu. Na Hesu! Hesu! Whenever he went to play football and saw her appear, he would wave his hand and shout loudly without any hesitation, "My wife!" making Hesu so embarrassed that she became tense. Her face flushed red, she tightened the straps of her bag. Those actions expressing love, it was thought that in this relationship, he had won. I don't know how to fill the voids after the feelings have run dry like this. So even your indifference, your contempt, your cold sarcasm, even your changing attitude. I held it all in, unable to say a word, letting Kang Min Cheon leave, abandoning Hisu. Feeling so wronged, with sorrowful eyes, but then returning to reality, noticing something while wiping the table. Raising her eyes to observe, it turned out to be that Rose guy, TH, sitting on a motorbike. Raising his phone high, signaling, understanding his intention, Hisu quickly took out her phone to check. How adorable! The guy had texted to ask how she was feeling. And she quickly got a normal reply from her, making Taha feel relieved after reading those lines. Then, looking closely through the glass door, she saw him mouthing something. It seemed like he was done, but Hisu guessed that wasn't all he wanted to say. Then, quickly thinking, he's such a devil, she took something out of her back pocket, revealing another message asking for a date from TH. After work, let's go on a date for a bit, okay? And observing, she only saw Hisu attentively looking down, reading the message, and in a few seconds she raised her head high. Her eyes widened as she looked up, this action making Taeha a little flustered. Not knowing what the result would be, whether yes or no, he tilted his head like a curious puppy, so Hisu decided to only think about one thing. Don't let my heart waver, because a heart can change, and successfully accept, but the message was a bit curt. After receiving the offer to go on a date from TH, she was a little surprised, but then agreed. After work, he was already there, taking Hisu to her house. He parked the motorbike and, not letting his girlfriend do it herself, TH gently removed her helmet, and as if just freed, Hisu felt much less stuffy. Because the bike was quite high for her, his next action was to tell her, "Take my hand. I'll help you down." Then, used to being alone, Hisu replied a little coldly. "I can do it myself," but still, Taeha was very worried about her and warned. "It looks high, but you can do it," she replied. "It's just because you're too tall." But then, as she stepped off the bike, Hisu felt a little disoriented, her eyes wide, observing her surroundings and wondering, he said a date, but this is the way home, making her question her life. And standing still like that, suddenly Hisu, with her small frame, was completely embraced by Taeha. He gently lifted her up and asked, "Are you disappointed?" Then, immediately receiving the answer, "No, there's nothing to be disappointed about." So he explained, "I just want to be with you a little longer," while sharing a warm embrace. Taeha opened his eyes gently and whispered in her ear, "That's just how I am." Because beside her was a financially stable man, and he was also kind and considerate, understanding his girlfriend's efforts. Hisu, who always has shorter days than anyone else, only needs to be a little greedy. Then she has to pay the price with sleepless nights. Then he gently placed her on the steps. Then warmly said, "I know you're busy," gently putting his hand around Hisu's waist. Taeha understood, so he was very willing to accept it. "So I'll obediently wait without sulking," also came from those sincere words that she could feel. Her heart asked him back, "Do the gloves fit?" Then receiving the answer, yes. So Hisu didn't dare look directly, only gently turning her head away, feeling more at ease, and instructed, "Then don't be stingy. Just use them, don't drive with cold hands like that." She seemed a little shy when she said it, even though she was grown up, avoiding Taeha's eyes. "If they get old, I'll buy you new ones." This seemed to touch the guy's heart, and he immediately thought, "I understand that feeling." Even the young Hisu, when opening a new item, didn't dare use it. Even if it was just a simple shirt from Minchin, because it was too precious, she was afraid even a scratch would ruin it. So, worried that Taeha was afraid his girlfriend would be at a disadvantage, Hisu didn't say anything more at that moment. Only thinking to herself, "Just use them, he's driving, so he must be cold." And going up the stairs until almost reaching the top, what a surprise! Hisu proactively put a finger lightly into TH's palm. Seeing her sudden, unexpected action, he was just as shocked. Not knowing what to say or how to react, this also inadvertently made Hisu a little shy. Her face flushed red as she stammered, I thought you looked cold, so I held your hand. It's really cold today, isn't it?" The wind is strong too, and afraid that Taeha wouldn't like it, she also added a few words. "If you're not comfortable, you can let go." But how could he let go of such a rare opportunity? He had to hold on tight. Never letting go, adding the reaction. Ah, but it's so warm. The cold expression suddenly disappeared from his face, leaving only a happy look. Seeing that smile, the two of them, with their hands intertwined, were so embarrassed that Hesu had to quickly turn her face away, feeling very confused in her head. Usually, if you've slept together, shouldn't you be used to intimate gestures? I didn't think much before. But why does just holding hands bother me so much? It's very different from having sex. Everything is rushed, quick, the warmth is big and gentle. It feels like all the nerves are concentrated at the fingertips that are touching, causing the body temperature to rise. And each step, mixed with those tangled thoughts, made Hesu's face a little wrinkled. Until the two of them reached the front door, she quickly hid her flushed face and said, "We're here. We're here." Then gently pulling her hand away. Then, because it seemed like that was it, Taeha grabbed her hand tightly again, making her hand a little sore. She had to rub it gently, then said in a blunt voice, "I'm saying this in advance, so you don't misunderstand. We're not in a serious relationship." Then quickly raising her round eyes as if pleading, "You know that, right?" But then, he simply replied, "I don't know," making Hisu quite surprised. "You said before that if you can't open your heart, then just my body is fine." Her voice echoed in the quiet, still space. "That's all, that's our relationship." But hearing this made Taeha quite disappointed, his face coldly replying, "Okay, fine." Making her eyes widen in astonishment, confused in her head, "What? Really, just my body is enough?" But then, to protect her pride, she immediately defended herself, saying that is a bit unfair to me. "I'm also more innocent than you think," then she was immediately refuted. "Innocent? What innocence? Looking at your face, I knew you were a player. I suspected it from the moment I saw you were too skilled, then suddenly feeling like she was being tricked, a little cat." Hisu was easily caught, making her stunned in his confusion. "Are you a little angry?" Her face at this moment was like it was being smoked, lightly on fire, and she demanded, "Go home quickly. Don't go anywhere else and cause trouble, okay?" And after that, Hisu slowly went down the stairs, followed by Taeha, not going home, but seeing his figure behind her, this made her quite confused. "What is it? Why are you following me without saying anything, and now I just see you giggling?" Slowly approaching Hesu, Taeha asked in a warm, deep voice, "Could you apply the medicine for me again?" Next, the young man gently bowed his head and tiptoed, while she simply responded, "You can apply the medicine yourself, but that sounds really suggestive. Still don't understand what's going on." All that could be heard was Taeha's reply, "That's right." And in that moment, Hesu froze as the young man put his hand up in front of her, saying, "Because you said we're just in a physical relationship," and then gradually his tone became more seductive, continuing, "So I wanted to try flirting to see what would happen." The two faces were now touching. Every warm breath could be clearly felt in the rather cold space. Hearing this, Hesu could only blush and avoid eye contact, saying, "Do you want to get scolded?" "You're not afraid of adults at all, like a young, eager horse," he replied with a light smile. "I know." Instead, he offered, "Hug me once before you go," even though he simply said, "Just a hug." But now Taeha had pressed his head into Hesu's neck. This feeling was a bit strange, making her quite surprised. "Ah, it's ticklish." But his hair is really soft. It feels like being enveloped in a cool and fragrant scent. Along with an even bigger surprise, he raised his head and couldn't help but stick his tongue close to her neck. Hesu felt like he was about to devour her, bringing his lips closer. Just then, he gently bit a patch of skin there, surprising her a bit, then continued to move to the other side. His lips glided over each layer of flesh and finally stopped before Hesu's soft, plump lips and blushing face. She thought there would be a passionate kiss, but Taeha suddenly stopped, making her feel a little disappointed. Confused, she finally spoke, "So, I'm leaving now, but is that all?" Hesu's eyes were very bewildered at this moment. "Huh? There's nothing more to discuss," he simply replied. "See you tomorrow." And then she had to accept it, even though she felt a little regret. But she still held back, saying, Okay, see you tomorrow," and quickly ran into the house, the light from the crack in the door gradually closing before TH's eyes. As soon as she got inside, she had to raise her hand to rub her cheek, checking her rapid, chaotic breathing. I almost invited him into the house naturally. She couldn't believe that such a delusional thought had arisen. In her head, it shocked Hesu, who slowly slumped to the floor, wondering, "Why are you like this, Na Hesu? You're clearly not this kind of person." After the moment they met and a kiss took place, everyone went home. At this time, there was a stack of information on the desk. TH, meanwhile, was very contemplative, his eyes blankly looking ahead. These evaluations are so slow to report. Not only that, but behind him was another person. Just seeing the figure, you could recognize Lee Jae, who quickly said, "I'll try to contact them." Suddenly, Taha raised his hand, signaling as if to stop, and then put his hand into his pocket, taking out his phone. The young man instructed, "I'd rather call myself." Seeing his boss's appearance, Lee Jae just smiled. Then he continued to observe Taha. But in his heart, he was extremely worried. I have no idea. Whether he's in a good mood or a bad mood, whether he's angry or hurt, he just saw the young man lying on the bed holding up the bear in his hand without reacting, causing him to sigh. Serving this master is too difficult. Observing the room for a while, he then wondered, why doesn't he turn on the heater? I'm freezing to death. So he had to let Lisa speak up, wondering, "Are you praying to catch a cold?" and received a carefree answer from T. Hopefully it's just a cold, but regardless, he immediately said regretfully, being beaten to a pulp like that still wasn't enough? Scarring that expensive face and still couldn't keep him spoiled for more than 4 days? He had only just heard those profound words. The young man still caressed the bear, muttering, "That's right, I gave all my feelings, gave my first time." His face was very doubtful, emphasizing, "I gave everything, and it still wasn't enough?" Then, like a deep conversation. Lee Jae also gave his personal opinion, "That's right, maybe she's not into this kind of guy. Looking at her ex-husband, he's completely different from you, but don't be too heartbroken. Life isn't Monopoly. If you always get your way, what's the fun?" And he concluded with a heartbreaking sentence. Living in this world is sometimes just being eaten and thrown away. Hearing this made him feel like he was being psychologically attacked, turning his face straight to look at him. "Yes." Then he reported, "Jay." Hearing his master call him, he replied, "Yes?" "Don't come tomorrow," feeling a little worried. He had to ask for confirmation. Is it a dismissal or a vacation? "Is that so?" "It was just simple and normal," Ta said. "Take a vacation," in the young man's words. "Because tomorrow night, on Hesu's side." She couldn't sleep well at this time. Her face was quite wrinkled. It seemed that Taha had decided to go big. His face full of certainty, he said, "I won't go home." In the dimly lit room, the girl's moans echoed endlessly. Belle Tae-yoon's black shirt was very disheveled, one hand lifting the girl's thigh below. He was lying on the table, trembling with a flushed face. His mouth constantly making sounds of blissful moans. Tae lowered his face close to the woman. Perhaps she thought he was going to kiss her, so she stuck out her tongue. The moans still didn't stop, but Tae grabbed the woman's neck and almost, speaking and panting, "Hey, my brother, do you know what he's doing?" His handsome face, in the throes of pleasure, still contained a threat, coldly. "Ah," the girl replied in a trembling voice. Brother what?" Tae pushed hard and said, "I heard you know a lot of people, don't you?" Sweat poured down his face from the strenuous exercise. He panted and repeated the question, "What is my brother doing right now? Do you know?" Tae's hand grabbed her slender calf and lifted it high. The girl's lower body trembled nonstop. Around them, used condoms were scattered everywhere. One hand placed on her waist, one hand lifting the girl's thigh, Tae continued to move, causing her to cry out in trembling sounds. "Ah, so good, your brother? Who exactly is he?" "I don't know." At this time, Tae had also finished his business. He brushed the bangs on his forehead and exhaled. Then he said, "That guy, is a bastard." Then Belle Tae-yoon walked out of the room and coldly closed the door. His clothes were neat. The dim purple light shone on his hair. The friend sitting outside asked, "Finished?" Tae slumped down beside him and replied, "Yeah, give me a smoke." He took a puff, exhaled, and said, "It's really quiet. It's not like he's dead. Yet no one knows what he's doing. Should I say he knows his place?" He leaned his head back and frowned uncomfortably. The guy raised his eyebrows, wondering what was going on. Tae continued, "Isn't it very unreasonable? already a man. With that thing, how can he not meet a woman? The friend asked. Who are you talking about? He replied, my brother. The guy was a little surprised. Your brother? Ah. Remembering Taehee's violent image from his school days, he continued, that guy you beat up every day. Pale, beautiful, that little kid, huh? In contrast to the warmongering older brother. Being stopped by some friends was Taeha, bruised and weak, leaning against the wall in the alley. Then Taehee made a long, retching sound, clearly showing disgust and contempt. Then he said, why call him a little kid? He's already a head taller than you, you know. His best friend, looking disbelieving, asked, what? Are you lying? Taehee replied, it's true, I'm telling you. The guy stubbed his cigarette out in the ashtray and said, well, he's still the young master, of course he's going to have women. It's just that your little brother's taste is too different, that's why he can't find anyone. Like, maybe he likes older women. Taehee brought his cigarette to his lips and replied, ugh, I hate women who are much older than me. That condescending look is really annoying. His best friend immediately replied, that's what's exciting. Hey, Taehee, there are 100 men, so there are 100 different tastes. Men have broad interests. Taehee immediately said, I don't care. He leaned back in his chair and complained, ugh, Korea is so boring. His friend said, then go abroad. Taehee chuckled and said, haha, I can't. The chairman is about to make a decision. Taehee's eyes widened. His cold smile was full of ambition. I absolutely can't let that bastard get even a single penny. It all has to be mine. Cut to a dark office. A young man lay sprawled on the floor. On his limp wrist was tattooed a phrase in English. The room was completely dark, with only a faint light shining through the overwhelmingly large window. Suddenly, the young man's vision was blocked. A gentle hand covered his eyes. Or at least, that's how he felt. Taeha, he whispered weakly, please, help me escape. Please, please. Blood streamed from the cut on his cheek. Taeha's eyes were dazed behind the other person's fingers. He continued to express his burning desire at that moment. Absolutely don't let me get caught. Then the hand slowly moved away from Taeha's face. His mind sank into darkness. This morning, Taeha groggily opened his eyes and woke up in bed. Sunlight streamed through the window, gently illuminating his hair. He saw a teddy bear pressed against his face, its hand on his cheek. It turned out Taeha had been hugging the bear tightly in his sleep. He thoughtfully raised his sinewy hand and touched his cheek. He couldn't help but smile slightly. Taeha hugged the teddy bear tightly, buried himself in it, and closed his eyes, thinking to himself, I really like Nahisu's scent. Cut to Hisu's room. She was sitting at a small table on the floor. She thought to herself, the void left by Kang Min-cheon is quite large. Not exactly because the house is empty, nor because the bed is cold. More because of the lack of warmth. Her hand wrote continuously in a notebook. Hisu thought, I've been spending money more freely than usual lately, but I still have more left over than I did a few months ago. The white wool socks she was wearing were the new ones she bought not long ago. Thank goodness I can pay off a little more, both principal and interest. Hisu stopped writing to tie up her loose hair. Thoughts and memories flooded her mind. I know the traces of youth are still a debt I haven't paid off. Even without Kang Min-cheon, Nahisu still has to live and try her best. Live harshly. She recalled the memory of when Kang Min-cheon carried her on his back while carrying shopping bags in both hands. That was the time when he still gave her the utmost care. But she remembered Bell Th's gentle words that night. I know you're busy, but I'll wait patiently and won't ask for anything. Hisu continued to think, but at least a little, just a little bit, can I breathe? Can I be a little greedy? She picked up the phone and called, Hello boss, this is Na-hesu. It's nothing much. While she was talking to the boss, Taeha was waiting outside. His tall figure wore a long coat and tight black clothes, with a black mask pulled down under his chin. In his hand, he held a bag to apply to the wound on his cheek. Na-hisu opened the door and stepped out, asking, How long have you been here? Taeha replied, Just now. He quickly hid the ice pack behind his back. Hisu stood beside him and glanced at him. She asked, Are you busy today? Taeha immediately smiled and replied, Not at all. Then Hisu said, Then hang out with me? TH looked at her questioningly. What about work? Heisu replied, I asked for a day off. And I also have some things to buy and was planning to go to the market, but are you sick? Your face is red. If you're tired, then never mind. Faced with Hisu's concern, Taeha could only tighten the ice pack. He was hiding behind his back. He quickly replied, No way, I'm perfectly healthy. Hisu still worriedly reached out to him and said, But your body temperature seems really high. Tae quickly threw the ice packs into the trash can behind him. While she wasn't paying attention, he smiled and replied, That's because I'm healthy, so my body temperature is high. Hisu still anxiously asked, You're not lying, are you? TH immediately replied, No. The female lead was now wondering. I've asked him to hang out, but what do young people do these days? Memories from 15 years ago of dating Kang Min Chain. We're only around places like karaoke, game stores, schools, parks, and riverbanks. The two began to walk, and Hisu asked, Is there anything you want to do? Taeha asked back. If there is, will you do it with me? Hearing Hisu's yes, he couldn't help but smile with joy. He gently took Hisu's small hand, which surprised her a little, but she didn't object. Tae broke into a radiant smile, his eyes sparkling with mischief. He said, Do you know what I want to do? Cut to what appeared to be a shopping mall. A group of girls were standing in front of a mirror, primping and chatting. A tall figure passed behind them, blocking almost all the light, causing the girls to turn around in surprise and wonder, What's going on? It's like a giant statue appeared. Then Taeha walked past and glanced at them. His eyes radiated coldness. The black mask pulled down under his chin further accentuated that aloofness. The two girls from before were mesmerized. Their cheeks flushed red. They gossiped, Wow, that's crazy. Did you see that? Yeah, it's true. Quick, ask for his number. No way. I want to so badly, but there's a girl next to him. Tae happily put his arm around Hisu, escorting her into the photo booth. Hisu looked a little shy. TH put his arm around her shoulder. Hisu curiously asked, What's this? He honestly replied, Taking sticker photos. She exclaimed in surprise, Sticker photos? Yeah. Speaking of taking photos, she hesitated with a hint of self-consciousness, trying to find an excuse to back out. What sticker photos? You should take them with your friends. I'm not good at these things. Hisu intended to refuse. Plus, I'm not wearing makeup, so I look ugly. But he put his hand on her shoulder, insisting, No way! I really want to take them with you. Seeing his puppy dog eyes and drooping ears, Hisu finally relented. All right, let's take them. Goal achieved. Taeha happily laughed. He playfully touched her slightly puffed up cheek, smiling teasingly. Our auntie is sulking. Her cheeks are puffed up because she's sulking. Hisu pouted, Don't poke me. The camera indicated it was about to take a photo. He quickly pulled her in front of the camera. Look ahead. Hisu resentfully muttered, That's so funny. You're looking at me instead of the camera. Tae pretended to be innocent and asked, Can't I look? She stammered. It's not that. The two took 4 photos together. Their eyes never left each other. They teased each other, their faces breaking into happy smiles. The photos were printed out. The colors were incredibly vivid. TH held the photo booth print in his hand and showed it to her, happily saying, The photos are nice, aren't they? She shyly nodded and whispered, Yeah. He continued, One for each of us, okay? Don't lose it. Seeing him smiling and staring at the photo, Hisu thought to herself, He seems to... I found it a little cute, such a big guy holding such a tiny photo and being happy. Suddenly, the image of his flushed face, sweaty forehead, and adoring eyes flooded back. Heso immediately blushed, mortified. She covered her face, chanting in her head, Not cute, not cute. What's cute about it? What's cute about a grown man? TH looked at her quizzically. He took off the scarf around his neck and wrapped it around her. Heso was momentarily stunned. Then he lifted her face so Heso was facing him and said gently, Photos are done. Now let's go do the next thing. Their next destination was a clothing store. The staff greeted them warmly. Welcome, please take your time browsing. The two of them walked hand in hand. Heso looked around, puzzled, and said, You want to buy clothes? He nodded. Yes, he replied. She thought to herself. This clothing store. He wants me to pick them out with him? I'm not really into clothes. She looked at the pile of designer clothes in front of her and sighed inwardly. No matter what I choose, it'll all be stuff you'll never wear. TH picked out a shirt and held it up in front of her, asking excitedly, "What kind of clothes do you like?" He looked at her honestly and said, "Because I'm not very good with women's clothes." "Oh." Heso pondered for a moment, then asked, "Who are you planning to give it to?" He nodded slightly. "Yes," she said slowly. "Could it be for me?" He nodded again. "Yes." In an instant, she didn't know how to respond. She instinctively turned her head and said, "Let's go. You just bought me something already." "I'd rather you spend that money on something delicious. Clothes aren't cheap these days." He insisted on buying her something. "It's okay," TH smiled, his voice calm. "I have savings." His words reminded her of Min Chan. He had also whispered in her ear that he had money. Heso was silent, her hand tightening on the strap of her purse. Her mood was chaotic. The landlady, sensing something was amiss, quickly came to the rescue. "Oh, what a lovely couple! Are you two talking? Can I jump in for a moment?" The landlady looked at Heso. She said cheerfully, "Looking for something for your girlfriend, right?" She retorted softly. "Oh, not a girlfriend." TH, on the other hand, said the opposite, admitting without hesitation, "Yes." The landlady laughed brightly, not forgetting to scold her husband. "Oh, I'm so jealous. My husband only ever asks me to buy him things, never thinks about buying me anything." After chatting, the landlady finally got down to business, which was choosing clothes for Heso. "Let's see, Heso. With your fair skin, this color would look great. This fabric won't pill. This combined with that would look even better. That pair of pants is really good fabric." She stood to one side, signaling for help. "You don't need to buy me anything." "I really don't need it." The landlady, seeing from afar that she didn't want to buy anything, unleashed her trump card. She said, "And the price is very reasonable too." Seeing that her expression had softened, the landlady brought over a few more outfits, enthusiastically promoting them. "Right now, there's a special promotion," Heso exclaimed in surprise. "Special promotion?" "Yes," the landlady said with a smile. "Yes, these items are very cheap to buy today. This one is 12,901. That one is 9,901. The unexpectedly low price shocked her. 9,901? The landlady nodded. "Yes, I'm telling the truth." Heso's inner self immediately wavered. She touched the outfit, pondering. "It's amazing, the fabric looks good and it's really cheap." Then she asked, "How long does this promotion last?" The shop owner knew immediately that she had hit her sweet spot. She put on a mysterious expression and said, "Unfortunately, it's only happening today." Her excited voice rang out. "So feel free to buy as much as you want today." TH, standing in the corner, saw all of her expressions. Although he didn't know if this discount was something he had arranged, he was very pleased that Heso was willing to buy new clothes. After being implicitly permitted by her, he immediately started working non-stop. The pile of clothes in his arms grew into a mountain. Heso followed behind, trying to stop him. "Even so, don't buy too much." Finally, the two of them carried large bags and small bags out of the store. The landlady even called out cheerfully, "Come again next time." Hugging the bags in her arms, Heso suddenly felt regret. "I should have stopped him. No matter how cheap it is, buying so much will still be stressful. Even if he's happy now and spending money freely, he might regret it later." TH, not knowing what she was thinking, saw her hugging the bag tightly in her arms and spoke up. "Give me that." Heso looked at him, her eyes only reflecting his image. Heso thought to herself, "Sometimes I'm afraid of your unconditional gentleness." The image of Min Qian looking at her with resentful eyes flashed through her mind. A tear rolled down her cheek as she told herself, "Even though I know this might just be a fleeting connection, I'm still worried that one day you'll regret me." After thinking for a while, Heso said awkwardly, "Next month when I get paid, I'll definitely buy you something." TH quickly refused. "You don't have to." She didn't want the past to repeat itself, so she insisted, "It's weird to only receive without giving back. You gave me a gift too." Then she looked at him, her eyes full of determination. "I'll definitely pay you back, so wait for me, okay?" TH raised his eyebrows, his face showing a hint of dissatisfaction. He didn't like her drawing such a clear line between them. In the end, he still said, "Okay." Looking at Heiso's back, he frowned and thought to himself, if only Heiso was a girl, who was happy just to receive gifts. Would that make things easier? Even if I search for an answer, I'll never find an easy solution. TH reached out and gently touched her hand. The warmth from his hand spread to her, soothing the anxieties and worries within him. Heiso said softly, "But where are we going now? There's still plenty of time, so tell me everything you want to do." He smiled, his voice affectionate. "If I told you everything, one day wouldn't be enough." The two of them walked side by side. She said softly, "If we can't do it today, we can do it later." TH asked back, "What if there's never enough time later either?" He hugged her tightly from behind, his lips pursed, greedily saying, "What if we're always lacking to the point where we can't stand it?" Heiso let him hug her, replying calmly, "Then what's the problem? Then I'll spend more time with you often. Okay?" Being hugged for so long was awkward. She squirmed, muttering, "I'm not a kid." "It tickles!" She urged him to lead the way. TH didn't reply but just silently looked at her, his eyes full of meaning. He left a hickey on her neck. TH did that to mark her as his woman. No one can take her away. That's right, I'm insecure like a child. A cheap thing worth only 2,001. I'm afraid Heiso will eat me and throw me away. The two continued their date. TH led her to a restaurant. Throughout the whole meal, Heiso just ate while he sat and watched her. Afterwards, the two of them bought fish-shaped cakes and strolled hand in hand. Their next destination was the aquarium. Looking at the colorful fish swimming freely through the glass, Heiso was momentarily stunned. Above their heads was a giant whale. The blue of the water reflected on it, sparkling brilliantly, like a beautiful, eye-catching blue gem. After walking around for a while, Heiso panted tiredly. Looking at TH, who was still neat and handsome, she sighed inwardly, "I'm so tired. How long has it been since I've gone out this much? He's young, so he has good stamina." Suddenly, she wanted to freshen up, so she turned and instructed him, "I'm going to the restroom for a bit. Don't go anywhere, okay? Be a good boy and wait for me here." Taeha stood there honestly waiting, letting the crowds pass by, his eyes still fixed on her back. Suddenly, a nearby laugh caught his attention. Taeha glanced over. Two girls chatted animatedly as they pretended to walk closer. "Ah, it really is someone I know." The short-haired girl looked at him, smiling. "Hey, do you remember me?" The two of them, Heiso, returned from the restroom. She looked around anxiously. "I hope Taeha is still waiting for me in the same spot," but as she got closer, she froze slightly. He was standing there, smiling and talking to another girl. From afar, they looked very close. Hisu's mood suddenly sank, and a feeling of loneliness welled up inside her. Seeing him talking so happily, Hisu paused slightly, her eyes showing a hint of stunned surprise mixed with a touch of sadness. At the same time, the two young women left together, not forgetting to give a bright smile and say goodbye. "I'm really okay. I hope you don't regret it later after you realize Hisu has returned." Taeha looked back, his tone concerned. "You're back?" Hearing this, she continued, unable to help but wonder about the identities of the two young women. "Yeah. Who was that?" Taeha's face remained as calm as ever, his tone somewhat cold and indifferent. "Ah, you wouldn't know them." Hearing this, she lowered her head slightly, her eyes showing a hint of absent-mindedness and hurt. She pursed her lips, thinking to herself, "Of course, that's how at Island I knew there would be countless girls who like him." Looking at the handsome face of the young man before her, with his attractive appearance that drew everyone's attention, her mood sank even further because everyone's eye for people was the same. It would be strange if they didn't like him. Suddenly, I feel sad. Observing the other romantic couples, her heart was full of thoughts. Compared to the vibrant lives of the people passing by, his gentleness made me feel even smaller. As if understanding Hisu's wandering thoughts, his warm hand gently intertwined with her slender fingers. The veins stood out on the back of his hand. Taeha held her hand tightly, not letting go. Seeing this scene before her, her eyes were full of contemplation. Her heart was still lingering with sadness, silently not saying a word. After a long time, Na-hisu absent-mindedly blurted out, "Does she like you?" Immediately afterwards, he denied it decisively. No. His answer was just as she had expected. Her tone became softer. Oh. After saying that, Na-hisu regretted asking such a meaningless question. She immediately turned her face away, avoiding his gaze, thinking to herself, "Have I asked too much? In a relationship that's just physical, is it strange to be curious about these things?" At the same time, Byum-tae-ha gently leaned down, close to her ear, his arm lightly touching. Her small shoulder whispered beside her, "She said she's good at reading palms." The close distance, along with his words, made her couldn't help but be surprised, looking up at the young man in front of her, wondering, palm reading? Suddenly, she's reading palms on the street? Is she like a preacher? Suddenly, Byum. Taeha's face immediately changed from friendly to emotionless, his eyes sharp as knives, staring at her, accompanied by a tone that was completely cold. She said, "I was born with bad luck, born to be pushed around everywhere, living an unhappy life." The expression on his face made Hisu couldn't help but be shocked and stunned, her face showing a hint of fear when she heard the words coming from his mouth. "And will die young." It seemed that the emotions expressed in Na-hisu's eyes satisfied his desire. Byum-tae-ha withdrew his cold aura and continued to look at her with warm eyes. But if you're lucky enough to meet the right person, then you might be happy. In the midst of the uncertain crowd, the two of them faced each other. Byum-tae-ha kept using sweet words to tease her. Somewhere you could hear the sincerity and joy. "She's an older woman than me. About 10 years older. Her last name is Na, and her name ends with the letter Su," realizing that the person he was talking about was none other than herself, and the chuckling of Byum-tae-ha in her ear, she realized that she had been tricked. "I'm such an idiot for listening so seriously." Na-hisu's face couldn't hide her embarrassment and shyness, her whole body. She leaned away, but her eyes still lingered on Byum-tae-ha. Annoying, really. "Byum-tae-ha, who are you teasing?" "I thought it was real, so I listened attentively." Na-hisu's reaction made him laugh non-stop. "Ha ha ha, really?" Her eyebrows furrowed slightly and she glared at him. "Do you think I'm an idiot?" After saying that, she took her sulky mood and leaned to one side, intending to leave Byum-tae-ha alone. "Move away, I'm leaving. You buy noodles alone." Hearing this, he couldn't help but continue to tease her. "Are you planning to eat now and then abandon me?" Na-hisu didn't expect him to say that, so she was extremely flustered and quickly rebuked him. "What are you saying? What would people think if they heard that?" Immediately afterwards, he carefully looked at Na's face. Hisu for a while, the corners of his lips curving up, giving a gentle smile, thinking to himself, "Na-hisu lives at a slower pace than others. Even letting go of a relationship takes a lot of time." Looking at the gentle girl with a heart full of wounds, with a smile that was slightly bitter. She had made an impression in Byum-tae-ha's heart, burning slowly and shining in the most passionate way. "When will you be able to be warm again?" The sky was already leaning towards dusk, the surroundings were dyed a pale orange, and the rows of buildings were reflected on the clear surface of the lake. Reheating someone who has sunk too deep? I don't hate it at all. Right then, Byum-tae-ha suddenly grabbed her hand tightly, pulling Na-hiyasu towards him. "So keep asking me until you're tired of it." And then, he hugged her tightly, letting her be stunned, not understanding what was happening, her heart still full of thoughts. "And I will prove it until you're tired of it." The scene suddenly changed to a room with a young woman wearing a nightgown. In her hand was a cigarette that was still burning. She looked at the scene outside the balcony and gently asked, "What's wrong?" In front of her was Lee Jae. He was sitting on the bed, wearing a loose jacket, revealing. His rippling abs, along with his loose hair, made him even more attractive. He followed her words. "Isn't it because you're busy that you don't bother replying to my messages?" Hearing this, he rubbed the back of his neck and sighed wearily. His tone was extremely bored. "Forgive me, I have to be a personal bodyguard. 24/7 for a rich young master. Today is the first day I've been free." The corners of her lips curved into a bright smile, curiously asking him, "Is your new master very difficult to deal with?" Hearing this, Lisa not only agreed, but also complained about her crazy new master. "Difficult to deal with is still lucky, but he's completely insane." so he didn't even know what to do. Afterwards, memories began to flood into his head. Lizzie. Remembering the day he took on the task from the young master, he went to the clothing store and looked down at the neatly arranged clothes. Is this like a hidden camera prank? After thinking for a long time, the shop owner rested her hand on her chin, unable to understand Lee Jae's young master's thoughts. If you told me to charge a higher price, that's one thing, but this is the first time in my life I've seen someone ask me to sell clothes cheaper in just one day. Moreover, it seems like they're all expensive clothes taken from the shopping center. If he's not crazy, who would do this? Even he, the young master's personal bodyguard, still didn't understand his crazy intentions, so he just responded with a smile that looked very creepy. That's right, it's clearly a crazy act. The problem is that he himself, even knowing it's crazy, still does it. Immediately afterwards, she leisurely sat on his lap, holding the cigarette she was smoking between two fingers and putting it to Lee Jae's mouth, sweetly asking, "Who is that young master? Do I know him?" He also cooperated with her, holding the cigarette she offered in his mouth, refusing to reveal. "Sorry, but I can't say anything. I don't want to slip up and be buried alive on the mountain, not in this expensive room with its minimalist modern decor." The sound of their voices echoed, breaking the silence. "If you knew who I was working for, you'd be amazed." How funny! She moved closer and closer to him, her hand slowly reaching inside his thin shirt. She teased his firm, attractive chest, saying he'd be comfortable if he just took her allowance. The more you get involved with people like that, the more you're the only one who bleeds. He couldn't take his eyes off her captivating beauty, a moment of pure bliss for this bird. It can't be. She closed the distance between them, leaning in to kiss his lips. He calmly watched her try to seduce him with just pocket money, finding it insufficient. Then they embraced. Her coat fell to her waist, letting him touch her as he pleased. After all, he was greedy. Meanwhile, Na Hesu and BMTH were strolling through a small supermarket, picking out groceries. Holding a pack of noodles, having already eaten 4 fish cakes, she looked up at him and asked, "I'm still full, so let's buy 1 pack and share, okay?" He smiled gently, his tone full of affection. Okay. After preparing the noodles they bought, Beltiha carefully carried the hot noodles with her to the Han River. On the way, Na Hesu broke the silence, immediately catching his attention. "Hey, is there anything else you want to do today that we haven't done yet?" He was lost in thought, unsure how to answer her question, his mind filled with ideas. "Because there are so many, I don't know where to start." Hearing this, she recalled the list of things they had done together that day. Taking pictures together, chatting at the cafe, going to the aquarium, buying and eating fish cakes, eating noodles by the Han River. She softly exclaimed, "We've done so much." "We've already done this much, huh? Just tell me 1 or 2 things." The sky grew darker. The sun had completely disappeared below the horizon, and the streetlights began to light up one after another. "I want to go to the market and cook a warm meal together, then go get our fortunes told with tarot cards or love readings. I've never done those things before." Na Hesu listened intently to his every word, carefully noting Bel Mtha's wishes, admiring the warm smile on his handsome face. She couldn't help but think, it's not that he's never had a girlfriend, but that he's never had his love fortune told, right? A fortune teller for someone with over 1 million exes. As someone with experience, she leaned in, looking into the distance, and gave him sincere advice. But those aren't always accurate. Most of them are wrong. Hearing this, Bemtha guessed what she was implying. "Looks like you've tried it before, huh?" Her response was sad and slightly bitter. Yeah. She recalled the day she went to get her love fortune told with her ex-husband. Before them was an old woman with a stern face, holding a staff covered in bronze bells. The old woman sat on the ground, in front of statues of gods and Buddhas. After observing them for a while, she pointed at Kangmin Kaon. Ignoring his surprised and doubtful look, she decisively declared, "You must treat her well. You must treat the girl beside you well." Her words touched his pride. Kang Minxian's face showed clear injustice, his tone extremely certain. "I treat you well, don't I?" Na Hezu maintained her fierce gaze. The old woman firmly reminded him, "Then continue to treat her well so you won't be ashamed of yourself later." The more she spoke, The more severe her expression became, making people feel fear and apprehension. Her eyes seemed to see through the other person's sins. After a few words of advice to Kang Min-cheon, the old woman's finger moved to her. Na-Hesu's expression became startled and cautious. She felt anticipation and anxiety in her heart, but before the old woman could examine her and think, Kang Min-cheon, seeming not to believe her rambling, quickly pulled her out of the room. As she stood up, the old woman immediately raised the bronze bell, preparing to ring it over her, causing Na-Hesu to instinctively look back and dodge. Seeing this, Kang Min-cheon decisively covered her ears to prevent her from being disturbed by the noise. Then, he resolutely left the fortune-teller's shop without looking back. The memory of that year ended. She returned to reality, but Na-Hesu's body was stiff, as if she hadn't fully escaped the past. Bel-ti-ha, standing beside her, smiled happily as if he had noticed something. His eyes glanced behind her. Quickly realizing that the scenery was incredibly romantic, he exclaimed, "Ah, the weather is really nice." Hearing this, she looked up at the sky. Her eyes widened, sparkling as she watched the sunset. Her face wasn't smiling brightly but had a serene expression, as if carrying a faint sorrow in her heart. The sky was ablaze with interwoven streaks of orange, yellow, and pink, creating a warm and magnificent scene. The setting sun shone on the tall buildings, casting long shadows on the water. A gentle breeze lightly blew through Na-Hesu's hair, her eyes filled with sadness, her expression calm, as if pondering something as the sunset approached. But perhaps what Bel-ti-ha noticed wasn't the glorious sunset but the girl in front of him. When she spoke, his entire gaze was filled with Na-Hesu's image. You wanted to eat noodles by the Han River not because you really wanted to eat noodles, right? In the distance, the sky changed from deep orange to crimson. The last rays of the sun shone on the tall buildings along the river, casting long shadows on the calm water. From the bottom of her heart, she exclaimed, "Thank you, it's really beautiful." Her jade-green eyes were filled with sadness, watching the setting Sunday. The brilliant sunset dyed her delicate face, a reddish-orange hue, creating a beauty that was both gentle and contained a deep sense of contemplation. Now I know. Love that seems eternal can also end in a dirty affair. The sky above still held a bit of soft light, reflecting on the calm river like a giant mirror. Ripples gently swayed. At the end of every love, only painful and cruel remnants remain. The human soul is so fragile. In that scene, Na-Hesu looked towards the red-orange horizon, while Bel-ti-ha turned to face the girl. His calm eyes followed her figure amidst the scenery. Both were immersed in a peaceful moment. Each carried their own thoughts. Even without touching, it was already a painful ending that couldn't be repeated a second time. His face tilted slightly, his contemplative eyes never leaving her. That gaze wasn't just observation, but seemed to contain deep thoughts. Na-Hesu was no longer naive enough to believe in such simple, immature things. Immediately after, Bem-th turned towards her, gently offering her the noodles that were no longer as hot as before, gesturing, "Hold this for a moment, okay?" Hearing this, Na-Hesu cooperated, taking the noodles, wondering in her heart, and looked up at him. Unexpectedly, he suddenly leaned down, his face close to Na-Hesu. His hands gently cupped her face, surprising her. Her eyes widened, utterly stunned. Their figures blended together. Amidst the romantic scenery of the evening, he gently lifted her chin, giving Na-Hesu a sweet and passionate kiss. Their faces drew closer, the kiss becoming deeper and more intense. He gently stroked her cheek, as if the surrounding space completely stilled, leaving only the intense connection between two wounded hearts in need of healing. The kiss continued, tender and trusting, their eyes closed. Lost in their own world, two people forever sincere in this love, I always measure each goodbye. In the fiery sunset, painting the sky and peaceful water red, two figures embraced tightly. This kiss is like a soothing, unspoken confession, an apology for it. An hour before the supermarket closed, Th pushed the cart, watching her determined face. "Ready?" Hesu asked him, brimming with fighting spirit. "The goal is the discounted items before closing." "There are a lot of people, so don't get lost. You have to follow me," Hesu said, then quickly darted ahead. Th looked at her and smiled indulgently. She was mesmerized by the food on the shelves. "What should I eat for breakfast tomorrow?" Hesu mumbled. "Seaweed soup as expected? Or maybe fish soup to cool down?" TH's eyes were silently fixed on her, he thought happily. A relationship based only on the body? It's like we're preparing to live together. On the other hand, the car door popped open. A tired voice rang out. "Finished work." The speaker was none other than Aji Minchin sitting in the driver's seat, turning to remind her. "Fasten your seatbelt." Aji sighed heavily, complaining, "I'm so tired, do it for me." He reluctantly nodded, replying, "Yes, yes." Minchan leaned over to fasten Aji's seatbelt for her. She pursed her lips secretly. Looking at the expression on his face, Aji softly called out, "Minchan, honey, can I change cars?" She asked for his opinion, but he only frowned, wondering, "It's fine as it is, why?" Aji was a little embarrassed, then replied, "It's just that now you're also driving my car. I think a cooler car would suit you better." Minchin thought with disgust. "A car is just a thing? You want to change it whenever you want?" He didn't look at Aji, replying in a curt tone. "Even if I wanted to buy one, I'd need money. Our salaries aren't that high." Aji whined. "That's true, but..." Then she smiled gently, looking at him with sparkling eyes. "It's just... if I said the car was crashed somewhere and asked Dad to change the car for me, he would definitely change it for me. He listens to me as long as I say it." Min Qian felt it was utterly ridiculous. He didn't know if Yoon Aji was being innocent or naive. In his heart, he also understood that. The ridiculous thing was that those very things made her different from people like him, which was why he was attracted. He assessed Aji after the days they spent together as being so carefree that she could say things like that. A girl who grew up under the protection of her parents, who could provide their children with anything. But he realized that that carefree nature was refreshing. "But sometimes it also makes me feel suffocated." "Cute Aji," she said sweetly to Min Qian. "Don't go home right away. I want to go on a date. It's just work every day." His tone was a little difficult to answer. "I'm tired. Let's do it another time. Let's wait for a day off and go on a date." She pouted. "You always say you're tired." Aji resentfully glanced at him. "At times like this, you're like an old man." Min Qian smiled calmly, replying, "I am an old man." Aji heard that and fell silent, looking at him without saying anything. Suddenly, she called him, "Honey," she gently suggested. "Let's have a baby." Min Qian froze. Then he snapped. "What are you saying?" Aji happily replied. "What else? I mean, let's get married." He started to get angry at her childish personality. "Can't you think about that more seriously?" Aji didn't understand why he was scolding her, so she retorted. "Again, I've always been thinking seriously about it." Minchin had no choice but to soften, comforting Aji. He gently stroked her cheek, saying, "You're not old enough to talk about marriage yet." Aji angrily shouted at him, "Ridiculous! 26 years old isn't young anymore. We've done everything that needs to be done, but why do you always postpone it when marriage is mentioned? Do you see me as a child?" Before she could finish speaking, Min Kaon hugged Aji tightly, giving her a deep kiss. Aji couldn't stop him, letting him unbutton her shirt, their lips touching without parting. Min Kaon decisively took off her shirt, revealing a sexy black undershirt. A moment later, Min Qian slowly released Aji. They looked into each other's eyes, panting. "I don't see you as a child, okay?" Min Qian didn't want to argue with her, so he gently coaxed her. Aji glared at him resentfully. "So annoying!" she exclaimed, then tears fell like pearls. She said resentfully, "You always avoid it like this. I know everything, but because I like you more, I can't say anything." "Or don't be so handsome anymore," she said, her voice choked with sobs. "I'll be a little more patient. So please think seriously too." Min Qian silently gripped the steering wheel, listening to Aji confessing to him, I want to get married to you soon." As soon as she finished speaking, a feeling of disgust surged in his head. Min Qian thought wearily, "I'm starting to get tired." Meanwhile, in front of Hesu's house, TH quietly saw her to the door. He couldn't help but look at her and smile happily. "I really had a lot of fun today. Thank you for spending time and playing with me," Hesu said politely. "I'm the one who should be thanking you. You must be bored playing with an old woman like me." No, TH nodded, then said goodbye to her. "Well, I'll go now." Hesu hesitated slightly. Are you going? He smiled, replying, yes. Wait, Hesu had something to say to him, but she was so shy that she stammered. There's still something you want to do? She looked at TH wanting to turn away and whispered, do it, and then, go. Hearing this, TH couldn't help but curl his lips into a sly smile. Which one? He asked her. TH couldn't help but tease Hesu. When you say that, I don't know what you mean. You're like a clueless Snow White. She retorted, You said you were going to buy things just now. Her face was a little red. Hesu decisively lowered her head, muttering, Because you cooked for me last time, I'll make breakfast for you tomorrow. Eat breakfast and then go home. After saying this, Hesu really couldn't look TH in the face. She pursed her lips, her face as red as a tomato, and turned away. Unfortunately, all her expressions were captured in his sharp eyes. TH tilted his head and whispered in her ear, Last time, an old woman I knew seemed to tell me that if I didn't know to be afraid of adults and followed them carelessly, I would get into trouble. Hesu was too embarrassed, so she replied vaguely, If you don't like it, then forget it. Then she wanted to twist the doorknob and run away. Just as Hesu was about to close the door, TH's foot blocked her door. He looked at her with a face like a wolf wanting to eat a rabbit, his voice deep and hoarse. I never said I didn't like it. He raised his eyebrows, deliberately teasing, You're not going to do anything strange, are you? Hesu immediately retorted, Of course not. What do you think I am? He laughed heartily twice. Well, I believe you. TH turned into the house and said, It's cold. Hurry up and go inside and close the door. As soon as he finished speaking, the mysterious figure of a strange man appeared outside. Hesu sat on the floor, looking at the scattered clothes around. While he's taking a shower, I have to tidy up the clothes. I should also fold the laundry. Thinking this, she quickly started working, but her mind was in turmoil with thoughts. I think I'm really lucky. I'm glad I've never smiled at Nahesu before. She unconsciously smiled happily and thought to herself. Yet this time, I happened to go to the store that was having a special sale. Thanks to that, it feels like all these years, huh? Hesu recalled an encouraging saying she had heard before. That is, living in this world, there are many bad days, but there will also be good days to go with them, so keep trying, Hesu. She nodded. That's right. If you just live, good things will happen. TH. The handsome Saolan stepped out, raising an eyebrow at her inquisitively. He saw Hesu, hugging clothes, smiling brightly like an orchid, scattered on the floor. Sis, what are you doing? He asked Hesu, surprised. Startled, she immediately stopped her foolish actions, then sat up abruptly, pretending to be serious. I'm folding clothes, Teha said, sitting down beside her, smiling. Oh, really? He said, looking at the pile of clothes in her hand, then suggested, Let's do it together. Hesu immediately refused. You're a guest, why do you keep wanting to work? Teha shrugged nonchalantly. I like doing things like this, but Teha insisted on helping her fold clothes. Hesu couldn't help but look at his incredibly handsome profile several times, then she secretly praised him. The more I look, the more amazing he seems. He obediently folded clothes, letting her keep thinking wildly. No matter what she said, his expression didn't change. But sometimes she remembered his expression. At that time, his ears would turn red, as if his emotions were revealed through his ears. Hesu couldn't help but imagine. Teha was like a little cat with 2 ears on his head. When he was happy, his ears would perk up. When he was sad, his ears would droop dejectedly. Secondly, Hesu unconsciously looked at him with 2 ears wiggling on his head, then smiled faintly, not unlike a puppy. She looked at him and kept thinking wildly. Before, she only looked at his expressions, so she didn't notice, but lately, his emotions were gradually becoming clearer. Then Hesu, as if possessed, slowly moved closer to him. Maybe it's because we're closer than before, she wondered, then unconsciously sat right next to Teha. Hesu admired the expression on Teha's handsome face. His face still maintained a cold look, but unconsciously revealed his emotions. For some reason, it was a little cute. As soon as this thought popped into her head, Hesu immediately leaned towards him. She kissed his ear once. Hesu startled and woke up from her unconsciousness. At this time, Teha was also bewildered by her actions. Heisu immediately widened the distance with him. She covered her mouth, staring at him. "I really can't believe my eyes," she stammered, explaining, "No, that. Taeha," seeing that she wanted to run away, directly pulled her leg. He leaned over and grabbed both of her hands. Then Taeha used his great strength to tightly grip her hands, locking her under him easily. Taeha pulled Hesu's hands above her head, not letting her escape his sharp claws. He smirked at her wickedly. "Our old lady," his deep voice rang out. Then he slipped his hand into her shirt. Now Taeha was like a cunning wolf pouncing on a small prey. Hesu, locked under his strong body. He smirked, asking, "What are you doing?" Hesu felt his hot breath on her face. She shyly avoided his gaze, then whispered, stammering, answering, "Biting your ear." Taeha raised an eyebrow, deliberately stroking her soft skin as he continued to ask, "Why?" Hesu didn't even understand what she was saying. She mumbled, "Yeah. Why did I do that?" Hesu looked at him, shaking her head slightly, saying, "I don't know." Taeha smirked at her with a wicked face. He immediately leaned over, baring his white teeth, then aimed for her neck and bit down. Taeha whispered in her ear, "If you don't know, then never mind." After saying that, he continuously savored the sweetness on her neck. Hesu was tickled all over by him, unable to help but moan, "It's itchy." He had bitten her like this before, making Hesu unable to help but remember. The same place as before, the mark from that day was still there. Taeha pinned her under him, his face constantly buried in her shoulder, biting and sucking. Hesu was really confused, speaking up, "Why do you keep biting the same spot? Are you a dog?" After saying that, he released her. His adoring eyes made Hesu unable to help but think, "He's not an animal either. Just touching it has already made my body shrink back. It's like I'm about to be eaten." Taeha gently stroked the thin skin on her neck, then lovingly caressed her breasts. And finally, he gave her a passionate kiss. All of his actions made Hesu helplessly fall into the seduction he brought. That persistent gaze kept calling back memories in me. Even though I tried not to react, my body still didn't listen because my body already knew the feeling of being so tense that it was hard to breathe when being opened up. As soon as Hesu thought of that, Taeha skillfully took off her pants. On the floor, the clothes that had just been folded were now scattered everywhere. Hesu's deep, intermittent voice rang out, "Wait." She turned, escaping his embrace, then slowly crawled to where the switch was. Her mouth stammered, saying, "Turn off the lights, turn off the lights." Hesu's hand touched the switch and pressed it. The light disappeared, leaving the room pitch black. Taeha suddenly grabbed her wrist, making her scream in fear. In the darkness, Taeha pressed her whole body against the wall. His hand, like a snake, crawled into her thin shirt. Taeha decisively pulled her shirt up, revealing her seductive breasts. Hesu also obediently bit her shirt, looking at him with sparkling, wet eyes. As soon as he saw her beautiful spring scenery, Taeha immediately breathed heavily. Without saying a word, he buried his face between her breasts. His restless hand groped down to her nether region. Hesu was stimulated and unconsciously sobbed and moaned. Taeha didn't stop, continuously aiming for the weak spot between her legs, wreaking havoc. After a while, exceeding her limit, she stopped his hand. Her face was as red as a tomato. Her voice trembled, begging him, "Stop, stop." "Now, over there." Taeha stopped, replying, "Don't like it." Then he grabbed her angry face, teasing, "Are you trying to run away again?" He stared at her face, which became seductive when angry. After a while, she retorted, "Who said that?" Hesu pushed his whole body away. "Last time, it was because you were too big that I couldn't take it," she said, pushing Taeha forward. So, after she finished speaking, TH fell to the ground with a thud, and she straddled him, sitting upright on his body. Then Hesu suddenly leaned towards him, her determined voice ringing out, "Lie still, I'll do it myself." Saying that, she seriously unzipped his pants, then rubbed lightly against him, feeling the pleasure he brought. Feeling the suppressed heat, she couldn't help but think to herself, when she felt the enormous size behind the pants, looking at him lying obediently under her, she couldn't help but think, even though I loudly said I would do it myself. When I really have to do it myself, I don't even dare." Her whole body unconsciously trembled. "Then I can't hold back." Taeha grabbed her buttocks, his voice like a pervert whispering in her ear. "When are you going to do it? It's wet enough now." Hesu bit her lip. Words came out, and she had no choice but to do it immediately. She grabbed his mushroom and put it between her legs. Hesu blushed, trying to slowly sit down. The enormous mushroom increasingly penetrated her. She couldn't take it, arching her back. Then she unconsciously made amorous moaning sounds. Taeha decisively pulled her down, hugging her. Hesu rested her head on his chest, panting. She wondered confusedly. "It's swallowed as if I'm about to choke? But why is there still a section left?" At this point, even Buddha couldn't save him. Taeha immediately moved his lower body. Hesu, seeing that he wanted to move, gently begged, "Wait. Not yet." She unconsciously said, "You're too big. Too big," making him grit his teeth, trying to calm down a bit. However, Taeha, looking at her bouncing on him, couldn't help but think, "There's no more embarrassment, pretending to lead the way so much, but it only takes a while to adapt to this." He told himself to do it slowly because he had more time than then. In an instant, Hesu had completely swallowed him. The two of them moaned softly. Then he gently stroked her cheek as if comforting her. Then his numb hand wrapped around her neck, pulling her down for a deep kiss as his lower body moved in and out relentlessly. Hesu could only endure it, closing her eyes to kiss him. After a while, she covered his eyes and frowned, saying, "Don't look at me anymore," because she thought that if he kept looking at her like that, she would feel embarrassed. As soon as she thought that, he thrust deeply, making her cry out. Taha ignored her, keeping his eyes fixed on her despite her pleas. Hesu's eyes widened as she hugged him tightly, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. He felt so sorry for her. TH gently held her, whispering, "You're squeezing too tight." She blushed, unable to reply, making him wonder, "Did you come already?" Hesu remained silent, but her head kept burrowing into his chest. He sighed inwardly, thinking, "It's already like this. What am I going to do?" Then he held her buttocks, musing to himself, "I haven't even started yet," he thought, then couldn't restrain himself. He thrust into her hard, causing Hesu to let out a helpless moan before falling silent.